What could be more terrifying than being penniless, born into a poor family? No matter how hard they try, they will always remain at the bottom of society, despised by others. So today, these two friends decided to borrow money for a wild night out, because they planned to commit suicide together tonight. But just 1 minute of fun investing in cryptocurrency, which seemed like a joke, turns their lives in a different direction. Please follow the super product that will be released today. These two young men are staying at a luxurious hotel, where modern amenities blend seamlessly with unique designs, giving off an incredibly opulent vibe. They sat together at the lavish dining table, dressed in expensive clothes. The sound of knives and plates scraping against each other was deafening. Anyone looking at them would probably think they belonged to a wealthy family or a noble lineage, living a life of luxury and privilege, with a life already set at the finish line. However, it was absolutely not like that. He poured the expensive bottle of wine, slowly filling the glass. Tonight they decided to end their lives. Soft curses whispered. He began to tell the story to the person. Until yesterday, he had to live in a cramped apartment with a very small area and a cheap rent. But far from the present, he is relaxing in a luxurious place, spending millions for a night in a grand hotel. Last night's dinner was just a bowl of rice with dried seaweed, but right in front of him was a plate of luxurious, fragrant food. Not to mention that he's rocking a super cool suit. You have to agree with Junyoung, money really makes a difference. It has changed even the smallest things in life. Junyoung swirled the glass of wine in his hand, agreeing with what he said. Life is simple. The more money you have, the more enjoyable it is. On the other hand, the poorer you are, the more miserable it becomes. Junyoung drank the glass of wine and slammed it down on the table. He found Weijin's words a bit ridiculous. They weren't dirt poor anymore. They were rich now. Weijin countered, rich in what? They've already spent 40 million out of the 50 million they borrowed this morning. I bet those guys born with a silver spoon in their mouths could easily blow through 1 billion won in a day. Junyoung rubbed his head. He wasn't sure. He had tried to splurge, but still couldn't spend all the money he borrowed. This guy poured another glass of wine and asked how he managed to borrow from the gangsters. Weijin didn't hide anything. He had nothing left to lose. Anyway, by tonight both of them would be dead. Weijin told the lenders that he was a business owner facing difficulties and needed money immediately. He provided his personal information, and the money arrived in no time. Weijin felt that the gangster looked terrifying. He was scared just looking at him. Junyoung laughed happily. Weijin said he read a very interesting article this morning, and his companion was curious to hear more. The content mentions that young people in their 20s are not making any effort. Junyoung overheard and mumbled nonsense. He was upset, who told them that there was no effort involved. Just trying alone can't guarantee success. Of course, what rich kids try to do and what others like them try to do are two completely different things. No matter how hard someone like Weijin tries, their salary will always lag behind the wealthy. It's just the way things are. Who wouldn't want to change their life if they're struggling? There's no deep thinking needed here. Weijin knew that no matter how hard they tried, the efforts of the poor guys always ended up in vain. Junyoung agreed. There really was nowhere left to rely on. That is also the reason why both decided to lose, because they worked so hard, only to see it all vanish. It would have been much better. Weijin also knew the dark side of this game. It's really a gamble, and it doesn't seem all that fair, so he didn't fully trust this method. Besides, encrypted digital money isn't even real money. It's just a tiny piece of data that doesn't physically exist. Its actual value, tens of thousands of dollars per coin, is just too unreal. Junyoung thinks he still doesn't know the funniest thing yet. He holds the phone, with a type of cryptocurrency created by someone who thinks just like Weijin. Junyoung held up the screen, squinting as he read the content. The stock flow is displayed here. A type of cryptocurrency called loser coin is fluctuating constantly. Weijin didn't understand anything at all. The coin of this currency bore the face of a brat, looking utterly pathetic. Junyoung revealed that this is a new cryptocurrency launched in the market. Currently, its value is almost zero. Many people are frustrated with this type of coin and have left negative comments. But if cryptocurrencies are considered money, then this one is too. It sounds ridiculous, he chuckled. Weijin found this guy funny, kind of interesting. It's like the coin suggests, virtual money isn't even real, and he fully acknowledges the person who made it. Weijin paused to take a sip of wine, then continued his story. He put down the glass of wine and called Junyoung. Weijin asked directly, have you invested in cryptocurrency? Why don't you buy that crypto with all the money you have left? Junyoung thought Weijin was not interested in cryptocurrencies. He sighed. That's a different issue. It's just a statement meant for a little entertainment. After all, they have nothing left to lose. They're done for anyway. Yun was quite surprised because he planned to invest all 8.5 million won, a rather large amount of money. Weijin giggled, saying the decision came in an instant. Junyoung saw that his friend was quite determined, so he had no objections. They dined late into the night. and by the time they were done, the table was nearly empty, with hardly anything left. Weijin started to feel down, his face dropping, complaining about those rich kids. Yoon crossed his arms, his face blank, unsure how to respond. No one would be as ready to die together as they are. It even thought Weijin couldn't commit suicide because he had a girlfriend. Did he break up with Ayeon? Weijin didn't respond. He directly called out the name of the friend sitting across. Junyoung was asked if he could guess who An hated most in the world, but Junyoung was stumped and couldn't come up with an answer. Weijin calmly replied, "It's just my old folks. Deep down, you'll never understand, and you'll never want to understand, why they brought you into this world only to abandon you because they were poor. Even if they decide to abandon him, why should Weijin endure their poverty and bite his tongue?" A few days ago, he received a call from Ayeon. She is already pregnant, and Junyoung seemed uncomfortable when he heard this. Hot tears streamed down his gaunt face, so this is what helplessness feels like. Weijin also understood his parents' feelings. Once he cried out of fear of himself. So he sent her some money to terminate the pregnancy and break up with Ayeon. Weijin sobbed and lamented, disgusted with himself, unable to hold on any longer. In the middle of the story, Junyoung's phone rang with a notification. It lay still and motionless on the wooden table. The bright full moon shines across the night sky. Weijin stood with hands on hips, quietly gazing at the pool, the water looking clear and cool. He turned to his friend and called out, "The water is ready." Junyoung was still glued to his phone without reacting. Weijin asked Junyoung to grab some pills and a knife, but he didn't respond, staring at the screen. "He seems different. I wonder what's wrong with him." Weijin asked Jun what exactly he was hesitating about. Weijin's shout rang out again. "I told you the water's ready," but Junyoung remained silent, completely frozen. Finally, after a few minutes, he hesitantly called Weijin's name. Junyoung scratched his head, expressing that he still wasn't ready to die. Weijin doesn't understand anything at all. He claimed he was too scared, even though they had already made a decision and reached this point. He couldn't understand why this guy suddenly changed his mind. Junyoung changed the subject and hurriedly left. Weijin couldn't accept it. He chased after the guy, loudly demanding what the hell was going on. Weijin angrily grabbed Junyoung's shoulder and yanked him back. Make him lose balance and drop his phone. Junyoung was extremely startled and quickly turned back to pick it up. Coincidentally, the phone screen was facing up, perfectly rotating on the ground, and Weijin managed to catch a glimpse. It is displaying the stock screen. Junyoung nervously crawled down to pick up the phone, muttering curses under his breath. Junyoung is worried that Weijin will find out. He called out, now he could see. Weijin sighed, surprised at how selfish this guy was. I repeat, kick once on Junyoung's shoulder. It clutched the painful spot. He picked up the phone, then looked again at this stock chart. What are you showing? The interest rate is skyrocketing, going up in a terrifying way. It skyrocketed 100 times in just a few hours, but how much money is it exactly? Weijin turned around. Is Junyoung planning to keep all of this for himself? Junyoung frantically rushed forward, trying to get the phone back. Both of them struggled until they started fighting. Loser coin. The current value in this account is worth 862 million won. Junyoung frantically rushed out, demanding Weijin return his phone. He pushed the guy away and both sides clashed fiercely. Weijin pushed Junyoung to the ground, causing him to lose balance. Junyoung fell to the ground face down in pain. The man trembled with rage, muttering bitterly, "Weijin, I feel betrayed. Never thought this guy would try to keep all the money for himself." Junyoung slowly got up and responded like he had lost his mind. "What are you talking about? That's my money. Weijin can't trust this guy anymore." He shouted, "Why is it your money?" Junyoung scrambled to his feet. "Because it's in my account." Weijin argued back, saying he was the one risking everything by borrowing money from those gangsters. Junyoung didn't bother listening, thinking that his role was just that. Just like how he borrowed from Weijin and used Junyoung's account to invest, this guy will only pay him back the initial capital of 8.5 million won. Weijin naturally disagreed, truly greedy. Junyoung started arguing back, "So what if I'm greedy? What are you going to do?" He told Weijin that if she didn't plan on returning his phone, she could just keep it, and he would go buy a new one. Then he'll deduct the phone and capital costs. Junyoung turned and walked away. Weijin angrily picked up a chair and swung it straight at Junyoung's head. A loud crash echoed. The dripping sound from the overturned wine bottle startled Junyoung awake. He groggily opened his eyes. Both hands were tied up and placed on the edge of the bed. In front of him was Weijin with an empty bottle. Weijin asked if Junyoung was awake, and only then did he realize his hands couldn't move. At this moment, Junyoung panicked and started cursing Weijin. "What the hell is going on? This guy demanded you let him go, saying this is a crime." Weijin raised the bottle of wine. Then he struck directly at Junyoung's knee, causing him so much pain that he was in shock. He told him to shut up. Cursing Junyoung as a traitor, Weijin still wouldn't stop, hitting a few more times, blaming it on the capital amount. The arm kept swinging. "Are you even human anymore?" The bottle couldn't withstand the force and immediately shattered. Weijin was panting heavily after venting. Junyoung's legs were trembling with pain. Junyoung, his voice hoarse, tried to call out to the person ahead. He finally admitted that he was blinded by the large sum of money, which led him to act so selfishly. Junyoung said he owes someone 300 million won, and he worries that he won't have enough money to both share with Weijin and pay off the debt, so the thought of keeping the money all to himself has overpowered his rationality. He sobbed and apologized, hoping Weijin would forgive him. He sat down in front of this guy and started negotiating. Actually, Weijin doesn't really care about what Junyoung says, just demands that he transfer the money into his account. Junyoung refused because the money was only in his phone account. Weijin stayed silent, took the glass shard and stabbed it into his foot. Repeated again, "Show me how to transfer the money." Junyoung sobbed and asked him to create a cryptocurrency investment account. Weijin manipulates lines on the phone. Then ask him about the next step. Junyoung said he needed a password to transfer money. If you let him use your phone, he'll help. Weijin, of course, refused. He continued holding the shard, threatening Junyoung. "Do you really want your life to end here?" Junyoung collapsed, carefully considering and thoroughly deliberating. Finally, Weijin decided to reveal the password. He painstakingly entered each character. He was truly overwhelmed, but the only problem is this guy, Junyoung. Weijin talked to him. Junyoung was startled. "Just recently we were talking about loyalty to each other and swore we'd end our lives together." He asked bluntly, "Have you ever thought about giving me money? If I let you go, not only will I be the one to lose everything, but you'll get to live a good life." Junyoung, of course, couldn't argue because he hit the nail on the head. Weijin sighed in frustration, really disappointing. The amount has now reached 1 million won. He'll split half with Junyoung. He promised not to do anything as inhumane as Junyoung, trying to swipe all the money like that. Weijin set the condition, leaving the knife next to him, not to call the police and to call him later. In the end, the two never saw each other again, and that was inevitable. Weijin heard a suspicious rustling sound, circled around to check Junyoung's bindings. They had somehow been undone. He exclaimed in shock, "Something's wrong." Suddenly, Junyoung lunged, one hand choking Weijin while the other held a shard of glass ready to strike. Pinning him down, he snarled, "You dare beat me like this?" Junyoung ruthlessly drove the shard down, but Weijin resisted. No way was he silencing him with 500 million. Weijin accused him of being inhumane, but Junyoung wouldn't listen, demanding the password. Weijin managed to grab a wine bottle, smashing it against Junyoung's temple. A wave of dizziness quickly followed. Making Junyoung pass out and collapse onto his shoulder, Weijin panted in fear. What a jerk. He let out a tired sigh. But suddenly calling Junyoung, he no longer responded, remaining motionless. This person seems to have stopped breathing. Weijin frantically shook Junyoung, calling out loudly, "Wake up, you're just fainting, right?" Weijin tried to reassure himself. This guy was so thick-skinned, there was no way he could die from just one hit like that. However, no one answered anymore. Weijin is about to lose it. He collapsed in exhaustion. It's over. He trembled, unable to think, unsure of what to do, whether to call for help or not. But what if Junyoung isn't really alive anymore? What will you do? You'll have to go to prison. Weijin can't believe the truth anymore. If Junyoung dies, my life is over. Suddenly, the phone's ringtone behind started ringing. Cutting through panic and fear, he turned around and picked it up. Looking at the call screen, the phone of Junyoung displays the name Me. The phone rang several times, but Weijin still hadn't answered. He wasn't sure if he should pick it up or not. Its mom has always worried whenever it doesn't pick up the phone. He thought so hard that his head hurt, wondering what to do. Weijin decided to take this call. Press the listening mode. His voice, raspy, uttered a soft hello. Weijin answered the call. It was the voice of a middle-aged woman. She called her son's name, Junhyung. He quickly replied no, saying he was Weijin, a friend of Junyoung. She seemed quite confused when a stranger held her son's phone, worriedly asking what Junhyung was doing. I had no choice but to lie, saying Junhyung was too drunk and had already fallen asleep. Junyoung's mother began questioning where the two of them had gone. Weijin replied, "We just went to hang out at a small house near the mountains." She didn't ask anything else, just requested that when Junyoung wakes up, he should call her back. Weijin agreed and hung up. The space quickly fell silent again. He glanced awkwardly at the large body lying in the middle of the room. A sigh full of tension and fatigue. Weijin was devastated, completely lost on what to do, wondering when everything had gotten this serious. In a typical question-and-answer game for ordinary people, 1 billion won is often presented as the prize level. That amount of money can definitely change a person's entire life. It's an enormous sum. Weijin leaned down to check if Junhyung was still breathing. His breathing remained steady, showing no signs of any health danger. I feel a bit less worried. Thankfully, this guy is still alive. However, given the current situation, Weijin doesn't know how to handle it, and can't wake Junhyung up either. If he tries, Junhyung might freak out again. Should he just call an ambulance and then sneak out of here? He grabbed the empty bottle lying on the ground. Maybe we should just send this guy to the afterlife and be done with it. He was silent for a few minutes to think it over carefully. Indeed, this method won't work either. He threw the glass bottle down. It's best to tie it up again first. The phone rang again, interrupting his thoughts. Weijin picked up the phone to check who was calling. It's the number of the gangsters you borrowed money from. He picked up the phone to listen. The leader already knew Weijin had tricked them to take the money. Fear is rising again. This isn't good. They discovered that Weijin wasn't a business owner at all. A quick investigation showed he was just a penniless guy. The thug was so furious that he crumpled the paper. Do you think we're a joke? They're determined to find Weijin and give him a good beating. The frightening announcement reached his ears in a menacing and thug-like manner. After finishing his task, that guy hung up the phone. Now your life has officially hit rock bottom, failed to attack others and even owes the mafia. Everything is worse than when there was no money. Weijin has no reason to continue existing. He realized that with or without money, he was just a worthless piece of trash, better off not living at all. Weijin staggered to his feet, thinking he might give Ayeon the account number and password. At least she could use that money. Then he will end everything, Weijin sobbed helplessly. However, the phone screen kept showing notifications. Stock charts have reached unprecedented heights, with the current amount standing at 3 billion won. I can't believe it. How many zeros are there? Weijin changed his mind immediately. With this amount of money, you don't need to leave anymore. He looked back at Junhyung, who was still sound asleep, then decided to tie this guy up. The moon was high at midnight, shining brighter than ever. Junhyung woke up after a long blackout, his head pounding. He suddenly remembered the situation that just happened earlier. But realizing that I was tied up again, with a rag stuffed in my mouth, I couldn't scream. Next to him was Weijin with his weapon looking terrifying. He raised the bottle of wine, asking Junhyung to listen carefully to his words. Briefly recount the story at this moment. The current amount has gone up again, now it's 3 billion won. Please inform Junhyung. Weijin really intended to finish this guy off. But you didn't do it, simply because you couldn't. Weijin stood up and persuaded Junhyung, this really is the last chance. He had already cleaned up the room, so tomorrow morning when the hotel staff comes in for the checkout procedure, he ordered Junhyung to make up some excuse, like just fooling around for example. Then leave here and contact me. Weijin will transfer him 1 billion. If Junhyung wonders why you only gave him 1 billion while keeping 2 billion for yourself, well, I didn't even bother hiding it anymore. In fact, from the beginning, I didn't want to give this traitor a single penny. It's just that Weijin felt guilty after what he did to Junhyung. This can be considered the cost of being tied up. Weijin vows to keep his promise, hoping Junhyung thinks carefully and doesn't let him down. Junhyung stammered, unable to form words, only mumbling a few sounds. After finishing what needed to be said, Weijin decided to leave. Based on what he found online, there's a billionaire who thinks the loser coin looks ridiculous, so he and a few other celebrities invested in it for fun, which is why its value skyrocketed. However, Weijin doesn't really care much about the reason. Right now, just having money to change his life is good enough. What you need to do is withdraw all the money. Then we'll leave this place. Correct all the mistakes I've made. Weijin just opened the hotel room door. 2 managers were already waiting outside. He froze in shock and fear, asking who they were. One of them reported that the hotel received complaints about noise from the Weijin room next door, possibly a fight, and the manager came to confirm if it was true. Weijin froze, not knowing how to explain. He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head as if nothing had happened, explaining that he had spilled the food on the floor and had already cleaned it up. However, Junhyung from inside the room heard someone else trying to shout loudly to make them realize something was wrong. The manager immediately requested to inspect the room. Then the two entered. Weijin panicked and stopped them. You can't just walk into a guest room like that. The manager saw Junhyung groaning on the ground, quickly startled. This person called the other inside and suggested contacting the police. Weijin was terrified. This time he was definitely done for. The manager was utterly panicked when he saw Junhyung tied up, lying flat on the ground. He mumbled from his throat as if pleading for help. Weijin gave a strained laugh and explained that things weren't as they thought. The other person quickly grabbed Aang's hand, turned down to control Weijin, making him scream in pain. The manager asked Junhyung if he was okay, then started untying him. Weijin was pinned down like a criminal. The fabric strap was removed. Junhyung muttered a few annoyed words, followed by a loud roar from Weijin, demanding to be released. The other person reassured Junhyung not to worry. He would call for an ambulance right away, but he just scoffed. Junhyung demanded in a harsh tone, asking what these two were up to. What on earth are you doing in our room? The manager was puzzled, not quite understanding the current situation. Junhyung acted so real, calling Weijin's sweetheart. Who are these people? He is being held tightly, causing great pain. Suddenly felt strange when this guy called me that way. Junhyung spoke up again, pointing at the manager's face, asking who he was. He raised his voice in annoyance. Who dares to burst into the room so recklessly? Weijin also figured it out. This guy was just acting, forcing a smile to appear cheerful, but inside, it felt like 1,000 burdens were lifted. Then she tried her best to sweeten her voice and answered Junyoung, I don't know either, honey. Two people lied about being in love with each other and playing a romantic roleplay in a hotel. After leaving the hotel, Weijin transferred 1 billion won to Junyoung as promised. The agreement is complete. Junyoung quietly turned around and walked away. I hope from now on I will never have to see Kaji's face again. At the fountain park, Weijin sighed wearily on the wooden chair, finally done dealing with the scuffle with Junyoung. I think we should return the money to the gangsters before we start spending it. Speak and act immediately. He opens the number of the ringleader. The bell rang twice and was immediately answered. The deep voice of the man echoed as he introduced himself as Park Weijin, the one who had borrowed money from them. They said they're getting ready to come after you. He puffed on his cigarette, and coincidentally, Weijib called first. He asked where Weijin is now. He isn't too worried, calmly explaining the situation. He doesn't need to care where I am, or make any more preparations to meet me, because I've already paid you guys enough. The gangster thinks you're making it up. Weijin told him to check the bank account. Indeed, the massive amount of money has been transferred. He wondered where you got all this money. But Weijin wouldn't reveal it, just pay enough. Why would he be curious? He suspects that you borrowed money from another company to pay off your debt. Weijin confirmed there wasn't any. He just reconsidered and sent the borrowed money back instead of using it. This person thought for a moment, then asking for more, saying the amount was too small, still missing interest and compensation. He said he didn't have time for such nonsense, and this matter is over. The other person hadn't finished speaking when he cut off the call. Weijin carefully blocked the number to be sure. He sighed in relief. Now there was no problem anymore. Looking at the phone screen, Weijin felt the tension earlier. The amount displayed on the app is now over 3 billion. Weijin smiled with joy as it continued to rise in value. He happily left the park and walked away. Deciding to spend some money to clear my mind a bit, at the towering commercial center building, Weijin casually carried several luxury bags, each heavy and bulging. Wearing glasses from a famous brand, dressed in an expensive, luxurious suit, he left the shopping district. Now that you're rich, everyone treats you differently, much more favorably. Weijin picked up the bag and examined it. Inside was a Chanel bag that looked incredibly expensive. He hoped Aeon would like this gift. Weijin checked his phone for messages. A bit sad because there's still no reply from Aeon. She hasn't even read the message sent to her yet. He decided to go to her house to meet her. Weijin moves to her building, finally arriving at her apartment. Weijin stood outside the door, too nervous to open it. Perhaps Aeon is still angry and doesn't want to open the door for An. However, Weijin didn't want to hesitate any longer. He was determined to have a serious conversation to calm her down, and quickly took the key from his pocket. So he inserted the key into the lock. Weijin gently opened the door and stepped inside. Suddenly An felt something was wrong. Why are there men's shoes in Aeon's apartment? Weijin stared intently at his girlfriend's bedroom. There was a murmur of men coming from over there. Suddenly he felt extremely uneasy thinking about the worst-case scenario. Could it be that Aeon brought a man home to cuddle? Weijin pounded, his steps growing heavier. Please don't be what I'm thinking. The image keeps flashing in his mind. She can't do that to him. But reality rarely aligns with what we hope for. In front of Weijin was the scene of some random guy lying on top of Aeon. She didn't realize someone was watching, giggling as she told the other person that she had lied about being pregnant to get some money before they broke up. She didn't expect him to be so foolish and believe it, even threatening to take his own life. That guy also joined in mocking, not understanding how she could date such trash. Aeon thought there were even more despicable types around her, so there was no other choice. She started flattering, but now I already have you. Weijin heard everything, even had to witness them being affectionate with each other. He clenched his fists in anger, feeling like I'm about to go crazy right now. Soft sobs echoed in the cramped rental room. The table was covered with liquor and snacks. Weijin sat in the chair, devastated, silently crying out of frustration. He cried until his eyes were red, looking utterly miserable, mumbling curses at those bastards. Weijin witnesses the scene of a man on top of a woman. He turned away helplessly, not wanting to look. Aeon discovered the appearance of Wu Jin. But An couldn't hold back any longer and finally lashed out, throwing the vase straight at Aeon, insulting her severely. They were utterly shocked by his actions. Aeon seems confused, not understanding why Weijin is here. He growled, spitting out every word. Why did you do that to me? There are so many people out there, but I endured everything just to be with you. She got into bed with another man. Weijin could only blame but couldn't do anything more. The guy started getting annoyed with Weijin's attitude. You're the one who barged into her house and now you're acting like the victim? He refused to back down, shouting back, how could I stay calm when my woman sleeps with someone else? He kicked the bed and asked what you were mumbling about. Weijin is now a little scared. He stood tall, revealing fierce tattoos that marked Ayan as his own. He stepped back in fear. I didn't expect this guy to be so muscular. He looks really strong, just like those gangsters. He called on closer, noticing Weijin's change in attitude. Mocking him as a coward, just that, and he already tucked his tail between his legs. This guy asked if Ayan's ex-boyfriend wasn't dirt poor. Weijin is currently dressed in designer clothes from head to toe. He happily changed the subject. Pay attention to his bag, grab it forcefully. Weijin frantically demanded him to return it. Who would have thought he knew how to buy luxury goods like Ayan? Curious, she asked where he got the money to spend so lavishly. He waved the bag in front of her, and Ayan doubted whether it was a real luxury brand. She bluntly guessed it was fake, nothing special about it. He mocked Weijin pitifully, trying to win back a woman's heart with just a fake bag. Weijin saw that he didn't know anything at all. Angrily snatching it back, he insisted it wasn't a knockoff. He got down on the ground and said he'd keep the bag. The guy muttered in frustration, unable to accept his actions. He raised his hand high, angrily slapped him across the face with a loud smack. Recalling yesterday's memories makes Weijin even more resentful. He held the expensive bottle of wine, painfully rubbing his swollen cheek. I can't believe Ayan could just stand there and watch someone beat up her boyfriend like that. He thought that even though he wasn't perfect, he once believed they truly loved and cared for each other. Weijin sadly looks at the picture from when he was dating Ayan. Delete it without hesitation, and make her regret it. He withdrew about 500 million won, and now the remaining 2.5 billion in the account is still rising rapidly. He hopes this amount will skyrocket to the moon. Weijin swore to grab all this money and live like a king. The important thing is that thug. I can't believe he dared to hit you like that. Weijin is determined to take revenge, even if it means risking his life. The sun had risen high, its light streaming through the window. He slumped over the table, drinking until he couldn't take another sip. Weijin held his head, pounding with pain. Maybe he should go out for a bit and grab something to eat. Suddenly there was a loud knock on the door, startling him. It seems like someone outside is punching the door, asking him to come out and meet them. Weijin couldn't figure out what was happening. Probably the landlord was asking for rent. The knocking grew louder and louder. He staggered helplessly to open the door, realizing he needed to find a safer place to stay. The door creaked open, and he scolded them for always pounding on it. The scene before him was somewhat terrifying. Standing in front of Weijin's house were over a dozen unfamiliar men, their eyes filled with hunger and excitement as they stared at him. Two people greeted him warmly, delighted to see him. The man asked Weijin if he wasn't lying about that matter, while outside it was incredibly chaotic with people pushing and shoving. He didn't think twice and slammed the door shut immediately. Outside, loud shouts echoed as he turned and leaned against the door. Not understanding what was happening, the group shouted loudly, "You were the one who posted online and asked us to come, remember?" Weijin nervously picked up the phone to call the police. The screen lit up with hundreds of message and call notifications. Behind the door, the knocking never stopped, and the curse-filled messages kept coming to him. Weijin found a link to the article and asked if he was the owner. It was a post on an online topic. He quickly clicked and was shocked by the content. A fake post used a photo of Weijin, along with a promise to share a portion of the profits from the cryptocurrency received. It even included his address and phone number. Weijin hurriedly turned pale at this fake post. He was terrified, unsure who had discovered that he had made such a huge amount of money. Weijin suddenly remembered something. Quickly swipes the phone screen. Comments appear, asking for confirmation if the content is true or not. Weijin found a comment with a picture of the votes, bragging about receiving 1 billion won from him. He gave a forced smile, knowing who was behind this. Outside the noise continued, even getting louder. Weijin is about to go crazy. The culprit turned out to be Junhyung. He clenched his teeth in furious anger at this bastard. The crowd outside grew more aggressive, determined to drag him out. The image of a towering skyscraper appears. A thought flashes. The rich don't try to hide the fact that they have a lot of money. Instead, they flaunt their wealth whenever they get the chance. A personal account of a wealthy man posted a picture of him with his girlfriend next to a luxurious red car with a boastful caption, "Here's my fancy car." Next up is another post, "Check out this luxury watch I own." However, those who suddenly get lucky, like the image of someone winning the lottery and trembling while holding their lottery ticket. They have to hide the fact that they have a lot of money, because people think that society's judgmental eyes say you were once as poor as us, so you should help your fellow human beings, and will stalk that person's money like hungry beasts, with countless hands reaching for those holding money close to their chest, especially people like me who make a living from virtual currency. Eugen's face now showed a deep fear of something. The pounding on the door echoed along with a loud shout, "Open this damn door right now! You promised. What happened? Changed your mind?" The constant sound of the door slamming and the mocking voice. "It's not like you worked yourself to the bone to earn that money." The knocking on the door grew louder and more intense. "You got it with virtual money, but outside there wasn't just one person. There was a whole crowd cursing like real creditors, even though Eugene didn't owe them anything. A different voice echoed, "Dongdu, that means, we all contributed to your success." Those people looked like a bunch of starving pigs constantly screaming outside Eugene's room, "Open this damn door, you dog." One of them immediately called Eugene while cursing nonstop, that jerk. Of course she didn't pick up the phone, and inside, Eugene was extremely scared. "Junyoung, you bastard, can't we just live peacefully with that money?" Eugene's face grew more tense by the second as the threatening sound continued. "Why did you do this to me after getting $1 billion? One?" At that moment, Eugene picked up the phone, nervously thinking about whether he should call the police first. Suddenly, a strange noise by the door startled Wu Jin, making him look over. He was extremely startled when he saw the door handle to his room moving. "Have you got it open yet?" "The door handle keeps rattling." "I'm almost there, just a little bit more." "Damn." Wu Jin was utterly confused at that moment. Eugene quickly rushed to secure the backup lock. But it was too late. The door was slightly opened. Eugene tried to act as naturally as possible, looking toward the gang and said, "Wait a moment, everyone. Calm down a bit, okay? Actually, I didn't post that online." Seeing the terrifying expressions of the people standing in front of him, Eugene tried his best to act convincingly and maneuver. "Someone impersonating me posted it. I'm dirt poor, just like everyone else." Then another guy shouted, "Shut up, you piece of trash. So who's the one who got $1 billion from you?" "That is clearly photoshopped." Eugene still tried to justify it to deceive them. The thugs kept trying to intimidate him. "If you can't give us the money, at least tell us which cryptocurrency you invested in." Suddenly, a thug standing in the distance, frustrated from waiting too long, angrily shouted, "Damn it, get out of the way. I'm here to get my money, and I must get it. Where's my money?" "Not working." At that moment, Eugene's face turned pale, as if talking to a wall. In front of Eugene, the crowd rushed over and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Break the lock!" Eugene panicked. "Hey, wait." No choice left. Eugene raised his phone and shouted, "I'll call the police if you don't stop. Go home, all of you." Suddenly the group stopped and said, "What, police?" Eugene thought at that moment, that might have been the biggest mistake he made that day. He naively believed they would leave when he threatened to call members of the online crypto community, closely observing each face. They all looked terrifying, Eugene thought. A place where the bottom of society gathers. That's a place filled with more lazy gluttons than you can imagine, flooding the website with bait posts. Standing just a door away in fear, Eugene thought further. Do these guys come here without realizing that post might just be another bait post on the other side? Those people made some moves, saying police. Eugene thought further, and they were truly desperate. Those people were indeed no different from hungry zombies rushing in, screaming, "Fine, go ahead, call. We don't care." They rushed in trying to break down Eugene's door. "We can't miss this chance to change our lives. Even if I get arrested or go to jail, it doesn't matter." Hearing this, Eugene started sensing that something was wrong and quickly stepped back a few steps. The group then said, "We can hire the best lawyer to get us out if we have that money." At that moment the door was only held back by a backup latch. "Don't try to teach us a lesson," those thugs yelled, constantly pulling that door open. "Open the door, you bastard. The situation is truly hanging by a thread." Seeing the spare lock about to pop off the door, Eugene felt incredibly uneasy and awkward. Damn. It's chaos. Eugene's eyes are vacant, and with a face like someone lost in a dream, he thought, "They've all gone mad. I'm done for if they catch me." And finally, that door couldn't withstand the force of a gang of thugs, and it was flung open in an instant. "Catch it." The whole gang of thugs rushed in, clamoring to catch Wu Jin. What the hell is going on? Suddenly the room was strangely empty, leaving those people bewildered. Where did it go? Suddenly they noticed the window, and sure enough, Wu Jin was trying to hold on there. Wu Jin clenched his teeth, trying to endure until those people left. Damn, his hands were now bearing the weight of his entire body, making Wu Jin struggle immensely, damn it. Wu Jin looked down in fear, thinking it was even higher than expected. Suddenly Wu Jin noticed something. Below, two young men are smoking next to the trash bin just underneath. "Hey!" Wu Jin shouted, catching the attention of the guy in the brown shirt. "Guys! Wu Jin is hanging. Help me. I need help." "Here it is." A thug inside the house immediately spotted Wu Jin. "Are you okay?" The two young men hurried over. The situation was extremely urgent. Wu Jin could only shout, "I'll let go," after counting to 3. 1, 2, 3. Wu Jin let go and fell down below. Luckily, the two young men caught Wu Jin. Landing safely, Wu Jin let out a relieved sigh. Wu Jin calmly replied, "Thank you both so much. I don't know how to repay you." The young man in the brown shirt answered, "Of course, with cryptocurrency." Those two guys turned out to be looking for Wu Jin as well. The one in the brown shirt sneered and said, "We gave up because there were too many people, but we didn't expect luck to favor us like this." The guy in the blue shirt next to him smirked. "Haha, just when Wu Jin escaped danger, he fell straight into the tiger's den." Ujin's eyes grew even more fearful. Damn it. Let me go. Ujin was grabbed by the other two and taken somewhere else. The man in the brown shirt laughed and said, "You sure? If you shout, the thugs over there will hear you, so keep quiet." Then he covered Ujin's mouth with his hand. The guy in the blue shirt patted Ujin's head and said, "Calm down, just follow what we say, and you'll be fine. Let's talk business in that quiet place over there." Those two thugs immediately dragged Ujin to an empty building. Suddenly the guy in the blue shirt noticed another young man smoking, waiting there. His gaze was filled with murderous intent, as he looked directly at the young man with a cold expression. "Damn, you scared me?" The guy in the blue shirt said to the young man with the cigarette as if they knew each other before. "You're in my way, move aside." After talking for a while, the guy still didn't bother to respond or move, making the man in the blue shirt extremely irritated. "Get lost, you dog." The guy in the blue shirt didn't bother arguing and charged straight in. But he didn't expect to be knocked to the ground by this smoking young man. The young man smoking turned to Ujin and asked, "It seems like you're in trouble. What you just said and did made Ujin feel like there's an opportunity coming." "Do you need my help?" the young man in a denim jacket asked. Ujin glanced over at the guy in the brown shirt, and he signaled for Ujin to refuse. But Ujin isn't dumb, guys. He immediately nodded, signaling for help, which made the guy in the brown shirt a bit angry. "All right." The young man in the denim jacket flicked the cigarette to the ground and continued, "If you can guarantee, pay me 50,000 won every month and I'll get you out of here safely." The young man continued, "You're the one who posted that online, right?" Hearing this, Woojin suddenly felt like he lost all faith in life. Damn, Woojin thought to himself, he's one of them too, huh? What do you think? The guy in the denim jacket reached out his hand with a friendly smile. The blue-shirted thug slowly stood up. The denim-clad young man continued, "Think it over carefully, buddy. Do you want my help or not?" Seeing the man in the blue shirt slowly standing up, Woojin felt extremely trapped. He nudged the brown-shirted guy in the stomach with his elbow and thought, "Fine, I should—" "Help me!" Woojin cried out as he ran toward the young man in the denim jacket, thinking to himself, "Escaping this deadly situation is all that matters now. Deal." The young man in the denim jacket smiled and replied, "You owe me this time." The brown-shirted man angrily glared at the two and said, "Grr, you bastard, do you know who you're messing with?" The young man in the denim jacket stretched his shoulder joints and approached. "Of course I know, huh?" The other two heard it and were a bit confused. "The 50,000 won prize is mine. Who else?" said the young man in a denim jacket, charging forward with a punch and a cold glare. That strike left even Woojin gaping in astonishment. Each punch from the young man in the denim jacket landed squarely on his opponent's stomach. The person in the blue shirt was punched in the stomach so hard that their eyes rolled back and their mouth gaped open in pain. Argh! Soon he collapsed straight to the ground. The young man in the blue shirt slicked back his hair, stepped on the face of the guy in the green shirt and mocked him. "You're a good boy. Keep it up so I only need one punch to take you down. It'll make my job easier and you'll hurt less too." The other person was surprised when they heard it, saying, "What did you just say?" The young man in the denim jacket looked at him without saying a word. Seeing that, the thug in a brown shirt rushed forward, the mad dog. But the result was the same, leaving Woojin stunned. What the hell is this? With just one punch, the young man in the denim jacket easily landed a blow straight to the thug in the brown shirt's face. Woojin thought, who is this guy? Phew. After dealing with the two small fries, the guy in the denim jacket let out a sigh of relief and turned to Woojin, asking, "You okay?" He reached out to Woojin, who was still sitting on the ground in fear, and replied, "Yeah, I guess it's okay." Seeing that violent arm thrust in front of him, Woojin still stared blankly, thinking he took them out in the blink of an eye. A moment later, Woojin regained consciousness and immediately grabbed a hand to stand up, saying thanks. The young man immediately shouted, "Give me the money, sir." Woojin, after hearing this, exclaimed, "Oh, read out your bank account number." Finally, everything is settled. Money transferred to the account. The young man in the denim jacket looked delighted, glanced at the balance on his phone and said, 100,000 won. The easiest money I've ever made in my life. Seeing that the ordeal had passed, Woojin left, saying, "I'm leaving now. You've got your money," Woojin thought to himself. Sigh. So tired. Hey, wait. The young man in the denim jacket called Woojin back. "Are you sure you want to leave?" Hearing that Woojin, "Actually you do," the young man in the blue shirt responded, leaving Woojin puzzled. "Look ahead." Hearing this, Woojin suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Right behind him were the thugs from earlier. They had tracked him down and found Woojin. "Here you are," said one of them. That bastard Woojin was terrified when he heard it. The 68th calamity struck his life again. Damn. Woojin hurriedly ran towards the young man in the denim jacket and stammered, Hey, can you handle them right away?" Woojin asked with a very anxious look. Seeing this, the young man cheerfully replied, "As long as you pay me." Woojin quickly responded, "I promise to pay." All right, if that's the case, the young man in a denim jacket looked toward the group of thugs with a puzzled expression and responded to Wee Jin. One of the thugs immediately called out to the young man in the denim jacket, Hey, young man. The call made Wee Jin and the other young man turn around. A guy in a jumpsuit stepped out from the gang, looked at the young man in the denim jacket and said sarcastically, You must have seen the post that this scumbag put online and chased after him just like us, so why don't we poor folks join forces? You saw it promise us up there, right? Hearing this, Wee Jin became very worried. The guy in the uniform continued, So we'll take its money and split it equally among everyone here. Wee Jin turned to look at the young man in the denim jacket and saw him smiling. At that moment, Wee Jin sensed something was off and thought, Damn, those bastards. Damn, should we? The young guy in the denim jacket responded in a way that made Wee Jin feel increasingly uneasy. The one in the tracksuit replied, Of course, we don't need to fight because we share the same goal. Wee Jin thought at that moment, Don't. Suddenly, the young man in the denim jacket grabbed his right wrist, which was raised in a fist with his left hand. He smirked and responded, Shut up, you punk. That remark just made the dude in the tracksuit freeze. You don't work but expect to eat. Don't tell me you've never heard that before. The young man in the denim jacket frowned and continued with a smile. You filthy bastard. You should work hard to earn money like me, still paying 50,001 per guy, said the guy in the denim jacket as he turned to gesture at Wee Jin. Yeah, of course, Wee Jin replied with a tired expression. Upon hearing Wee Jin's response, the gang members couldn't help but become furious, all glaring at Wee Jin with intense resentment. Wow. Now the young man in the shirt is extremely excited, his hands covering his face happily, saying, How many 100,001 are standing in front of me like this? The scumbag who opened his mouth is the one wearing the outfit earlier, and the bonus insult just now was probably because he was too bitter about losing a lot of glucose from his saliva trying to convince the guy in the denim jacket but failed. He rolled up his sleeves, walked toward the guy in the denim jacket and said, So you think you're different? You little punk? Shut up. It really was a surprise punch. The guy in pajamas just glared and took the punch from the young man in the denim jacket as a heartfelt reply. The young man in the denim jacket signaled to Wee Jin, Go somewhere safe, staying here will only get in my way. Knowing it would cost money, Wee Jin still had to be considerate and slip away. The young man in the denim jacket added, And don't even think about running away to dodge paying me. No, got it, Wee Jin replied. The excited young man in the denim jacket shouted loudly, Okay, run now. Seeing Wee Jin running for his life, the gangsters became extremely furious and yelled angrily, Huh, what? Catch him. I'm about to get rich, no matter how those thugs come after Wee Jin. The young man in the denim jacket was ready to take down each one of them to claim his reward. After running quite a distance, Wee Jin finally couldn't take it anymore and stopped to think about his life, cursing, What the hell is going on, damn it? This life sucks. I'm such a loser. Wee Jin walked barefoot towards a deserted road. He sat down on the roadside bench, panting and thinking, How did I end up like this? I feel so paranoid, like everyone is watching me, but actually people around are giving Wee Jin strange looks. Wee Jin, exhausted, leaned back on the chair, sighed and said, Phew, this is such a mess. I have no idea where to start. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing caught Wee Jin's attention. You suddenly realize who that is. Wee Jin immediately sat up, grabbed the phone and thought, It must be that bastard Jun Haeyong. Actually, it wasn't the person Wee Jin thought. The one calling was Ah-hyun, Wee Jin's ex-girlfriend. Ah-hyun? Why? Wee Jin looked at the caller's name with a puzzled expression. Suddenly he clenched his teeth, looking quite frustrated. Hello, Wee Jin finally picked up the phone. The person on the other end of the line turned out to be Ah-hyun's new boyfriend. He picked up Ah-hyun's phone and laughed loudly, saying, Ha ha ha, I didn't think you'd actually answer. You're such a leech. Wee Jin was startled when he heard that voice. He frowned and shouted, What the hell? What do you want? The person on the other end mocked, Act properly and speak decently, you loser. Pay back the money you owe Ah-hyun, the rent. Now next to her new boyfriend is Ah-hyun lying comfortably in his arms. Wee Jin was surprised to hear this and asked, Rent a house? What the hell are you talking about? The other person replied, You dog brain. You've stayed at her place many times, so you owe rent for the nights you slept at her place. You're clinging to women like a parasite. That's why Ah-hyun dumped you. Then suddenly the skank Ah-hyun lying next to him chimed in, Darling, that's enough. His nerves are so weak that he might have suicidal thoughts again. Hearing this, Wee Jin glared, as if there were no words to describe this embarrassment, on the other end of the line. The man's voice came through, all right, I'll stop here, haha. Suddenly he hung up, leaving Wee Jin still in shock. He stared at the phone in bewilderment for a long time. Wee Jin looked up at the sky, sighed deeply, and felt worse than going to hell. Wee Jin, enraged and furious, let out a loud scream, cursing those bastards. What the hell are you guys opposing me for? Weijin shouted with a face full of rage. I didn't even do anything wrong. What the hell is this? Weijin's crazy reaction has caught everyone's attention nearby. Why? After shouting, Weijin lowered his head in utter helplessness. Why is everyone trying to take everything from me? Now I just realized, suddenly while sitting blankly, Weijin suddenly remembered something. I feel like I've been robbed all my life, and now Weijin realizes he's wasted half his life on things that were never his. Thinking about his previous account balance, Weijin reflected that his poor fate had taken away the chance to live like others. Remembering the violent scenes between my parents that I witnessed when I was young, Weijin's parents shattered the trust I had placed in my family members. Military service takes away precious time and health. Looking up at the sky beneath towering buildings, Weijin thought, and above all, this world keeps pushing me closer to the edge, only to finally take my life away. Remembering the virtual currency, I thought that finally, for the first time in my life, I got something. Even that, it's about to be taken away from me. Weijin rested his chin on his hand, feeling bewildered. If that 50,001 name didn't help me right now, those thugs would have cleaned out every last penny I had. Speaking of that, he seems like one of those money-hungry idiots. Thinking about the guy with 50,001, Weijin started to notice. So why did he help me? How about he pretends to be on our side and then stabs us in the back, just thinking about Chow Chow, and suddenly Chow Chow appears. The young man in the denim jacket who was there earlier was now standing, right behind Weijin, whispering, You've run quite a distance. Weijin was so shocked that he shouted. The young man then said, What's with that face? You look like you've seen a ghost or something. Don't tell me you're planning to leave without paying, Weijin quickly denied. No, I'm not. All right, so take a look, the young man in the denim jacket said while handing Weijin a phone. Weijin just turned on the phone, looked at the pictures and thought in surprise, What the heck is this? Is it real? Did he really take care of them inside the photo album? Were pictures proving that the guy in the denim jacket had dealt with each thug one by one, right after the guy in the denim jacket added they look great in pictures, haha? Weijin looked at the photo while bewilderedly glancing up at the young man, thinking, Who exactly is this guy? The young man handed over 50,001, comfortably sat down, counted the amount, then sent the money to me. Weijin replied, I got it, no need to worry. Suddenly Weijin came up with an idea. Nyan? Weijin immediately turned to call the 50,001 guy. He replied, What? Weijin cheerfully said, Could you help me with one? No, 2 more things? The young man replied in a bored tone, Now I'm hungry, Weijin said, 100,001 per person. Hearing this, the young man immediately stopped feeling hungry. Finally, they went together to an apartment complex. Weijin opened the door and realized it was Ah-Haeyeon's room, Weijin's ex-girlfriend. Standing before Weijin was Ah-Haeyeon's new boyfriend, accompanied by that familiar mocking voice. Oh, it's you, the pathetic one. I can't believe you had the nerve to show up here. What the hell is wrong with you? He asked, because Weijin's face was now showing a smile that looked incredibly terrifying. Have you finally gone mad? Weijin laughed and replied, Haha, it's easier to punch. The young man in the corner next to the door had already prepared his stance with 50,001. His face darkened. A thunderous punch suddenly smashed straight into the face of the new boyfriend, leaving him no time to react. The guy's boyfriend suddenly collapsed to the ground. Next to him was Ah-Yeon, who was extremely surprised and shouted, My love! Your new boyfriend sat up holding his nose with his hand. The 50,001 guy said, So these two. So you're the one who's going to pay 100,001 for each of them, right? Weijin pointed at the two behind him and smugly replied, That's exactly it. Hearing this, the 50,001 young man immediately adjusted his posture to respond, I've always wanted to punch those who dare to cheat. I'm coming for you. Ah-Yeon, terrified, covered her mouth, too scared to scream. Ah-Yeon's lover was beaten until his face was disfigured. Weijin stood watching, letting out a cold laugh. Take care of him, you bastard. An hour ago, before leaving, I asked him something. What did you do for a living because you can fight on your own? Gangmok heard Weijin's question and arrogantly replied, I used to be a bodyguard, also one of the best in the field. Weijin saw Gangmok's smug look and asked, So what the hell are you doing here? Gangmok casually replied naturally, I'm interested in cryptocurrency and I've invested everything I have into it. I spend all day glued to those crypto charts while working. I accidentally punched my manager and got fired on the spot. Since then, no security service company has hired me anymore, and I have lost too much money in cryptocurrency. Then I scrolled past a post online. I saw your personal information being made public and thought, damn, this could be a chance to profit. So I came here to find you, and mission accomplished, ha ha ha. Weijin heard this and gently asked Gangmok, Were you a bodyguard before? Gangmok thought Weijin was doubting him and raised his eyebrow. Why do you think I'm lying? Weijin knew Gangmok misunderstood and quickly explained, No, not at all. I'm thinking of hiring you as my personal bodyguard for 3 million won a month. What do you think? Gangmok stared deeply at Weijin before speaking. Base salary is 3 million plus extra bonuses for each completed mission, right? Finalize the deal. Not waiting for Weijin to react, Gangmok shook hands with him to seal the deal. I am Choi Kangmok, please introduce yourself. Just think of me as your brother or something like that. Weijin rolled his eyes at Gangmok for a moment before speaking. How old are you anyway? I might be older than you? Ha ha. Gangmok laughed. Your personal info is already out there, you fool. I'm much older than you. Anyway, you should feel lucky. I might suck at other things, but he's the best at beating people to a pulp. Ujin snapped back to reality, watching Kangmok beat someone to a pulp, excitedly thinking, I knew it. I knew I made the right choice hiring him. After beating that bastard into a pulp, Gangmok calmly invited the next person. Aeon was trembling in fear upon hearing that. Don't worry, I'll handle it quickly. Seeing Gangmok about to hit someone, Weijin quickly stopped him. Hold on. Gangmok turned around and asked Weijin what else. Weijin hesitated for a moment before saying, Let me finish this. I will still pay you properly. Gangmok thought that Weijin wanted to handle it himself. Aeon then casually said, If you want to, then okay. You better not lose, got it? Weijin walked over to Aeon, called her, and quietly asked Aeon, When did you start deceiving me? I tried to take responsibility when I heard you were pregnant, and even provided financial support before I planned to end my life. Answer me. Aeon avoided Weijin's gaze and replied, Definitely about 2 months ago. Weijin was stunned for 2 months after hearing that. So you've been scamming me all this time? To offer to this bastard. The more Weijin thought, the angrier he became at the witch. He wanted to beat her up. But when she saw it, she curled up in fear. Weijin can't help but remember the beautiful memories they once shared. Weijin's eyes widened, twitching slightly. The trembling hand couldn't lower itself. Weijin gritted his teeth. Let go, huh? Gangmok saw this and asked if you were planning to fight. Weijin's voice choked up as she replied, I can't. I can't fight her on my own because deep down I really love her. Gangmok anxiously called Weijin. Weijin! Gangmok sighed, patting Weijin's head. You fool, let's go grab a drink. You pay up? Weijin said, wiping away tears. That includes the food too. Hearing this, Gangmok, the money grubber, left Weijin speechless, so he didn't bother responding anymore. In a bar, Weijin sadly told me, I met her. When I used to work at a burger shop in this area, I really thought that we were born for each other. Then she started asking me for money over and over, saying she was pregnant. Sigh. Gangmok heard that and advised me to forget about her and move on. Buddy, she's blatantly deceiving you. Now that's not something you should worry about. There are tons of jerks out there craving your money. You can't waste time thinking about her all the time. Start by staying away from that tiny room of yours. You can stay at my place so I can protect you better until things calm down a bit. Understood. Weijin still answered quietly. Yes. Gangmok slapped Weijin on the back and enthusiastically said, Cheer up, buddy. Time will heal all wounds. Ouch. Weijin fell into deep thought. He is right. I should be cautious. If I lose this game, I am done for. And the root of all these troubles, Young, we need to find this bastard and teach him a lesson. The stinking dog, I will have my revenge. Time will heal all wounds? But I'm not sure if this wound will heal over time. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out, hello. 2 beautiful girls appeared behind and asked, If you're not busy, would you like to join us for a drink? Weijin couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Started to ask questions quickly. Brown-haired one went first with the question, How old are you? Are you older than us? Blondie, coming to a place like this means you're probably still single, right? Weijin held the flaming glass, a smile on his lips. Take a sip from the glass, then look back and feel life's bitterness. Sitting together, yet one has 2 cartons of milk, while the other has none. Gangmok smiled and asked, So what if I'm single? The brown-haired one replied, If you're not seeing anyone. So let's hang out with us. Weijin could only scream silently inside. I also know how to have fun, guys. Then the brown-haired girl exclaimed, Oh my god, isn't that drink really strong? Wow, how can you drink that? Just 1 sip of those is enough to make me tipsy. Weijin raised his hand to call the owner. Give me the strongest drink you've got. Where there's demand, there's supply. Ongchu duaralai, Dr. Faust, Bomoy hechamchindo. Weijin needs to take a quick drink, then wiped his mouth, thinking he was so cool. You give a thumbs up and wink at the girls as if to say, I'm a heavy drinker too, you know. People were like, what's wrong with him? Weijin woke up once again after that drink, to the exclamation of the brown-haired girl, wow. You must be rich or something like that, said the blonde. Yeah, isn't that whiskey expensive? Gangmok replied, Actually, I'm quite poor. Brown hair didn't believe it. Come on, whoever heard of a poor person drinking such fine whiskey? Gangmok smiled and replied, Because my boss bought it for me. Brown-haired surprised Mr. Sao. She scolded the owner behind the counter. Why did you give him wine but not us, owner? Under the puzzled look of the owner, Gangmok explained, No, It's not him, I told him, then pointed to the side. That is my boss. Right now Weijin is pretty worn out, not sure why those people are looking at him. Gangmok finished speaking and took another sip, while the two younger girls were still processing the information. Not long after, the four of them moved to a separate table, ordered another bottle, and both girls excitedly said, "Oh, now I get it." The two shyly admitted, "We had no idea you were together, totally clueless. If we had known, we would have invited you to join us too." Weijin isn't completely sober yet, but he's not totally out of it either. He already knew they were aware from the start. They just didn't want to interact. Blonde bowed slightly and said, "Sorry if we did anything wrong, sir. I hope you aren't mad at us." After receiving the apology, Weijin thought, "I'll let it go because I'm feeling quite generous." The brunette continued, "To be honest, I was quite surprised. I thought you were broke when I first saw you." Weijin wanted to keep smiling through the tension. "Oh really, ha ha ha," while cursing inside. The two girls continued talking casually. Maybe it was because of the way he was dressed. "Yeah, are you pretending to be poor or something?" Weijin hesitantly replied, "Well, just think of it that way, haha." The younger sister said, "Your reaction is really boring. No matter what we say, you just smile. Girls don't like boring and predictable guys like that." "That's right. Perfect. If I were your girlfriend, I'd get bored to death, haha." Your girlfriend, talks and hits Weijin's sore spot right away. Brown hair asked, "But I'm pretty sure you've never had a girlfriend, right?" Weijin spoke up, I have had one before." Brown hair replied sarcastically, "Stop lying. I bet you've never dated any girl in your life." Blonde hair, add a pinch of salt. "If you're thinking about your elementary school crush, that doesn't count, because back then, you were too young to understand anything." Weijin can't hold back anymore. He slowly spoke up. "The girls, what do you girls know about me?" The sweet voice of his cursing echoed. "What the hell do you girls know about whether I'm in love or not?" Blonde raised a hand and said, "Calm down, we were just joking, calm down." Weijin slammed the table and stood up, continuing to shout, "Just joking? So you girls think this is a joke, huh? You think I'm poor because of the way I dress, huh? Then why do you dress like that when you yourselves are dirt poor? And yeah, when you hear these words you all think Weijin has some unspeakable illness." Weijin kept on ranting, "And then what? If she becomes my girlfriend she'll get bored to death, huh? Yeah, that's why she ran off before getting bored to death. But is that really my fault, huh? Tell me if it's my fault or not." Weijin yelled his heart out, then stood there panting while Gangmok was trying so hard not to laugh that he almost passed out, and the two girls could only say, "What the heck?" A moment later, Gangmok's laughter echoed through the corner of the street. "Ha ha ha." Gangmok looked at Weijin sitting in the corner and laughed. "You're really funny, Weijin." Weijin, now a bit calmer, said to Gangmok, "Stop laughing already." Gangmok also comforted, saying, "Well, it's better this way. Those girls just want free drinks." "Weijin, beep beep." Weijin asked, "Have they texted you or what?" "They asked for your number," Gangmok said. "Those girls told me to leave you alone and go hang out with them," Weijin asked. "So why don't you go?" Gangmok replied with a contemptuous look. "Are you pretending to be stupid or are you really that dumb? If you get caught by thugs while wandering alone, who's gonna pay me?" Made Weijin think it was brotherly love, almost thought someone cared about me. Weijin sighed again. "Highs, seriously, life is just too messed up. Your girlfriend is cheating and other girls look down on you. All those ridiculous things happen just because of money." Gangmok listened to Weijin's complaints and then called Weijin. "To be fair, you just don't know how to spend money wisely." "Let's go." Gangmok reached out his hand. Weijin asked, not understanding, "Where are we going?" Gangmok smiled and said, "I'll show you how to spend money the right way." Weijin is now like a startled deer. The next morning, the two went to the car dealership. Weijin looked at the pile of luxury cars and broke out in a sweat. Gangmok was talking to the seller when he looked at the information board and exclaimed, "This car is insane. Can it really go that fast?" The seller asked, "Do you want to take it for a spin?" Weijin called out to him, Gangwok. "I don't have a driver's license yet." Gangmok laughed and said, "Then just go take the test, whatever. Hand over the credit card so I can pay." Weijin stood there silently, motionless. Then you finally got a word out. Switch to another scene. In the social office of the Dark. The underling stood up to greet the person entering the room. "Boss, you're back. How was your trip?" The boss lit a cigarette, took a glance and said, "It was boring. Is there anything I should know?" Glasses scratched his head, stammering, Actually, there's this kid who keeps asking us to get his money back." The big boss didn't bother to look, just went over to get a drink and said, "Dear customer, we lend money here, not offering those cheap services. The exit is over there. Get out while you can still walk on your own." That person asked, "Do you know who Park Weijin is?" Just hearing the name made the boss react immediately. That person added, "You know, that guy who borrowed money from you and only recently paid it back." The blood is boiling. The boss stepped up and questioned, "What the hell? Where did you crawl out from? Some godforsaken place, and you dare to ask about our customers?" The other person didn't say much and gave a price, 300 million won, about 5.5 billion Vietnamese dong. The boss, with a menacing tone, asked again, "What?" Junyong gritted his teeth and said, "I'll pay you 300 million won if you agree to get the money back from that bastard. How do you guys feel?" The boss smiled. "Can you explain more clearly, sir?" The sky is blue and the land is green. On a white luxury car, Gang Mok is praising the shape of the car. He joyfully drove off to catch them. When I turned around, I saw Weijin's face completely expressionless. He immediately told him to straighten out that attitude. Jin happily told Bao An to follow her. "Go, go, it's all of them." Come on, the car sped away. A grand and magnificent building towers over the city. Both went to the shopping mall. Gang Mok saw you changing. "You look great now. Jin looks more like an adult now." The car was then parked in the garage. Gang Mok put his arm around you, reminding you to settle the score at the club tonight. He gently reminded Weijin about the task. Simply put, it's data analysis. Yes, both of them looked at each other. Gang Mok cheerfully patted him on the shoulder, saying he should have chosen this job instead of playing the stock market. "No, I think data analysis sounds pretty cool." Inside the club, the lights were flashing. Two people are sitting and drinking Ju. Two girls approached and invited him to go outside to play. Weijin now feels that life has become unexpectedly meaningless. Even though he withdrew enough money to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Even though the value of that cryptocurrency increases. But it doesn't matter, you feel like it doesn't really bring you joy. After a wild night of partying, Weijin is now vomiting violently by the roadside. Gang Mok reminded you to know your own drinking limits. He turned away and told him to wait while he went to buy some hangover cure at the nearby convenience store. At night the crowds are bustling and lively. Weijin sat dazed by the roadside. He looked around. The bustling people in his eyes were just distorted figures walking. Weijin noticed a movement nearby and turned to look. "I only see a girl and a guy being very close and happy together. The girl even fed the boy." Seeing this scene, he unconsciously recalled the image of Ayan. Then you turned away and looked in another direction. One student wearing glasses and a chubby boy are talking about going to a net cafe. They looked extremely close. That reminded him of his friend Junyong from school, how close they were. Alone, you sit in a hidden corner encountering many scenes. A mother is holding her child's hand. The image of a mother playing with her child. The faded image seems unclear. Weijin's eyes were not very cheerful. He gritted his teeth. Why don't you have someone who loves you by your side when others do? Gang Mok just came back from shopping and saw him sitting gloomily in a corner. He anxiously asked about the situation. Then you didn't respond. Gang Mok tried to ask a few more questions. Weijin feels a bit tired, eh? In the past, I really thought that having a lot of money would make me happy. The truth is not like that. Wealth cannot erase the painful memories I have endured in the past. You deny the past that shaped who you are now. Weijin feels that even having a lot of money isn't enjoyable, because everyone he once knew has abandoned him. Then he himself was lucky enough to grab a lot of cryptocurrency, and there was nothing joyful about it. After hearing these heartfelt words, Gang Mok bent down, put his arm around him, and comforted him. "I understand now. But don't even think about messing with me again if you don't want to die." However, he himself also felt that what you said made sense. Buying expensive clothes and liquor was never meant for people like us. We must do what we're familiar with to find true joy. Weijin now understands the lesson, so he runs to the shop. Karaoke is a lot of fun with Gang Mok. Both sang a whopping 98 songs before taking a break. Both of them went to the internet cafe to register and play games. They played with great joy and enthusiasm. Gang Mok felt very excited while he felt nostalgic. In the past, Weijin also had a friend. Junyong has been here many times. More than anything, he was his only friend. But now they've become arch enemies. But even so, Weijin turned towards. Gang Mok thought about that person. He feels that both have grown closer and become more connected. The phone buzzes with incoming messages. Weijin picked up the phone to check. When you see the stock price that An invested in earlier, reduced by more than half, Weijin felt a bit shocked. He realized he had forgotten. Hungry, angry thug and the guy sitting next to him. Both are chasing after me for cryptocurrency. He realized that without money, no one would protect him. Weijin thinks of the worst-case scenario. What the heck are you doing getting beaten up like that? Gang Mok shouted, telling him to focus on the match because their team was losing. Weijin just knows how to obediently follow orders, but your hand is still gripping the phone tightly. You tell yourself to keep this hidden as much as possible. No need to say it, but Gang Mok had some doubts and turned to ask, "Hey Weijin, the cryptocurrency is dropping in value or what?" Stared at by blazing red eyes. Making Weijin's skin crawl, huh? Gang Mok looked over with a dark expression and asked, "Did the cryptocurrency crash or something?" Gang Mok's face showed anger. Weijin was terrified at the sight. After a few seconds, then pointed at the phone, laughing. It's just a message from your friend. But Gangmok said, silly, you don't have any friends, you fool. Weijin stood up and shouted, I have a friend. Then his phone made a sound with a notification. Weijin looked at the phone screen, then left saying I will be right back. Gangmok watched him as if he were thinking about something. In the bathroom, Weijin sat quietly, staring intently at the phone screen. The screen displayed a reduction in sound and he mumbled, Haze, what the heck? Weijin felt more and more terrified, thinking, why does it keep decreasing? Then he searched online posts. When he found it, he paused for a few seconds. The article popped up online, serves you right. Lamau Anonymous, oh my god, I can't stand those jerks making money off this fake cryptocurrency. Run away dog, run, help me, I invested right before it crashed, life is so cruel. After reading, Weijin lost his cool and cursed, calling them stupid dogs. Instead of analyzing why it dropped, they just sit and complain. Weijin looked at the phone, biting her finger, thinking, what should I do now? Should I back out before it's too late? Withdraw or stay? Withdraw, stay. Go ahead, I'm stepping back, get ready to hit the sell button. Suddenly Gangmok appeared overhead and asked, so your friend is virtual money, huh? Unexpectedly startled Weijin, who yelled out, oh my god, Gangmok said. Buddy, go outside. Weijin still took a moment to calm down. After that, in front of the gaming cafe, Gangmok smoked while he remained silent. After a moment, Gangmok turned and asked, tell me honestly, how much have you lost? Weijin hesitated and said, thinking to himself, I'm done for. Then he hesitated and spoke slowly. Well, actually, he was still scared, thinking to himself, if I tell the truth, this thug might turn his back on me. Just thought about it but didn't have a chance to say more when Gangmok spoke up. Forget what I just asked, you idiot. Crypto masters like you always know how to invest in other deals, even if some money gets lost somewhere. You have experience while I don't. At this moment, Weijin suddenly realized, oh right, from the very beginning he didn't even know what kind of cryptocurrency he had invested in. It seems like I've narrowly escaped a disaster, but now I'm absolutely certain about one thing. He's just a thug who wouldn't hesitate to leave me, nothing more, nothing less. Once you lose all your money and are no longer wealthy, it's best not to get too close to this guy. After Gangmok finishes smoking, he got into the car and said, all right, can we go home now? He said that and got into the car. After a moment, seeing him still standing there, he asked, what are you waiting for? He replied, Gangmok. I'll stay overnight at a nearby inn, he asked. What? Then frowned and said, come on, how many times do I have to tell you? You have to stay close to me. Weijin scratched his head and said, I just want to be alone tonight. I'll find a motel near your place and call you if anything comes up, so don't worry too much. Seeing Weijin holding a phone, Gangmok picked up his phone and said, transfer me 3 million won before you go. He asked, what? The guy replied, it's the deposit, you idiot. How would I know if you're planning to skip out and not pay? I'll let you go if you give me 3 million won first, Weijin thought. Deposit my ass, as if he would ever pay that money back to me. After a while, Weijin said nothing. Gangmok, leaning on the steering wheel, said, if you don't want to, you'll have to come to me. Under the bright light in the dark of night, Weijin cursed under his breath. Bastard, I knew he was just like those trashy guys tailing me. He walked and thought, after all the money he had spent trying to enjoy together, I got swept away, and pay for everything that Anta wants to buy. The only reason I didn't say anything was because I also bought something for myself when I was with A&H Ta. He was actually even worse than those crazy thugs. Then he said whatever. Taking out the phone to check the crypto exchange, wondering how much more it will drop. The longer I watch Weijin, the more uncomfortable I feel. It's bad. Should I pull my money out? What the heck? Wait a minute. It's dropping again. We should pull out before it drops further. Where's the sell button? Oh my god. He was so angry that he didn't notice a car approaching from behind, and someone got out of the car. Just cursed them out, then turned around, and Weijin also saw those people. You are big, They were held back, their mouths covered. Weijin struggled to ask, who are you? Trying to pull the hand covering her mouth, she shouted, ah, what the hell, let me go. They reached behind Weijin's head, then pushed him down. The guy in the blue shirt among the two spoke up. Hey. He glanced at him. He said, shut up. Weijin wondered, what the hell is going on? Then he asked him, what do you think you're doing? Just asked when someone slammed a hammer down in front of me. So the driver yelled and then said one more word. I smashed his head with this. At that moment Weijin guessed, are these the crazy guys from before? He widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking, no, it can't be. Look at the hammer. Then looking at the tattoo, he guessed, they looked like real gangsters. What the hell, even gangsters these days are looking at those online posts too, the driver said. Tell that bastard to sit down, it's time to go. Weijin worriedly thought, why are the gangsters chasing me? The gangster let him go and said, sit properly, jerk. He's still asking, why? Suddenly realized something. A sound echoed, Oh, it turned out to be Wee Jin. Junyoung laughed and looked at him, cursing. You bastard, you scumbag. He asked, how have you been lately, haha? I know you and my money are still doing well, right? Wee Jin looked at him and said, Junyoung, that bastard, he said. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm just here to get my money back, you get it. Give me back my money, Wee Jin. Then the two sides looked at each other. Junyoung looked with a gaze of contempt mixed with smugness. Wee Jin gritted his teeth and said, you. That bastard. He then lunged at Junyoung. He grabbed his collar and shouted, you bastard. Junyoung laughed and said, haha, you're still bad at analyzing the situation as always. He yelled, shut up, you dog. Go to hell, you trash. The driver saw the two people arguing and shouted, hey, you two, stop it, damn you. Wee Jin kept attacking and shouted, die. In the end, the two grabbed his hands and tied them up. Junyoung, sitting next to him, said, Hada, you're too rough, you dog. You're still as hot-tempered as ever. I guess some things never change, huh? What does it feel like to be the most famous superstar on social media? You've been telling me non-stop how jealous you are of famous people who easily make millions just because they're famous. Wee Jin turned and said, shut up. But Junyoung still wouldn't stop talking. Oh right, it seems like you've hired a bodyguard too. That guy sticks with you all day, man. What's he up to? Wee Jin didn't reply. He continued, whatever, what a pathetic guy. Haha, poor guy for having met you. Because I already sent someone to handle it, how could anyone else report that you're missing? Wee Jin turned and said, Junyoung, you bastard, you've been following me all this time with the money I gave you? That guy replied, in the end, you can't buy anything with money. Wee Jin asked, don't you know that cryptocurrency prices are dropping? Junyoung replied, of course I know, you idiot. But I'm not scared. It's just a process of filtering out the mindless investors, he asked. Mindless investing. Junyoung replied, those pests jumped in just because they saw the cryptocurrency price increase a little. This process wiped them out, and once they're all gone, the price will go up again. Suddenly he asked, you know Chuck Fielder, right? The richest billionaire in the world mentioned loser coin. It seems like he just mentioned it again on his social media page, so no doubt its value will hit a peak again. He turned to look at him and said, but Wee Jin, then patted his head and asked, what does its price drop have to do with you? Anyway, it's my money, haha, he said, sticking out his tongue to tease him. After teasing, he got scolded by people on the bus. Don't smoke on the bus, you dog, he said. Oh, I'm sorry. The car then stopped in front of an abandoned house. The gang of thugs escorted Woo Jin inside. He cursed, Ma, all I see ahead is darkness with just a single flame. The old marks and torture tools still remain on the ground. Junyoung laughed and said, Wee Jin, don't make things more difficult. He looked at the scene in front of him and said, Junyoung, then turned around and shouted, bastard, why did you do this to me? What the hell is the problem? That's my money, Thangel. Junyoung shouted back, how could that be your money? It was in my account from the beginning. Wee Jin said, I gave you money to invest in your account, he replied. I don't care. The money you gave me wasn't even yours. You got it from a private loan, didn't you? So, according to your reasoning, isn't that just borrowed money? Junyoung gritted his teeth and said, all that money is mine. It is in my account, so I have the right. While yelling, a driver came over, pushed Junyoung aside and said, hey, shut up for me, stop roaring and get out of the way. Are you just 10 so loud? Then that guy walked up and kicked Wee Jin in the back, making him cry out in pain. Fall down. Wee Jin curses inwardly, then said, please don't hit me. The driver didn't care and said, hurry up so we can eat. One of the two who came out earlier replied, got it. Wee Jin, terrified, begged, I'll pay you more than that jerk, really. I have more money than him. Please, how much is it paying you? Please, I will pay you double. Please don't kill me. Suddenly, a light shone on the group, leaving them confused. When the car's headlights shone directly inside, everyone looked on in confusion and silence. Inside the car, a bruised person turned to the driver and said, we've arrived at the meeting point. The driver took out a cigarette and replied, excellent. Turns out Gangmok next to him laughed and continued, that's a good direction. Pushed his head into the car door. He stepped out of the car and asked, what did I say? Wee Jin, you shouldn't wander off alone. Wee Jin saw someone arrive and happily said, Gangmok, I knew you would come to save me. Thinking about continuing, he noticed Gangmok was angry, so he said, shut up, you idiot. After I take care of these guys, I'll deal with you. See how Cow got into trouble for not trusting the person he should have trusted. You're making me run around just to protect you. Is this how you treat your exclusive employee? Oh my god, just thinking about it makes me so mad. I think I'm out of options, he said, then threw the cigarette down. Call Wee Jin, you answer yes. Gangmok's face darkened as he said, each one is 500,000 won. 3 gangsters kidnapped the boy, confused, asked, what? Gangmok didn't care about those people. He just looked at them and asked, you object? Wee Jin replied no. After confirming, Gangmok looked at the group and said, You heard it, you thugs. One of the two guys got out of the car, scratching his head and saying, Hata can't believe it. Can't these guys take down one guy? Rather die than live like this, Gangmok said. You, stop talking nonsense and hurry up so I can go home, said while tauntingly hooking a finger. That guy angrily said, What, you bastard? Go to hell. Then that guy rushed in and attacked. Gangmok punched straight in the face. Dropped the mask he was wearing, nose punched and bleeding. Gangmok raised his hand to punch again. The sound of punches and kicks echoed repeatedly. Junyoung watched in shock. A few minutes later, the guy lay there with his mouth open and said, Done. Take one. He held the person who had just been struck, brushed his hair, and asked, Who's next? Gangmok coldly said, Next person. The leader, hearing your tone, gritted his teeth in anger. He cursed at the brat and swung his fist, charging forward. When Koch Gangmok got close, he even said he'd... But the next second, he was already flattened on the ground. The tattooed guy, seeing his gang defeated, paused for a moment, looking at the young man. He stared at Gangmok and asked, Who are you? Someone from the rival gang or what? Gangmok responded with utter disdain, Kiss my ass, you think everyone is like you idiot. Stop stalling and jump in. The tattooed guy heard that and clenched his fists, his face turning dark. Then he pulled out a sharp knife. He was still threatening you when Gangmok cut him off. Shut up and act. He shouted, You're a jerk. But when he swung the knife this way, that hand was immediately grabbed by Gangmok. A strong blow to the elbow made him cry out in pain. Next came the sound of bones breaking. This time he let out a pitiful, continuous wail. Weijin and Ah-yeon stood outside and watched as that guy was handled swiftly. He was still foaming at the mouth, lying on the ground clutching his arm, trembling and groaning. Gangmok looked down coldly and said to him, Let me tell you, your gang is the kind of people I despise the most in this world. Those bastards only behave properly and obediently in front of those with power. Now his gaze turned cold and vicious. But acting tough in front of the weak, you guys prey like hyenas. Weijin felt his hair stand on end upon hearing that. Until they collapse and you rush in to clean up the mess, then he steps on him. Blood-sucking demon, his eyes now full of malice, no longer seeing him as human. Gangmok glanced at the tattooed guy lying still on the ground and casually uttered two words. It's over. You look at the other two and ask, Is that pig-headed Ba the last one? Weijin looked at Junyoung with a smug expression, while Junyoung, after seeing everyone taken down, bit his lip in fear. Gangmok asked him, Who are you anyway? You're clearly not part of the gang, I can tell just by looking at you. When Junyoung was questioned, your face turned pale. Weijin, tied up and sitting on the ground, quickly shouted, Gangmok, he's the mastermind. He's the one who leaked my personal information online. This bastard even hired gangsters to beat and tie me up until I died. Saying this, tears welled up in his eyes, about to fall. Gangmok heard that and gently asked how he dared to go that far. Ju-hyung, standing next to them, interrupted their conversation, saying excuse me. His attitude changed 180 degrees as he cheerfully asked Gangmok, hearing that, It must have been that Weijin hired you as his personal bodyguard or something like that, right? How much is it paying you? I'll pay you more so. Gangmok walked up to him, slapped him hard across the face and scolded, Knock it off, you idiot. You just physically assaulted me and yelled at me. Why should I trust a jerk who hired gangsters to kill someone? Ah-yeon could only cower and cover her head with her hands. You still want to kill me, you bastard. Weijin stood aside and smiled happily. Gangmok kept lecturing him. If you're so rich, then go buy gifts for your parents, you idiot. Unless, of course, they have already left you. The rope was thrown on the ground. Weijin rubbed his freed wrist and called out Junyoung, while Gangmok was smoking behind him. Weijin said the situation has clearly changed, while Junyoung was kneeling on the ground, grimacing and holding his aching body after just being beaten. Weijin bit his lip as if trying to hold back an overwhelming emotion. Somewhere, you rushed in and shouted loudly, Dirty bastard. While slapping him hard, Junyoung's face was knocked to the side as he cried out in pain. Weijin gritted his teeth in anger, furiously kicking as he asked him, Why did you do this to me? I gave you 1,000,000,000. Isn't it because you had to push things this far? And besides, weren't you two once friends? Junyoung rubbed his scratched face and asked, Your friend? Then we immediately shouted at Weijin, I have my butt. He loudly criticized you, saying you've already smashed my head. Weijin was even more furious after hearing his words and scolded the brat. He continued speaking, saying, And there's more. He sat on the ground, looked straight at Weijin and shouted, I never considered you my friend. Weijin was shocked and asked what, while Junyoung still supported venting even when we were bullied at school. You acted like you were comforting me with words like, Let's get through this together when we were both still in school and bullied who aired it out together. But you secretly hold back like you're different from me. Because of his insecurity, Junyoung feels that Weijin doesn't really see him as a friend. While we were all struggling to stack food on the shelves, you lectured me about finding a minimum wage job like you were somehow better than me. Finally, you gave up everything and tried to end your life. Hearing this, Weijin's expression also changed. Junyoung still loudly said, You're just as pathetic as I am. But you put on that superior face like you think at least your life is better than mine. I can't stomach that crap anymore. Even playing with cryptocurrency, you play the charity role by giving me a portion of the money that should have all been mine. Weijin felt it was completely unreasonable and responded, how can it all be yours? Suddenly his tone changed, surprising Weijin. But now that I think about it, I think that it's all my fault. I'm so sorry, Weijin. He suddenly clasped his hands together, begging for forgiveness. I won't do it again. I promise I'll stay quiet and disappear. Both Gangmak and Weijin were stunned by his attitude for a moment. But in the end, Weijin still didn't agree to respond. Forget the nonsense and hand over your phone. Weijin, please. Without this money, I might really die. We used to be friends, but as you said, please, I promise we will never meet again. He knelt there crying, pleading with tears and snot all over his face. Weijin got ready to kick. His eyes closed firmly as he said, before I lose my patience. Gangmak didn't bother to look, turning away instead. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a car came rushing by. Gangmak quickly grabbed Weijin by the collar and pulled him aside to avoid the car. He was yanked off his feet and onto the ground, while Ayan seized the chance to jump onto the car. Weijin watched the car drive away, still puzzled, and asked, what the heck is that? He could only angrily curse jerk as he watched the car drive away. Before he fled, he stuck his head out of the car and said, I will get my revenge, I swear. Weijin pointed at the turning car and said to Gangmak, Gangmak, let's chase them. Gangmak, being very rational, responded, we don't even know where they're going or if they're prepared. Moreover, I noticed that whenever we talked, your face always seemed a bit serious. Weijin sensed something was wrong. The fan on the wall is spinning, making a sound. The leader's face was as dark as a stormy sky, holding a wooden stick and calling out Ayan in a low, deep voice, Go Junyong. I thought this was supposed to be an easy job. Ayan, barely alive, is slumped in front of that guy. The leader, while fiddling with a cigarette in his hand, said, I told you we should gather more information before taking action. Then Gach grabbed the wooden stick, stood up, and walked toward Ayan, who was sitting. His eyes cold and disdainful, as if staring at a pile of trash, he asked, Didn't you insist you only needed 3 or 4 guys to get it done, huh? He pointed the long stick at Ayan's head and asked, My man got hurt because of you. How are you going to make up for it? Ayan's face, now bruised and beaten, replied, I will pay you extra. The cold-blooded leader doubled the price. Ayan, scared, could only hastily agree, double it, so please. The man's eyes looked at Ayan with disdain. You better listen to us. Now he can only say of course. The leader tilted his head and ordered the followers behind him. You guys? They immediately replied, Yes, big brother. Scratches pointed at the photo on the table and gave an order. Here is the photo of Gangmak. Find all the information about this bastard. And bring it back here for me. His eyes were cold and dark as he looked at the photo, even stubbing out his cigarette on it. He wants to tear Gangmak apart. On the other side, Gangmak is telling Weijin about his decision. I'm quitting. Leave here. Weijin was stunned and asked, Are you serious? That evening, after we returned to Gangmak's house, Weijin sat upright facing him. I told him everything that had happened up to now, even the smallest details. Did not miss anything. Even the reason why I decided to end my life. And how I broke my promise. What happened between me and Junhyung and Con M. About loser coin and how I invested in it. Gangmak stayed silent for a while after hearing everything I said, until... I said everything. Gangmak finally spoke. Weijin, get out of my house. His reaction startled Weijin, who quickly asked back, Are you serious? Gangmak replied coldly, I thought my only job was to protect you from those crazy thugs chasing after your cryptocurrency gains. But the gangsters later, I really didn't expect this. This is truly dangerous. I thought you were some kind of crypto master or something, but seriously, loser coin? Are you kidding me? Weijin immediately showed a fearful expression, pleading with Gangmak, Please, you have to help me. Weijin quickly clasped his hands together. I'll listen to you and won't go anywhere alone anymore, Gangmak snapped angrily. Shut the hell up. Why the hell do I have to deal with real gangsters? Call the police or something? We're not living in some lawless place. Weijin shrank back and replied, I can't trust the cops. Gangmak looked at him for a moment, couldn't help but exclaim, Are you crazy? Weijin clenched his fist on his thigh and said in a low voice, To be honest with you, I have never received any help from anyone, throughout my entire life. Since I was just a child, my parents, they always argued and blamed each other for my birth, and every time they stop arguing, I'm always the one who has to take the hit. Once I got fed up with the abuse and beatings, so I mustered all my courage and asked the police for help. When he arrived, my father immediately pretended to be kind. The police officer took one look and sighed, calling me, kiddo. Prank calling the police station isn't cool, you understand that, right? Two adults immediately exchanged glances and said, Sorry, our kid wasted your time. They do that a lot, haha, and I could only stand there awkwardly. The police officer kindly bowed his head and advised me, "Little buddy, your dad might scold you because you always like to cause trouble. So listen to your dad, do your homework on time, and take care of other things, okay?" The police left, and my father still had that fake smile on his lips. "Good night," I tried to say. No. The door quickly closed, my last hope was shattered, and my father's gaze also quickly changed. I can only call out once, "Pa," hoping he would spare me this time, but that was impossible. He immediately reached out for the umbrella in the corner of the house. And finally I was kicked out of the house. I still remember it was a heavy rainy day, and time just kept passing by as I went to school and got bullied there. And even when I was tormented in the military by my superior officers, no one in this society has ever cared to help me, not even once. All of them have pushed me to the edge of the abyss. Please reconsider. Uijin Tuyet Vojung knelt before Gangmok. You know how this society is. There's no forgiveness for someone like me, with no status or connections to rely on. You are the first person to help me in my entire 25 years of life. You are the only person I can trust. Gangmok is leaning back now. It's hard to name the feeling. Uijina. I don't care, he said coldly. No one asked about your life story. Why should I care about your misfortunes? Do you think I'm going to be like, "Oh my God, you've been through so much," and offer to stay by your side until death do us part or something? It's like you're the only one with a story to tell, and no one else has to deal with misfortune in life. Why the hell should I risk my life to save yours? Besides, now that you have money, you can build your status and relationships with that opening. Uijin lowered his voice, pleading. Then I will pay you more, so please, Gangmok asked directly. How much? Uijin immediately proposed, double it. Gangmok without thinking crossed his arms, no. Uijin continued speaking, 3 times as much, while Gangmok now revealed a weary look, stood up and sighed, my friend. This is a matter of life and death. How much money do you think it would take for me to consider risking my life? He frowned and said sternly, while Uijin could only lower his head in fear. Not sure how much time has passed, at a hotel nearby. Uijin is sitting blankly on the bed staring at his phone. Gangmok's words came to mind. Think about it all night and text me your answer tomorrow, then I'll decide. Looking at the stock prices on the phone again, Uijin fell into deep thought. It's rising again, just as Junyong said. Eugene's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. It's him, Chuck Fielder, right? Just one article from this guy. He accessed the other person's profile. Realizing that just one word he says can cause a fluctuation of a large sum of money, so much that millions of people could only dream of. That means his life is worth more than the lives of millions, right? Worth it, huh? This made Uijin reflect. We should pay him. Gangmok, how much here? The next morning, at a bright building on the street, on the shelf are 2 urns of a married couple, along with a photo of their family of 4. Gangmok was squatting in front of the 2 urns, staring blankly for a moment. He sat still, looking at the family photo and the small urns holding his parents in front of him. It was like thinking about something for a long time, then sighed, looking at the image of the happy 4-member family in the past KLA. He couldn't help but mutter a curse, that foolish idiot. He thinks he's the only one with some unfortunate stories to tell. Gangmok recalled the scene of another place, where there were many jars of precious infused liquor on the shelf. A person is sitting with their back turned, gazing at the cabinet, when suddenly there's a knock at the door outside. He turned his face and said in a low voice, "Come in." 2 men in formal suits walked in, respectfully addressing him as Senator. Senator Danjia asked, "So, is that the name of the new person you told me about?" The spiky-haired man nodded. "Yes, sir. I've worked with him before. He's quite strong and brave." The senator looked intrigued, gave a slight smirk, and asked the other person, "What's your name?" Looking at the parliamentary symbol on his chest, he still remembers, at that moment, I was really curious about how much I was worth. Choi Gangmok stepped forward with a serious expression and introduced himself. "Choi Gangmok, sir." At this moment, moving to another place, at a small shop on the street, Miran's home-cooked soup and stew, the little sister held out her gloves and sweetly asked, "Can you wash the dishes for me, Gangmok?" Gangmok looked at the girl, grumbled as usual, and said, "No." The poor little sister kept begging her brother, "Come on, you can't do this to your cute little sister, right?" Gangmok coldly replied, "You said you were going to wash the dishes, didn't you?" The sister squeezed his shoulder and pitifully said, "I've worked so much today, my arms are all tired now." Gangmok finally gave in and said, All right, get out of the way." The sister immediately beamed with joy. "Really? You are amazing. The best." She barely finished her sentence when a hand suddenly slapped her face from behind. "You little brat." The mother standing behind scolded her younger daughter. "Thanks to your brother's loan, we were able to reopen the restaurant, and you just sit around while he does all the work?" The younger daughter held her swollen face, sobbing. It hurt so much. She spoke up in defense. "I didn't ask Viet An. He said he'd do it for me." The mother couldn't say anything more, just clicked her tongue in disapproval. Unbelievable. Come here, don't get used to it. Gangmak stood aside smiling as he watched his mother teach his sister. Right at that moment, the kitchen door was opened by someone. Gangmak thought it was the staff, so he cut in and asked, "Hey, how's everything going?" But the person who walked in surprised him. Oh cha, his father was carrying a package as he entered. The father smiled gently when he saw his son, saying, "Ah, Gangmak, I didn't know you were coming." As the afternoon faded, the sunset painted a stunning picture in the sky. Gangmak and his father sat outside the shop's entrance. His father smiled and said, "Son, Dad kept worrying about what kind of person I'd become since I kept getting into fights all through school." Gangmak frowned and replied, "I've already told you. Dad, I only kicked the butt of some jerk who was bullying everyone. The braggarts who specialize in bullying," the father replied in a low voice. "That's exactly what I'm worried about." Hearing this, Gangmak stopped drinking water and glanced at his father in confusion. His father gazed into the distance and said, "I'm still worried, even though it's not your fault, because I have no one to turn to or any connections to help you. So you should apologize to them. Because of our family's circumstances, you can't live your life to the fullest." Gangmak chuckled and asked, "Why is father suddenly thinking so much? You've seen it with your own eyes and already brought a lot of money home." The son said it was worth that amount of money. The father smiled slightly, looked at the glass of water in his hand, and repeated what he had just said. "Worth it, huh? Gangmak, it's great that you're making good money, but with the money you earn, your responsibilities will increase accordingly, because you are my only son, more valuable than anything in this world." Gangmak felt a bit shy hearing those words, avoiding his father's gaze and quietly turning away. Two people weren't used to chatting like that, so they quickly got up. "You need to wake up early tomorrow, right?" "Yes." "All right, finish up and go to bed early. Always remember, we'll always support you, my son." One evening, in a deserted neighborhood, Gangmak stood stunned, staring at the scene before him. The spiky-haired guy from the other day stood there, along with a gang of thugs carrying clubs on their shoulders. Tokchia saw him and immediately scolded, "You're late." Gangmak stood there speechless, only able to say, "Hello." "What's with these gangsters?" A man with a stick angrily stepped forward and asked Gangmak, "What the hell are you saying?" But Chia intervened, "Enough. We will work together, be nice to others." Gangmak was shocked and asked, "What, work with them?" Spiky nodded back, "Go ahead, take a look. Our job is to get those poor people out of that place. Even though they've been notified to vacate, they still refuse to leave." Gangmak looked at the protest sign hanging there. "Planning this area only benefits the rich," his spiky hair concluded. "Now drag them all out, with the help of this crowd." Gangmak raised his hand to his forehead and cursed, "Damn it." The annoyed man asked the spiky-haired guy, "Jinwan, are you kidding me? Do you think I came here to deal with street thugs?" The spiky-haired guy also looked impatient, as if saying, "Why call me to be a guard, you idiot?" He patted Gangmak on the shoulder and said, "Come out here and talk." The two quickly moved to a nearby corner. The spiky-haired guy didn't waste time and said right away, "Listen up, Gangmak. One of the promises the senator made when elected mayor of this area was to redevelop the slum. If those rats don't want to leave, that promise won't hold any weight, and that will become a political threat to Senator. Our job is to eliminate those threats to protect the people we are safeguarding. In other words, we are protecting our day in this way. Anyway, we're not the ones who actually have to do the dirty work. Let the thugs handle it. We only step in when things get out of hand." Gangmak couldn't swallow his words any longer and cut him off. "Shut the hell up. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? How is what you did any different from them? Is being a politician like being a gangster now?" "Your spiky hair annoys me, Gangmak. Watch your mouth." And Gangmak calmly replied, "Fuck off." Spiky hair frowned and continued, "Let me tell you what the mayor said." The mayor sat in the room, wiping his prized liquor bottles, smiling as he asked, "What do you think is the most important thing for a politician?" "That is a solid foundation." "What will lay a strong foundation for politicians?" "Most people think the citizens are the main supporters." "Meaningless, not at all like they think. The public is just a bunch of worker ants. They only focus on the small immediate benefits in front of them. We cannot build a strong country with such ignorant people. It's unstable and too dangerous. When they feel uncomfortable or see a sweeter candy, of course, they'll turn their backs and run away. We can't help those narrow-minded types. So what truly forms a solid foundation for politicians? As casualties, their corpses, he revealed a vicious look and said, "We need to eliminate as many of those insects as possible and use their bodies to build a stronger foundation. Small creatures will be grateful to us and might even submit, and death is the best promise to build a legacy, because dead bodies can't move anywhere. We need someone to collect those bodies." The spiky-haired guy told Gangmak, "That's when we jump in. We do everything in our power to keep the senator's hands clean from that filthy stuff. Have you understood the work you will be doing?" Gangmak closed his eyes and crossed his arms, replying, I understand. It's simple. We'll have to get our hands dirty, spiky hair, and serious face, that's right. If you understand, who would have thought that at this moment, the fist had already swung toward his face. Gangmok angrily punched towards him, but his hand was grabbed by the other guy. He aggressively asked Gangmok, "What the hell are you trying to do?" Gangmok casually asked again, "Didn't you just say our job is to deal with dirty stuff?" Spiky-haired man frowned, said something. Gangmok, with a cold expression, raised his fist again towards him. "I'm just trying to get my job done, doing my work." He swung his fist toward Chia, but he quickly dodged. Gangmok still hasn't stopped. He continued wrapping his arms around the other guy's neck, then forcefully pushed him against the wall behind, threatening, "Hey, do you know how I was raised, yet you still have the guts to make me do things like this?" Right then, the gangsters heard the noise and rushed over. The guy with spiky hair, raised his hand to stop them. He laughed harshly. "Gangmok, you're the one who kept telling me you wanted to escape that miserable situation with your family. You told me many times back when we worked together a long time ago, and I helped you get out of it. What's your problem now, you bastard? You said you would do anything to get money, didn't you? Now you have a high-paying job, even getting paid in advance. Do you want your family to be pushed into that damn place again? You used the upfront money to open the store. Now you can't take it back, so you better get to work." His words reminded Gangmok of his family. He could only grit his teeth and suppress his anger, struggling constantly between conscience and money for the family, finally lowering his hand. Then she sighed, letting her hair down. Then, to the astonishment of the crowd, he turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. The spiky-haired guy tried to convince him, saying this was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. "I'll give you one more chance because I was the one who introduced you to the senator. Think about it. See you tomorrow." Gangmok remained silent and did not respond to him. Spiky Hair turned to the thugs and said, "Let's call it a day here." They were puzzled. "What? So what about our money today?" Tokchia, who was already annoyed, shouted, "No work, no money, now get out of here, you bastards." A moment later, the rundown neighborhood became quiet once more. Gangmok was walking when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. "Someone is holding up a stick." Then he struck Gangmok's head so hard that the stick broke and shouted, "You bastard!" The thug angrily said, "Lucky for you we only lost a day's wage. What the hell, man? Everyone suffers because of one jerk who doesn't want to work. You should just die, bastard." Gangmok, blood streaming from his head, looked up and stood. He said in a low voice, "Truly generous people." The two thugs, surprised, asked, "What?" Gangmok smirked at them and said, "I was just looking to blow off some steam." The two thugs sneered mockingly, "Listen to this kid talking. Did we mess up his brain just now or what? Hit him." As soon as he finished speaking, Gangmok threw a punch at him. That person was quickly thrown several meters away. The other name showed fear, and Gangmok had no intention of sparing him. "Hey, it's your turn." He waved him over. The gangster showed a look of terror. Quickly gritting his teeth, he swung the stick toward Gangmok. "Damn you." The noise echoed throughout the small neighborhood. After dealing with them, Gangmok walked down the street with both hands in his pockets. He went to his family's newly opened small store. Gangmok didn't step in but just stood at the door, peeking through. Seeing his parents busy at the kitchen counter, Gangmok fell into silent contemplation, watching them for a long time. If you quit now, what should Claw do about the money? Frustration made him curse, damn it. Early the next morning, at the subdivision set for clearance, the spiky-haired figure was already there, tilting his head as he watched the approaching person. Seeing the two thugs with bruised faces, he asked them, "What happened to your faces?" And of course, they were too embarrassed to answer. At this moment, he saw someone approaching. "Oh, there you are," Gangmok said sternly, looking at him. The two men obediently bowed toward him, greeting the boss. The spiky-haired one also smiled, happy to meet again. Gangmok responded bluntly, "Shut up. Just tell me what to do." Spiky Hair looked at him for a few seconds, then smirked. He said, "You don't have to do much," then cursing echoed through the neighborhood. "Damn bastards." Spiky Haired told Gangmok, "Just make sure these thugs don't go too far." The thug was grabbing an old man's shirt and threatening him. "I told you guys to get out of here." The job of Gangmok is to observe, and when the work is almost done, lead them to the next area. Keep repeating this until everyone is kicked out of the house. Gangmok thought to himself, this is a 6-month contract. 6 months, then I'll be out of here. He just silently watched them engage in violence. "And you will get the money for your whole family to have a really good meal." The next day, they turned away as if not seeing the thugs chasing away the weak. "So we can make money to bring delicious meat home for the family." The thugs even attacked the elderly. This cycle keeps repeating, watching them get beaten and threatened, then having money for my family to be happy. The hammer struck down, and at the same time, the golf club hit the ball. Gangmok stood behind, listening to the spiky-haired guy clap and flatter the superior officer. "Great shot." The secretary chimed in, "Yes, sir, that was a perfect strike." The senator smiled smugly, As everything followed the expected course, the redevelopment project proceeded as planned. Even the people from the surrounding areas are happy to know that the rundown village will soon disappear. Winning the upcoming election is a piece of cake. He turned and praised the spiky-haired guy, saying, "Good job, Mr. Kim. You found a gem like Gangmok. He did exactly what you said." The spiky-haired guy happily bowed. "Thank you, sir." Senator bowed his head again, preparing to polish. "We're nearing the final steps. Make sure everything is handled neatly to avoid unnecessary media attention. Getting involved with them is a real hassle." The ball hit the bullseye precisely. Tokchia bowed his head to receive the order. "Yes, sir." Over here, the thug's hammer is still coming down. They ruthlessly destroy people's belongings. Gangmok, already accustomed to this scene, asked Spiky Hair, "How many houses are left?" Spiky Hair looked at the documents and replied, "Seems like 10 households." Just then a shout came from behind him, "The thugs." He rushed past the thugs and headed straight for Gangmok. They didn't have time to react and shouted, "Stop him." The man quickly stepped forward, grabbed Gangmok's shirt, and angrily asked, "You're the ringleader of this scum, aren't you, bastard? Where are we supposed to go when you destroy everything in our house, you thugs?" Gangmok looked away, avoiding the topic. "I heard you guys already got the compensation." His words made the man even more agitated. No one can go anywhere with such a small amount of money. Couldn't even afford a small rundown room. You kicked us out onto the street, leaving us to fend for ourselves. At that moment, the thug managed to grab him and drag him away. After that, he violently pushed the man to the ground. Those guys quickly surrounded and beat him up. "How dare you, bastard!" His family screamed in fear, "Honey, stop!" At this moment, Gangmok also spoke up, "Enough!" The two thugs finally stopped, looking at him with a slightly strange gaze but still obediently replied, "Yes." Gangmok looked nervously at the man, and their curses rang out. "You scum will be wiped out by heaven and earth." The mother cried and scolded, "How could you even call yourself a human being?" The girl, still a student, cried out in fear, worriedly calling, "Father, father!" And that image startled Gangmok a bit. He thought of his younger sister when he called, as that student was about her age. Gangmok turned away, not wanting to let himself become soft-hearted. He raised his voice, calling out to the thugs standing on the other side. "You guys, do what you need to do." The two men immediately picked up the sticks, understood. The terrified scream rang out again. "Please call an ambulance." Gangmok stood by, clenching his fists, not turning his head. The girl's desperate cries echoed, "Dad, Dad." At this moment the scene shifts, and an envelope is presented to everyone, for the whole family here. Gangmok handed it to his family and said, "I received a bonus at work." The whole family was so surprised and happy. "Oh my gosh, how much is this? Don't touch it, kid." "Mom, why do you always scold me? I just want to look at it." The father smiled, stepped forward, and patted his son on the shoulder. "I'm proud of you," Gangmok nodded. "It's nothing, Dad." The mother, arguing with her daughter, called out, "Dinner's ready." Gangmok headed towards his room, smiled, and said, "No need. I don't feel like eating much today. I'm a bit tired. Good night, everyone." He turned away without looking back. Parents looked at him with concern, while his younger sister whispered, "He must be feeling unwell." Stepping into the small room, Gangmok didn't turn on the light but removed his tie. He lay exhausted on his bed. Just like that, lost in thoughts about those things. And so, until a few days later, Gangmok discovered that the couple he was chasing had died. A lot of cigarette butts fell into a corner of the floor. Gangmok was smoking when he heard a voice behind him. "Hey!" Spiky Hair smirked as he walked over and asked, "When did you start smoking?" Gangmok coldly replied, "Mind your own business." Spiky Hair continued, "No need to worry too much about what just happened. There are a few articles, but the senator said he would handle them. He definitely won't bother with such trivial things." Gangmok said to you, "Hey, do you really think I care what those damn people think about me?" Tokchia silently assessed him. Gangmok also looked directly at him. At this moment, a noise came from behind them. A little girl was stumbling along the road, muttering something. "Dad? Mom!" the little girl cried out. Spiky Hair stared at the little girl for a while. Then tell Gangmok, "Well, you did a great job today, just like always. See you tomorrow." Gangmok kept looking at the little girl. "Where is everyone, Mom, Dad?" He felt extremely uneasy inside and let out a sigh. The next day, everyone saw the little girl awkwardly walking again. "Dayum, she's back here again." Two thugs said to each other, "Hasn't it been like this for days? It keeps coming back here like a zombie, just ignore it." It was already a loser. The girl widened her eyes. Seeing a familiar figure standing nearby, she looked at Gangmok smoking on the other side. Gangmok still didn't realize she was watching him. At this moment, the scene shifts to a pot of water boiling on the stove. The mother turned to him and asked, "Are you quitting your job next week?" "Why is that?" Gangmok said to his mother. "I just feel like this isn't the right job for me. I'll find a new one. During that time, you might help everyone at the restaurant." The little sister smiled brightly. So you're going to work with the whole family, Gangmok. Relieved, I felt like my body was about to fall apart. The mother couldn't help but scold, "You lazy girl, all day you just bury your face in your phone without doing anything else." The younger sister immediately retorted, "I just turned on the machine for 3 seconds." I don't know why, but Gangmok saw the scene of that little girl through his sister. He looked awkward, lowering his face. And the father standing behind also saw this scene, anxiously watching his son. After a while outside the shop, night had fallen. Gangmok was sitting outside smoking when his father came over and called him, "Gangmok." "Dad didn't know you smoked," Gangmok quickly said. "I'm sorry, I'll put it out right away." The father saw him like that and worriedly asked, "Is everything okay? You don't look well." Gangmok was silent for a moment, then hesitantly said, "Father, if what your father did to help his family became a burden for others to bear. In that case, what do you think your father would do?" "What do you mean by that?" Gangmok asked his father, his mood extremely unsettled. The father silently looked at him for a moment, then asked Gangmok, "Are you talking about your current job?" Gangmok bowed his head in silence. A few seconds later the father spoke up, "If I were you, you will blame your parents for putting you in a situation where you can't refuse such work. You did nothing wrong, Gangmok. I'm truly sorry for being such a terrible father and putting you in this unfortunate situation." Gangmok closed his eyes and said to his father, "Please don't say that." The father approached and patted him on the shoulder. "You'll be leaving the job soon, so forget about it, stop overthinking, and focus on our small family restaurant." They didn't know that the young student had followed Gangmok all the way here, hiding and staring at the father and son from a corner. Gangmok nodded. "Yes, father." Very quickly the next morning arrived. Gangmok was smoking in a corner as usual when he heard someone calling him. "Spiky praised you, saying, 'You did great today, just like always. Want a coffee?'" Gangmok turned his head and refused. "No need to thank me." Tak Chia opened a can of coffee, took a sip, then looked toward the road and said, "Surprising, huh? Didn't see that girl today." Gangmok asked, "What?" Spiky Hair replied, "You know who I'm talking about, the weird girl after her parents died. Truly pathetic, born to a pair of failures, and now the girl's life is ruined. How much more pathetic can it get, what? Think about it. Don't you see how selfish they are? I mean, they just die like that, leaving their daughter all alone. If they didn't intend to raise it, they should have just not given birth to it in the first place, or at least let it die along with them. Now what else can the poor girl do? She's suffering because she's responsible, unlike her irresponsible mother. Maybe Sin's mistake was being born in such a poor place." Spiky Hair paused as his lighter malfunctioned. Damn it. He turned to Gangmok. "Lend me your lighter, Fat." Gangmok put his hand in his pocket and walked over. "A lighter, huh? Here you go." He held the lighter in his hand, and to the other man's surprise, he threw a punch at his face. That guy took a hook and fell back because of his nasty mouth. But just that much from Gangmok still doesn't quench the anger. He quickly rushed over, grabbed Chia's hair, who had just lost a tooth and was lying on the ground. In his fear, he hesitated, but the fist of thunder doesn't have ears. At this moment, the senator was deep in thought watching the golf ball. He asked the secretary. "In the end, nothing is ever easy, right?" The secretary bowed her head. "Yes, sir." Senator entered and started yelling, "Those useless idiots are dead and still bothering people. A big case, we need a big case. Big enough to shift everyone's attention." That night, there was a big fire. Firefighters are working hard to put out the blaze and calm down the curious crowd. Gangmok stood behind the crowd, bewildered as he looked at his family's shop. He rushed into the crowd blocking the way. "Move aside, clear the way." Firefighters rushed to stop him, urging him to leave as it was too dangerous, but Gangmok shouted, "That's my restaurant." At this moment he widened his eyes, seeing something. There was a corpse covered with a blanket being taken outside. Gangmok almost went crazy, rushing forward, shoving the firefighter away and storming off. Under their chaotic shouts, "Stop! You can't go in there!" Gangmok rushed toward the body. He immediately pulled off the bandage covering it. It was a sight he would never forget in his lifetime. My little sister, who just yesterday was happily telling me to clean up, now lay charred black on the board. Gangmok could barely stand. He dropped to his knees, hopeless as they took his sister's body away. The police officer's voice echoed in his ear, "No more photos, everyone move aside." The suspect was found by the police and handcuffed. Escorted back to the station, passing by the spot where Gangmok was sitting, that person was none other than the student herself. Gangmok stared at her in astonishment. That girl burst out laughing at him, clearly satisfied with her revenge. Gangmok could hardly believe his eyes as he looked. The girl was escorted away. The photo of his parents is framed in white and placed neatly in the funeral room. Gangmok was silently sitting in a corner, presiding over the funeral for his family. At this moment, a guest arrived and exclaimed, "Oh my God! I deeply regret your loss, Senator." "I am truly sorry." Choi Gangmok stared at him coldly. The solemn image of Gangmok's parents is placed on the altar. At the funeral of the Gangmok family, the senator came and said, "What a tragedy. I'm really sorry for your loss. Gangmoko percentage lukt percentage at percentage him percentage and percentage asket percentage at percentage are percentage o percentage do in percentage here." He turned around and said, "Well, let me get straight to the point. Manager Choi Gangmok, how about you keep working for me? Gangmok percentage asket percentage ega in percentage at percentage dd percentage o percentage say percento 3f. Percentage senator percentage glanced percentage at percentage de percentage bodyguard percentage who percentage had percentage ben percentage hit percentage on percentage de percentage no c percentage on percentage side percentage through percentage there percentage where percentage few percentages more percentage conflicts percentage from percentage time to percentage time. You percentage are percentage still percentage and percentage outstanding percent. 20 individual percentage and percentage I percentage don't percentage 7%, 21% 20% 20 aste percentage yo percentage gang moke. So percentage 20 how percent 20 about percent 20 this percent 2c percent 20 before percent 20 he percent 20 could percent 20 finish percent 2c percent 20 gang mok percent 20 interrupted percent 2c percent 20 I percent 20 refuse. Senator rubbed his chin after listening and said, "Refuse, huh? Then percentage he percentage sat percentage down percentage and percentage side percent 2c percentage gang okay. I heard your sister is in a coma. Iti percentage must percentage cost percentage a percentage lot percentage to percentage take percentage kare percentage over percentage hair percentage in percentage de percentage hospital. Let me help you with that." Gangmok stood up after hearing and sighed. "Damn it." He angrily looked down at him and said, I refuse, you damn bastard." The bodyguard who got punched in the nose cursed, "You dog." But the senator stopped him and said, "It's okay. No need to push him too hard. He just lost his parents. Nothing I say now can comfort him. But it's really a shame I actually see potential in you. You should learn to seize your opportunities while you still can. You should learn to seize your opportunities while you still can. I'll overlook what happened with Jinwan. Consider it your severance pay." Jinwan called. "Senator," Senator said, "I don't need your consent, Jinwan. Most of the issues were resolved smoothly thanks to him, so doing this for Gangmok is the right thing to do." Gangmok asked, "What?" He turned around and asked, "Oh, you don't know anything? Do you remember those articles criticizing me? No one cares about them anymore thanks to this fire, a minor incident, easily forgotten due to a bigger incident. And the general public, more or less, also agree with the redevelopment project for the area." He sarcastically said, "Do you find it ironic? It turns out this is a stroke of luck, all thanks to the hard work of Gangmok. I know your parents will rest in peace knowing they raised a wonderful son like you." Senator saw Gangmok clenching his hand so tightly that the veins popped out. He walked over, placed his hand on my shoulder and laughed. "Ha ha, such a pity. I really like people like you," Gangmok said. "Oh dear." Senator Thakmak asked, "Huh?" Gangmok looked over and asked, "Did you just hit me?" He nervously asked, "What, you—" Barely finished the sentence when Gangmok punched him in the stomach. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even open his eyes evenly. Gangmok said, "This is self-defense. Are the guards rushing in asking if you've lost your mind?" Gangmok, but he still punched down. Repeated punches raining down. The senator covered his face with his hand as everyone rushed in, telling each other to stop it. Some guys doing the cleaning grabbed his hair and yanked his shirt. Someone shouted, "Stop it, you fool," and the consequence. Gangmok must go to jail. 1 year later, he was released. Senator Jong Yun-ho continues his successful political career, with posters featuring his image everywhere, the loyal servant of the people, Yun-ho Jong. In Gangmok, there's not even time to think about revenge. Because when Gangmok was standing below the hospital, he saw his sister bandaged. Completely covered, has to breathe using a respirator daily. He thought to himself, money. I need money. Gangmok works day and night, moving from place to place. As both a bodyguard and a construction worker to pay for his sister's medical bills, he heard that even retail investors could build a fortune by investing in cryptocurrency. Then he started investing in cryptocurrency, but then looking at any floor, it's all negative. Gangmok muttered irritably, "Hayes, retail investors making a ton of money, my foot. Came across this post, hate those companies investing in anonymous crypto. The rich always have so much money," Gangmok wonders. The rich, huh? He thinks. The virtual environment isn't much different from the world we live in. It only benefits those who are already wealthy. Suddenly Gangmok saw something and exclaimed, "Huh? Which bastard is this?" On the bulletin board, "Proof that I've made a lot of money through crypto, will share a bit of profit." Gangmok read it and got more curious. How did that bastard make so much money? That is why. You met Wu Jin? I decided to approach this idiot to learn a few of his investment tricks. But now Gangmok asks, "Have you made up your mind yet?" Weijin smiled and replied, "Sure, it's up to you." Gangmok looked at Weijin in confusion, then raised his fist, gritted his teeth, and asked, "Are you kidding me?" Weijin blocked with his hand and said, "Wait a minute. I mean, I really thought it through. But in the end, who am I to decide how much your life is worth?" Gangmok thought about Weijin's words for a moment. Sigh. "All right, you've got a point," he continued. "Pay me double. That's the base salary." Weijin cheerfully replied, "So you agree?" Before he could finish, Gangmok interrupted, "I haven't finished speaking. I will decide how much my life is worth after completing the job. Understand?" Weijin thought for a moment and then replied, "Okay." Gangmok sighed, rested his hands on his knees, and said, "Hi's, Mom. I can't believe I made a deal with these two jerks." Weijin replied, "Please don't lump me in with that fat guy." He looked up at him and asked, "All right then. What should we do about the fat guy you just mentioned? Do you have any plans yet?" Weijin smiled and said, "Of course there is. I have a perfect plan just for that." The next day outside, there were loud curses. "Damn Weijin." Gangmok angrily grabbed Weijin's neck and asked, "Do you ever use your brain?" Weijin struggled to reply, "What are you talking about?" Gangmok looked at the rundown house in front of him and said, "Do you think that fat guy is so stingy that he'd let his mom live in a place like this after getting so much money?" Weijin replied, "No one can be sure." Then Gangmok let him go and said, "Hi's, I must be stupid to think you actually had a plan." Suddenly the sound of a door opening caught their attention. An older woman came out and asked, "Who is it?" Both exclaimed, "Oh." She covered her mouth, still puzzled, and asked, "Weijin?" Weijin gave a forced smile, scratching his head and saying, "Oh, hello, sir. It's been a while since we last met." She stepped out and asked, "So, what's the matter that brought you here today?" He hesitated and said, It's about Yunhyung." She walked closer and asked, "What?" She suddenly shook him and asked loudly, "Have you heard anything from Junhyung?" Seeing that he didn't respond, she called out loudly, "Woojin! Woojin!" He replied, "Yes?" Her face showed concern as she asked, "Where is the boy, and what has he been up to lately?" Once again, Weijin didn't understand and asked, "Huh?" Then everyone went home. Bago brought out a steaming pot of soup. She said, "The house doesn't have much, just make yourselves at home." She sat down and then realized she forgot something, stood up and said, "Oh, let me get some kimchi." He replied, Sure." Gangmok leaned in and whispered, "What's going on? Why are we suddenly sitting here eating?" Weijin replied, "I'm not sure either." "Take out the kimchi?" that woman asked. "So is this handsome guy?" Also a friend of Junhyung. Gangmok replied, Yes, ma'am." She laughed and said, "With someone as tall as you, I'm afraid there won't be enough food. If I had known Junhyung's friend was coming over, I would have gone to the market to buy some more. Do you like eggs? How about sunny side up or soft-boiled?" After a while, everyone finished eating and put their chopsticks down. Weijin said, "Thank you for the meal." Junyoung's mom coughed a few times. Cough, cough. He asked, Are you okay?" Junyoung's mother replied, "I went to the hospital, but the cough hasn't gone away." The doctor advised going to a bigger hospital for a diagnosis, but he didn't expect that each simple checkup would cost so much, so now he's just resting at home. Weijin said, "Not the fat one," but before finishing, Mom Junhyung asked, "The fat one?" Weijin quickly corrected, "Do you mean Junhyung didn't give you the money?" She said in surprise, "Money? The boy has no money." Weijin asked, "So you don't know?" She also asked, "Know what?" Seeing that, Gangmok angrily cursed, "Damn bastard." But Weijin quickly stopped him, saying, "So you haven't heard any news from Junhyung yet?" She said sadly, "Well, the boy dropped by some time ago. Earlier, Junhyung was still at home. He shouted loudly, 'I told you already. Don't bother calling or trying to find me again.'" Junyoung's mom stood at the door and asked, "Junyoung, what do you mean by that?" Junyoung, while putting on his shoes, said, "Do I have to spell it out for you? I don't need a mother who gives me nothing but poverty like she does. Because of her, my life is nothing but suffering." She saw him in a mess and asked, "Junyoung, what's going on?" After that, she held Junhyung's hand and said, "I will try to be a good mother." But he jerked away and said, "Let go of my hand." She only had time to raise her hand and call, "Junhyung, Junhyung." Currently, Junyoung's mother says, "I can't say anything more. Maybe I never thought about things that way. The kid must have suffered a lot. You didn't fulfill your responsibilities as a mother. You feel incredibly guilty." Just as she was speaking, a cough interrupted her, causing her to cough and say, "I'll be back soon." Gangmok took a deep breath and called Weijin. He looked over at him and said, "Let's go. The longer we stay here, the more uncomfortable I get." After hearing it, he remained silent as if deep in thought. Suddenly he spoke up, "Gangmok, before we leave." Then everyone left. Suddenly he called out, "Uncle!" Junyoung's mom asked, "Are you guys back?" He smiled, holding a paper bag in his hand. "Yes, I just remembered I forgot this." "You should have given this to me earlier," said Junyoung's mom as she handed her the paper bag. "What is this?" she asked. Looked into the paper bag, saw only money. She asked, "Where did you get this money?" Weijin scratched his head and replied, I forgot to mention it before, but..." Junyoung and his son are running a small business to make money. It was him who told me to come and give you this. Junyoung's mother asked, why didn't the boy come back on his own? He replied, it said it had spoken words it shouldn't have to you. It doesn't dare come back here to apologize. She heard that, lowered her eyes and said, the boy doesn't need to apologize. His mother isn't going anywhere, so tell him to come back to me. Then she asked him, do you have his contact information? Uijin had to say, well, he said he would visit you soon. Gangmok watched his actions for a while without saying anything. Then the two went outside. Uijin stood by the car, smiling. Don't worry about Junyoung. Just go ahead with your appointment. Goodbye. Junyoung's mom ran out and said, Uijin, here, take this bit of burnt rice and eat it with Junyoung. Before, the two of us really loved this dish, remember? She also looked at Gangmok and said, you should join us. I make the best nurungji, with Junyoung and Uijin as witnesses. Gangmok replied, yes. After delivering the items, Junyoung's mother continued, Uijin, please tell Junyoung that I sincerely apologize for everything. Two people listened silently and then replied, yes. The car is driving on the way home? Gangmok asked while driving, why did you give her money? Right away, Uijin replied. He treats me well because I was his friend back in school. He recounted, Junyoung's father gambled and got into debt. His mother had to struggle a lot just to get by. The family was also poor, but at least they didn't abandon their children like my parents did. They still tried to take care of their children as much as they could. Then Uijin continued disheartened. I can't believe I became friends with such a scoundrel. Maybe I'm not that different from him after all. People always say birds of a feather flock together. Gangmok retorted, nonsense, I don't believe in that stuff. He laughed and glanced at him saying, I am not a loser, and I still hang out with you. Uijin leaned against the window and replied, oh well, all right. Gangmok took a piece of scorched rice from the bag that Junyoung's mother had given earlier. He put it in his mouth and said, this dish is good. Suddenly called Uijin. Uijin looked at the phone and asked, what? Gangmok is chewing rice and asks, do you still remember where that gang's office is? He replies, yes. Gangmok continued, give me the address and I'll deal with them. Uijin panicked and turned to say, have you lost your mind? You were the one who said it was very dangerous? Gangmok was eating burnt rice and asked, don't you remember what Junyoung's mom said? He cut a piece forcefully and said, give some to that fat kid. Uijin was surprised, what? Gangmok said, let me tell you this, Uijin, outside the apartment building. Step inside, someone with folded arms is about to smoke when they hear someone call out, hey. Gangmok came closer and asked, how's your hand? That person, terrified, said, what the heck? Then, a loud scream echoed through the building. The gangsters rushed out and asked, what was that noise just now? Seeing that guy lying on the floor, they asked, what the hell are you guys? Gangmok laughed, you don't have to listen to girls. But always had to listen to her mother, while Uijin fearfully said, I don't understand what's going on anymore. These are the words to live by, Gangmok said as he walked up the stairs. Junyoung, I brought you some nurungji. Earlier, Uijin asked Gangmok if he really intended to go there. He calmly smoked and replied, why not, making Uijin furious and accusing him of risking his life like that. Gangmok didn't seem to care much, thinking it was his brilliant negotiation tactic. He can't just sit there and ignore that guy because anyone who dares to be ungrateful to his mother deserves a good beating. Uijin, tired and frustrated, tried to persuade once more, but Gangmok refused to listen. He stated his reasoning and told Uijin not to worry. Gangmok wants you not to worry about him. Since Gangmok already had this superhuman power, Uijin wasn't calm at all. He was worried about himself and asked, what about me? What? Uijin pointed directly at me and said, what should I do now? Gangmok simply told him they would go there together to retrieve the cryptocurrency. He asked how much you had left, and you honestly replied that there was about 2 billion won left. Gangmok happily told him to withdraw some money. Because that money would pay him, it made Uijin notice the guy in front of him. Really more ridiculous than you thought. Gangmok was kicked roughly by someone who then cursed at him. Gangmok became angry and grabbed the man's leg. Throw it straight down the stairs. After a while, the two were easily taken down by Gangmok. He looked at the other guy with contempt, but the latter didn't respond. When his gang showed up, he suddenly flared up and ordered them to attack. It turned out he was the leader of this social group. Gangmok showed no fear but instead seemed excited. He asked Uijin about the amount of money he confirmed after taking down this group. At this moment, the thugs armed with clubs under the command of their leader began to charge and attack the two people. Gangmok turned around and kicked one guy flying away. Turning back, I saw several people closing in on me. He fearlessly charged forward, pushed one person in front to break the encirclement. Two men beside felt extremely angry. They hit directly toward Gangmok. After repeated attacks, they finally realized that Gangmok had been using their comrades as shields all along. Gangmok sneered, you guys hate this guy, don't you? Then he threw the name toward the gang. A man angrily rushed forward to attack. Gang Mok picked up the stick from the guy who was hit earlier and swung it at someone's neck. He felt extremely excited. Yujin just stood there watching the first match, staring blankly, not knowing what to say. Gang Mok passes forward. A punch and a stick to the head did the job. Gang Mok moved towards the boss. He asked for the boss's name. Is the boss here or not? The gang leader cursed in frustration and then swung a knife to stab. Not yet ready to understand, but already hit with a stick that distorts the face. This person fell down in pain, clutching their face and screaming. Weijin saw this scene and couldn't help but break into a sweat. He stood there frozen. The guy who was hit earlier came forward and grabbed his leg. Make Weijin furious and trample him. So I gathered the gang was caught. Two fathers asked for the leader's name and found out that he was just the leader of this group, not the boss of the mafia. Weijin told Gang Mok his thoughts. He thought they weren't likely here. Gang Mok asked the boss about Junyoung's whereabouts, and he confessed that he was also looking for the fat guy. He said the fat guy had ignored his calls. Suddenly there was cursing from behind. Turning around, he saw the leader who had been throwing stones from behind for some time, angrily asking why Weijin and Gang Mok were here. Weijin immediately recognized him as the ringleader hired by Junyoung. Suddenly, a voice both familiar and strange sounded. Please, I swear I won't try to escape again. Junyoung walked in wearing just a pair of pants held up by an ancient book. Weijin was astonished when he saw Junyoung. The name Junyoung saw, it was him. He couldn't say a word. Screamed in despair, calling Weijin to save her. This made him a bit confused beyond his expectations. The leader suddenly spoke about the origin of Gang Mok Choi. 25 years old, became a bodyguard at 20, fought like a second-year politician, and ended up in prison for a year. The gang leader mocked Gang Mok's background. Well, Gang Mok isn't that easy to bully. He cheerfully said the real leader investigated very thoroughly. Weijin turned around, not believing his ears. He thought about what that guy had said about Gang Mok's background. But Weijin realized something was wrong. You got mad about Gang Mok being 25 years old and the same age as you. So what, Gang Mok feels like there's nothing wrong. He got mad and told Weijin to shut up or he would beat him to a pulp. Weijin was furious, Before finishing the sentence, the worm interrupted. These damn bastards. You think this is a comedy show or something? He pulled a knife out of his shirt. Gang Mok turned to ask, Hey Weijin? He wondered how much Gang Mok thought he was worth, pointing at the boss. The boss was furious. He said the two should worry more about how much the funeral would cost. Well, you won't know until you try. Here I come, Gang Mok cracks his knuckles, ready for battle. The gang leader charged with the goods. Gang Mok gently sidestepped, just blocked his attack with his hand. Then the leader put his hand into his pocket. Pull out another one. From below, Kem Len made Gang Mok let go of him to defend himself. Gang Mok, with his torn coat, praised him. Well done. A leader has to stand out from those small-time subordinates, right? The leader said with a tone of frustration. Regret. I should have struck a bit deeper. Weijin stood in shock behind Gang Mok. Gang Mok cheerfully. Gang Mok, let's go with that decision. Gang Mok pointed at the leader and said, You're worth 1 million won, about 18.5 million Vietnamese dong. Big brother doesn't seem happy, huh? Still trying to act tough? I know that cheap trick all too well. Gang Mok taunts back, waving his knife wildly, trying to appear cool and tough, but he sure talks big. Start with some verbal sparring, then the two get into position for a physical showdown. Long attacked first, aiming for the face, but Gang Mok quickly ducked to dodge. While the leader exposed a weakness, Gang Mok planned to strike. The boss also recognized that move, so a blow with the elbow to the face. Gang Mok was able to stand up when the boss fell to one side. But whether it was lucky or not, the leader managed to brace himself to keep from falling. Standing is still possible, but the elbow to the mouth still hurts. Seeing this, Gang Mok was ready to strike the second blow. He fired another shot at the leader's head. Success in knocking the guy out cold. His underlings and Junyoung could only shout, Boss! Gang Mok exclaimed, Wow, nice punch. Two of the henchmen were about to rush forward to avenge their boss. Gang Mok asked in frustration, Idiots, when will you ever learn your lesson? Your insults and weapons don't scare me. He picked up the cold stick from the ground and continued, with everything. You guys are using cold and short stuff like that. It's not right. Need me to teach you how. The lesson with Mr. Gang Mok has ended. Two underlings were escorted by Gang Mok to the land of dreams, hoping to gain more knowledge. Weijin asked anxiously, What if they sell salt? Gang Mok wiped his ketchup and said, That's not gonna happen, you idiot. Gang Mok turned around and warned Junyoung, Hey Fatso, where do you think you're going? If I have to move again, I'll send you straight to the underworld. The leader struggled to speak. Bastard. Do you think you guys can get away after this? When asked, Gang Mok replied, Of course, I'll be fine. What can you even do? The boss immediately spat out a name, Choi Seo-yun. Seeing Gang Mok's reaction, he smiled and asked, That's your sister, right? I heard she's in a coma. If you like, that girl will never wake up again. Weijin wondered why Gang Mok suddenly became so quiet. Gang Mok grabbed the leader by the head and cursed. So you've been digging into my family too, huh? The leader asked calmly. What? Are you scared now? Messing with family is serious, Gang Mok replied. Go ahead. I dare you to try. Let's see what happens. Big Bro still seemed pretty smug, teasingly asking, what can you do? Send me off to have tea with Yon Wang. Have you ever packed anyone into a box before? Gang Mok called Weijin, and Weijin asked, why? Gang Mok offered you a discount. You don't have to pay me because of this jerk. This is my personal matter now. Gang Mok warmed up his hands once more and said to the boss, there's something even more humiliating than losing your life, and now I'm going to let you experience it firsthand. Gang Mok started, and it seems even the boss didn't see this coming. The sound of meat pounding echoed. Weijin got to watch it all in full HD. Meanwhile, Junyoung planned to sneak out the door. Weijin jumped forward, grabbed Junyoung's head and shouted, where do you think you're going? Two people struggled with each other, one shouting to let go, the other calling the other's name. Weijin shouted again, Junyoung, you dog, listen carefully. Weijin was so frustrated he nearly cried. Damn it, aren't you sick of these games? We once tried to end our lives because we were so poor. Now we actually have money, and all day we just sit back and enjoy life. Why do you still insist on getting involved in this mess? Junyoung said. Because all that money belongs to me. Weijin shouted, Junyoung, snap out of it. Do you really think that money is yours? Wake up, you just want to believe it. Just think about it, Junyoung. How much longer do you want us to live like losers? Ha, answer me, you dog. Junyoung just stays as silent as a clam. Gang Mok finished the massage and then walked over to where the two were. He asked, finished yet? Weijin replied, then pulled out the phone again. Weijin yelled, tell me the password. Junyoung angrily said, what, my shorts? I'd rather take a one-way trip to visit the king of the underworld than tell you the password. So, a punch landed on Junyoung's face, but they wanted to contribute to Junyoung's tour expenses. Gang Mok looked at Junyoung holding his face and said, Highs, it seems you're too busy thinking about how to save yourself from here. Without realizing what I did to the gangsters here, Gang Mok sat down casually and asked, do you want to be friends with them? To realize there's something in this world even worse than your tour to see Yon Wang. I see that teacher Gang Mok has successfully enlightened another person. Junyoung sat properly on his knees, tears welling up, stammering, the password is... Gang Mok approached and gently asked Weijin if he had withdrawn everything. Weijin replied, yes. Diet. Gang Mok got a bit annoyed and scolded the fat kid to stop whining. Junyoung cried out loudly, saying, Weijin, what is this? I already said I'm sorry, I swear I'll never do that again, please give me back my money. Only 300 million won, not 100 million won, Weijin said in frustration. You should have stopped when you had the chance, but no. You kept going and got greedier. Gang Mok lost patience and said, forget about that money, I've got something even better. Take this. Your mom brought us here and this dish is delicious. Junyoung suspiciously asked, are you joking? Gang Mok glanced at him and said, joking about what? Do you think your mother's love is a joke? Let me tell you something, you bastard. If it weren't for your mom, I would have killed you already. Laugh, you dog, laugh, ouch, ouch. Junyoung stammered, calling Weijin, when suddenly a countdown began. Junyoung still doesn't get it? Hi. Seeing Gang Mok's emotionless face counting one by one made me terrified. Wait. 1. Got it. I understand. I'm leaving now. I will leave here. At least lend me some clothes, Gang Mok impatiently shouted. Get out of here. Be more filial to your mother, you dog. Listening to Gang Mok, Weijin was stunned for a moment. Watching Junyoung turn around and leave, the last thought that crossed my mind as I watched it walk out the door. I really feel sorry for Junyoung, but at the same time, I can't shake this feeling, maybe because I'm no different from that loser. Weijin suddenly scoffed, saying how pathetic. Gang Mok didn't understand but still replied, huh, yeah, that's right. It seems that everything is fine now, Weijin softly called Gang Mok once. Gang Mok. I just sold the rest of the coins. Gang Mok was utterly shocked upon hearing that. On the way driving back, Gang Mok told me his story, the things he had gone through and why he needed money so badly. Once he finds it right, he never thinks twice. I thought he was just a greedy jerk, but behind that desire lies a long story. In other words, Gang Mok couldn't resist asking, why did you decide to withdraw all the money? Weijin replied casually, oh, I think I got into this mess because of loser coin, although it's true that it saved my life. I don't want to be influenced by it anymore. I want to start doing something meaningful. Unless it just sold out, the price keeps going up. What's that about? Anyway, Gang Mok, do you want to live together? Gang Mok, hearing this, shot back, are you out of your mind? Knowing Gang Mok had misunderstood him, Weijin quickly clarified, no, that's not what I meant. I realize people are still posting online about me, and the money I make, things like that. No one knows what dangers I'm about to face. What I mean is, can you stay with me until things settle down? Hearing that, Gang Mok immediately agreed without hesitation. How could I refuse that jerk who wants to pay me? Did you just call him a jerk? Weijin rolled his eyes and said, Can we stop by the hospital for a bit? Gangmok asked suspiciously. The hospital? Weijin smiled and said that he had risked his life and worked for me, and now it was time for me to reward him. At the hospital, the nurse suspiciously asked, The entire amount? Weijin replied, It must include the late fee. And the remaining medical expenses. Thank God. It is such a relief to know the girl is about to wake up. Gangmok smiled slightly and replied, Yes, I didn't waste all that money on useless things. Last month I saw her finger twitching. Besides, I can't abandon her even if she seems like she'll never wake up. That's what family is. User? Thank you. Weijin feels lonely, thinking she'll never abandon a family member. Family, huh? Weijin soon found it, an apartment near the hospital where Gangmok's sister is being treated. While Gangmok hired a service to remove digital traces and erase all leaked personal information about Weijin, just like that, everything is resolved. The two people shared meals and lived together happily. At least that's what they thought. Hearing Gangmok scream, Weijin entered the room and asked, What's wrong? Lost the game? Gangmok, irritated, replied, Damn, you're joking a bit too much now. I'm talking about leaking that guy's personal information. I found it in a group for middle-aged women. Weijin heard this and was a bit skeptical. Middle-aged women? Yes, I found your information in a post criticizing young people making money through crypto. But this woman with the account name Yongsun Aom keeps reposting that article. Take a look. Does anyone know this person? Proof shows that I make money from cryptocurrency and will definitely share a portion of the profit. Gangmok frowned, erasing the digital signature, and told me I should sue this person. But why does that stubborn leech keep reposting the same thing, and even the account name is weird? Weijin mumbled softly. Yongsun Aom, Gangmok grumbled slightly. What kind of name is that? Weijin naively responded that it was his mother's name. Gangmok was also confused and said, Damn, my bad. Oh, in the dark room, Gangmok let out a surprised sound. Gangmok turned around and looked at Weijin, saying, What a beautiful and poetic name. Weijin replied, Don't worry about that. It could be someone with the same name. They both checked the account further. Did that person post anything else? Weijin asked. Gangmok replied, Actually, yes. Looking at the recent post, Park Hwajong? That account posted with the caption, I think this is my son. I lost my son when he was little at Park Hwajong. Weijin immediately replied, Then that must be my mother. Hearing this, Gangmok turned back and shouted, What? Then go meet her. Do. Suddenly Weijin clenched his teeth, seething with anger, unable to speak, leaving Gangmok surprised. Old bitch, now Chong Weijin is furious. Gangmok was surprised and stood up saying, What did you just say? That's your mother, Weijin. Weijin replied, She was the one who abandoned me, and now she's looking for me just because I have some money. When their parents left, Weijin frowned, speaking in a tone of utter helplessness. Then he glanced over and said, Gangmok, if you come across posts like this in the future, just go ahead and sue her. Are you serious? Gangmok's face is also extremely serious now, asking. Weijin put the coffee cup down on the table and replied, Yeah, if she really wanted to meet me, she would have sought me out earlier. Weijin then turned around and said, Ha, just when I thought I could finally have some peace, that shameless woman shows up. Seeing this, Gangmok said nothing more and quietly watched as Weijin walked away. After a while, Gangmok brought a bag full of alcohol and snacks, saying, Let's have a few drinks, Weijin. Weijin sat on the sofa, a bit surprised, and responded, Huh? Why all of a sudden? Gangmok replied, Nothing beats a little alcohol when life feels terrible. Finally, beer and snacks are now on the table. While drinking, Gangmok spoke, Weijin, Are you sure you don't want them? Hearing that question, Weijin frowned and pondered for a moment. Weijin put down the wineglass on the table and replied, Gangmok, talking about her isn't even worth it, especially when we're drinking and enjoying ourselves like this. Just keep drinking. Gangmok responded a bit annoyed, Hey, think carefully. If anything happens to you, I need to be the first to know so I can protect you. Weijin remained silent. Seeing this, Gangmok confided, Let me tell you this. When I was a child, I also hated my parents. Why was I born into such a poor family? Why was I born to live such a miserable life? Why did they bring me into this world knowing the family was struggling? Gangmok kept asking questions that were hard to answer. Seeing Weijin's sad face, Gangmok continued, I always wondered about those questions, but as I grew up, I began to understand them little by little, and now, I miss my mom and dad so much, Gangmok said, lowering his head in deep sadness. Gangmok, Weijin called his name while pouring him a full glass of wine, then continued, Your parents and mine are completely different. Weijin said, Have you ever been beaten to a pulp by your father even when you did nothing wrong? Gangmok replied, If he did that, I would hit back. Weijin responded, That's just because you're a brute. Sometimes they pull me out and beat me for no reason. At this point, Gangmok becomes a bit pensive. Actually, there's a reason, looking down at the cup of wine, Weijin continued. The reason is that I was born, Weijin said, lifting the bottle with a defiant expression and a smirk. What the heck is this? Where do I want to be born? Gangmok just casually picks up the cup to take the drink and listens to Weijin speak. Weijin continued, even worse, my own mother hates me too. Gradually, the memories of that time resurfaced. Back then, Weijin's father threw a bottle of liquor at Weijin's mother, but he missed, causing it to smash against the cabinet right behind her. The bastard cursed and beat Weijin's mother severely. Weijin stood behind the door and saw his father grabbing his mother's neck and yelling, I told you not to hide the alcohol. Today you're dead meat, he said, grabbing the man's collar with one hand and raising his fist with the other. The woman quickly said, I didn't hide anything. Despite Weijin crying in fear, the old man shouted loudly, and you think I would believe you, you slut, Mom? Weijin was very young at that time, the boy sobbed, calling for his mother in vain. Suddenly the two stopped. The mother pointed towards Weijin and said something, and at that moment, everything in front of the boy completely collapsed. The words that Weijin's mother said at that time were to blame him. The boy ran around the house, breaking all the bottles and bags, taking all day to clean up. So in the end, the father changed his target of assault. Weijin was extremely scared and didn't understand what was happening. In front of you now is no longer saw of mine, but a monster. You broke all my wine, didn't you? Weijin could only look up at his father. Then he turned to look at his mother in confusion. Mom, before the words could be finished, an arm had already swung straight toward his eyes. My parents were the same every day. Returning to the table, Gangmok was incredibly surprised by Weijin's story. Then, Gangmok calmly replied, Have you ever thought about meeting them again? Weijin simply picked up the wineglass, smiled, and replied, You want to know something even worse? After finishing the drink, Weijin said, Actually, I do have, though small, some good memories with my mother. If she intends to abandon her child, then why does she sometimes still act like a good mother? After a while, they both finished the remaining bottles, looking at the scattered liquor and Weijin's cursing. Damn it. Weijin lay flat on the floor, cursing nonstop. You old hag. Gangmok saw this and replied, Keep it down. Now Weijin is completely drunk and slowly drifts off to sleep. I want to eat jayuk bokkeum. Hearing this, Gangmok frowned and replied, You sly dog, you want me to go buy it, don't you? In a drunken state, Weijin said, My mother. Back then, making jayuk bokkeum was amazing. Then suddenly he started mumbling to himself, Mom, Gangmok sounded strange. What the hell is wrong with him? Hi, Gangmok said. Weijin finally fell asleep on the floor, Gangmok said. Now I understand why he keeps complaining about life all the time. The next morning at the apartment complex, Weijin was wide-eyed, speechless. Weijin, it's been a long time since we last met, and finally, what had to happen, happened. Gangmok brought Weijin's mother to meet him. As soon as the door opened, her face lit up with joy as she warmly greeted Weijin. What the heck? Weijin immediately turned to look and asked Gangmok with a very confused expression. Gangmok replied, I contacted her while you were sleeping. Gangmok, seeing Weijin frown, continued, I guess there must be some misunderstanding here. What does this mean? Weijin said with an extremely cold expression. Weijin, just try talking to Gangmok. But before Gangmok could finish, Weijin interrupted. He hurriedly shouted for her to leave. Get out of my sight, Weijin shouted. His mother, on the verge of tears, said, Weijin. Gangmok then yelled, Weijin, you bastard. At least try talking to her. Yesterday you were so sentimental. What happened now? Talking to her, Weijin glared at Gangmok and said, Suddenly he gave a sly smile and said, Okay, how about this? Weijin's mother could still only say his name, Weijin, and Weijin responded, You went through the trouble to bring her here. Why don't you just kill her for me, Weijin? A sinister smile then pointed at his mother and said to Gangmok, What? Gangmok is now incredibly furious and stunned Huiying. Weijin said, Isn't that how you usually handle requests? I'll pay you 5 million won for her. Let your fists do the work. After hearing those words, Gangmok became furious and cursed, You bastard. Listen up, you dog. Gangmok moves forward and grabs Weijin by the collar. Ugh. Are you out of your mind? He gritted his teeth and shouted at Weijin. I said I would pay, but Weijin still insisted. I got what I wanted, and you got the money, so what's the problem? Hearing this, Gangmok had nothing left to say to this stubborn guy. You will regret saying that, Weijin responded. I told you. Weijin shouted. Didn't I tell you not to look for her? Why don't you mind your own business and stop prying into other people's family matters? Hearing this, Gangmok was stunned. Gangmok raised his fist and said, That will be your last words. Suddenly, Weijin's mother rushed in to stop him. Please stop. Please, I beg you stop, the mother of Weijin kept pleading. Gangmok saw this and immediately released Weijin's collar. Weijin's mother said, Weijin, There was a reason I couldn't come that day. Weijin turned back and shouted, "Shut up. Get out of here, please." Weijin quietly said the final words. Seeing that, Weijin's mother finally shed tears and replied, "Fine." Before I left, she suddenly found something. She handed Weijin a slip of paper with an address and said, "I recently opened a small shop. Here's the address. Mom will cook you a delicious meal if," before she could finish her sentence, Weijin suddenly snatched the paper from her hand, leaving her surprised. Weijin didn't think twice and tore the address paper into pieces, leaving Gangmok and Weijin's mother stunned. Seeing this, Gangmok angrily responded, "This brat deserves a good beating." Weijin looked at his mother and said, "Get out of my sight." Watching the fragments of paper fall, the mother's eyes showed a hint of shock. "Okay, Weijin, goodbye," she said. "Mother was very happy to see you still healthy," and she immediately smiled and said. Weijin just frowned, looked away, and didn't say a word. Finally she left, gradually fading from Weijin's sight. After finishing, Weijin immediately turned around and went into the room. Gangmok was furious at that moment. After entering the room for a while, Gangmok left. Sitting by the door, putting on his shoes, he said, "I'm leaving." "Where are you going?" Weijin asked. Gangmok replied, "Damn, I can't believe I've wasted so much time on a jerk like you," Weijin explained, but Gangmok interrupted, "You're just like that fat kid." Gangmok stood up and continued, "She is the one who brought you into this world and raised you. Don't call yourself a human being if you're not grateful for your parents' efforts." Hearing this, Weijin was a bit surprised. Weijin looked at Gangmok and said, "Just because they gave birth to you, they have the right to be forgiven even after doing terrible things to you?" Weijin asked. Gangmok replied, "Hey, do you want to know what the most despicable thing in this world is? It's when the two victims fight each other while the culprit is out there, long gone. Don't you think the person who should face your anger is your father for disciplining you? And your mother is also a victim of domestic violence." Hearing this, Weijin thought for a moment. That day, there was also a pile of liquor bottles scattered on the floor, and next to that pile was Weijin's father. The boy, now bruised and swollen all over his face, sat quietly in a corner when Weijin's mother suddenly spoke up. "Weijin, are you okay?" Bame quickly held their stomach and approached with concern. She then added, "Mom, I'm really sorry, but I think, if she's hit again, Mom will die," she said with tears in her eyes. At that time, Weijin was just a boy. Hearing this, he couldn't blame his mother, Mom. Weijin asked, "Mom, have you ever regretted giving birth to me?" The mother was surprised and replied, "What are you talking about?" The father told the child, he said there were siblings, but the mother didn't give birth to them. Weijin spoke as tears streamed down. "If she has surgery again," said the little boy, looking at the father lying down, "Mom will get very, very sick. His father would be very happy if you didn't exist." Hearing this, the mother was extremely surprised. She glanced over at the father. Looking at his mother's fearful eyes, the boy continued, "Mom, you might feel the same if I weren't here." She immediately turned around and looked at the boy for a long time. Then she said, "Weijin, tomorrow let's go to the park together," a phrase that seems every child would love, but for Weijin, it's a new beginning in life. That day, Mom bought Weijin a delicious-looking meal. Weijin looked at the bowl of rice and drooled, saying, "There's meat." The mother of Weijin sitting next to him turned and said, "Weijin." The boy who was eating voraciously stopped and replied, "Yes." Weijin's mother continued, "When your father goes out to play billiards, I'll sneak into the house, pack everything, and bring it all out here." The boy Weijin immediately replied obediently, "Yes, I will eat here and wait for you, Mom. You won't be gone long, right? Weijin?" The mother gently rubbed the boy's back and said, "I have never and will never regret giving birth to you." She still tried to stay cheerful in front of her son and continued, "Actually, the reason I've been able to keep going is because of you." Weijin immediately responded, "Yes, Mom." She said that, then stood up. "I will be back soon. Remember not to return home, okay? I promise I'll come back to you." Watching my mom's figure gradually walk away, along with the innocent face still bearing the bruises of the boy Weijin, that is. The last time I met her, until today, Weijin recounted his story with a slightly sad expression. Even after I realized she had left me behind, Gangmok paused for a moment upon hearing this. Weijin continued, "I kept waiting there, day after day, and she never showed up. At that moment, I realized I was the one who stole my mother's happiness, which is why she left me." It also means that, at this point, Weijin couldn't hold back his emotions and clenched his fist to hold on to the last bit of frustration. Weijin, with tears in her eyes, said, "I should never have been born into this world. I know father started everything, but to me, mother is no different. She is also a culprit." Looking back at the room, Weijin said, "Now I don't have to worry about finances, and no one wants to find me to beat or kill me. I feel like she's trying to steal the happiness from my life," Weijin said, sobbing softly as she clutched her chest. "What I'm doing now is simply the price to pay for her actions. Not every family is like yours. There are families as miserable as mine." Gangmok listened to Weijin and then just turned around, opened the door, and said, "Get out." Weijin asked, "Why? You want to kill me?" Gangmok helplessly replied, "No, you idiot. Just go get some fresh air." Then the two of them took a walk around the city. "All right." Gangmok puffed on his cigarette and said, "Maybe I was a bit biased towards your family. I'm sorry. I'll never overstep and talk about your family again." Weijin walked beside, silent and deep in thought. Gangmok continued, "And the reason I brought your mother here without notice. The reason is that I saw how you treated your ex." Gangmok immediately remembered the time before when he was hired to get revenge on Weijin's cheating lover. And with the mother of that chubby boy, then comes the memory of recent times. Gangmok looked at Weijin and continued, "I think this guy will always be miserable even though he has a lot of money, because he has no one to love and no one loves him back. That's why I came to find her. Moreover, you were the one who got drunk and cried, 'Mom, Mom, come here.'" Weijin immediately argued, "No way, did I really say that?" Gangmok replied, "Yes, you did, you crybaby." Gangmok's face turned serious again as he replied, "So don't think I'm trying to provoke you or anything. All right, maybe Weijin has thought through a few things by now." Gangmok asked, "So are you happier now?" Weijin replied, "A little bit." "Okay, that's good," Gangmok responded. "I'll kill anyone who dares to ruin your happiness," Gangmok said, raising his fist, making Weijin burst into laughter and respond, "It's up to you." Even so, Gangmok suddenly thought of something and glanced behind him as he spoke. "It's best not to let things like that happen. Indeed, Ohias, after someone is secretly watching them. That person is relentlessly following and monitoring the situation." Weijin. Inside a club, there are many bottles of liquor placed on the shelves. Wine swirled into a glass accompanied by a soft sigh. "I swear. Why do people drink this strong liquor?" Weijin wondered. Gangmok, sitting next to him, took a sip and said, "Maybe to look cooler and tougher." Weijin glanced at the happy couple behind them and said, "That's how my parents met. My father often goes to clubs and bars, acting like he has money and buying expensive drinks. My mother saw that and left immediately. You know the rest. She only realized he was a drunken thug after they got married. They only care about having fun without thinking about the consequences, and in the end, they shirk responsibility." Weijin looked gloomy, drinking while sharing that she must have just been with me to take advantage, and then she got bored with me and cheated. Who would want to be friends with someone who offers no value? Think about it. Even you and I have a financial relationship. My life has always been like this since I was born, and so has my mother. And my ex-girlfriend too. And at that moment, while the two were talking, they heard the voices of two girls behind them. "Hey, how was your day today? Want to grab a few drinks with us?" a short-haired and a long-haired shy beauty asked. Two people gradually approached where Gangmok and Weijin were sitting. Weijin knew that his mother and ex-girlfriend, as well as those other girls, were all the same. Short Hair immediately suggested that we should hang out together. Weijin looked impatient and bluntly said, playing with the monkeys, what she meant was, "She drinks and we pay. Not interested, goodbye." Seeing the two girls standing awkwardly behind, Gangmok spoke up. "Ladies, we are discussing important business." Long Hair hadn't given up yet and shamelessly patted Weijin on the shoulder. "Come on, darling, just hang out with us for a bit." Weijin irritably pushed her hand away. "I told you I'm not interested, don't touch me." Long Hair was rejected, gritting his teeth, cursing, "What the?" She and her friends stormed off, glaring and muttering, "Those jerks have no manners at all." Gangmok smiled with interest and asked Weijin, "So you're not into that type of girl anymore, right?" Weijin replied in a low voice, "Why do you think they approached me first? Just because I was drinking something expensive. I can't stand the type of people who act friendly just because of my wealth." Gangmok heard that and felt a bit irritated, frowning as he asked, "You're not mocking me, are you?" Two people sat talking for a while, unaware that the atmosphere around them was a bit gloomy. The two girls who had just been rejected glared at the two men with anger in their eyes. The glass of wine, once full, was soon emptied. Weijin, with a flushed face and slightly tipsy, stood up and said, "I'm going to the restroom for a bit." Gangmok nodded. "All right." A few minutes later, at the men's restroom, Weijin just finished dealing with his troubles, eyes half closed as he stumbled out of the bathroom, muttering, "That's enough. I think I've had enough to drink." Suddenly he glanced over and saw something. Two girls just stood in front of him, blocking his way, looking extremely displeased. Weijin asked directly, "What do you two want?" The short-haired girl bit her lip lightly and scoffed. Suddenly he clutched his chest and shouted loudly, leaving Weijin in shock. She suddenly screamed and pointed at Weijin, accusing him of harassing me. Weijin was still trying to grasp what had just happened, wide-eyed and confused. "What? I did that when?" But her screaming successfully drew a lot of attention. Weijin, being kind but troubled, asked urgently, "Are you crazy?" He just finished speaking when a hand reached out and grabbed his neck. The bomber jacket looked at Weijin with disdain and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Weijin tried to explain. "I didn't do anything." The bomber jacket looked at the short-haired girl with tearful eyes, angrily asked Uijin, "She said you attacked her." The girl seemed very into it, wiping her tears while sobbing. "I just came out of the bathroom and he." The guy in the bomber jacket felt really bad seeing a girl cry, quickly comforting her. "Oh man, let me teach him a lesson," he thought to himself. That opportunistic jerk. Then he cleared his throat and threatened Uijin, "Listen up, you pervert. It's because of scumbags like you that men are disrespected, you piece of trash." At this moment, Uijin's man, Gangmok, arrived and clenched his teeth, offering the bomber jacket, "Let go." Bomber jacket was grabbed by Gangmok, who frowned and asked, "Are you his friend?" Gangmok didn't answer him but turned to Uijin. "What's going on?" The bomber jacket sneered, "You shouldn't be hanging out with a pervert like this guy." Gangmok couldn't hold back and turned to glare at him, saying, "Say it again if you dare, and you'll learn some manners." Uijin stood between two men about to start a fight and muttered, "Damn, things are about to get out of hand." He was so angry he could turn purple as he looked at the short-haired person pretending to cry, winking provocatively at him, that devil. At that moment a girl suddenly interrupted, "Stop it!" 5 people indeed stopped and simultaneously looked towards the girl who had just shouted. A girl with a beautiful soul walking with her friend holding a selfie stick. The bun-haired person told everyone, "We witnessed everything, he really did nothing wrong." The short-haired girl immediately retorted, "What? He clearly groped me just before leaving the restroom." The girl with a bun sneered, "Oh really?" She took out her phone and said, "Strange, because we are filming a video to post online." And coincidentally, the video captured the moment when the two waited for him to leave the restroom. Short hair flinched upon hearing that. Bun hair holding up the phone in front of a bomber jacket, "Wanna see?" "I didn't lie, did I?" Bomber jacket saw the film clip and realized the truth. "You were right." He scratched his head awkwardly and said to Uijin, "Sorry guys." Uijin knew he meant well, so he let it go. "All right, no problem." Seeing the short-haired girl standing there embarrassed, the bun-haired girl smirked provocatively. "It's because of you trash that girls are treated like dirt." Short hair, frustrated by the disrupted plans and the humiliation, gritted her teeth in anger. The demon rushed over, trying to interact with the bun hairstyle. Who would have thought that before even touching a hair on them, they'd already get hit in the face with a stick? The bun-haired girl reminded the gray-brown-haired one holding a curved selfie stick in her hand, "That stick costs more than she does." The gray-brown-haired girl nodded, "Oh sorry." 2 men stood watching, unsure of what to say. After a while they left the cafe and walked down the street. "What's that?" Uijin frowned and complained, "I almost got beaten up if it weren't for those kind girls." Gangmok looked at him and reminded, "As long as I'm here, that won't happen, my friend." Uijin still felt uneasy. Nothing good comes from messing with gold diggers like that. "Have some hot soup, I'm really drunk," Gangmok suggested. "Recently I noticed this restaurant." 2 people quickly pulled into a nearby restaurant, and the food was promptly served. Uijin poured kimchi juice into the bowl and asked Gangmok, "Want some kimchi juice?" Gangmok sneered, "Get lost." Uijin continued, "Let me tell you this, it's really good. As you were talking, someone placed a bowl of soup on the table." Uijin was a bit surprised to see that person. "It was the bun-haired girl who helped you at the bar earlier." She smiled and said, "What a surprise. Can I sit next to you?" Uijin, slightly shy but still trying to stay calm, responded and invited. The girl had just sat down and was already praising, "Wow, you really know how to eat." Brownish-gray hair then pulled out the chair next to Gangmok. "Sorry for bothering you." Bun-haired said to Uijin, "Nothing tastes better than adding kimchi juice to soup." Gangmok and gray-haired looked disgusted. "What's that, gross?" The girl with the bun smiled at Uijin. "Looks like we share the same taste." Then she smiled at him again. Uijin, lonely for years, saw a girl smile at him and managed a faint smile in return. Well, of course. The food on the table was quickly cleaned out. Uijin stopped the bun-haired girl at the counter and offered, "Let me pay for it, you helped me last time." The bun-haired girl smiled. "Really?" But then he declined, saying it wasn't necessary. "Let me pay," she said cheerfully as she pulled out her card. Uijin couldn't believe it, widened his eyes and silently thought, "Damn, she's something else. He's definitely an angel." Seeing him with that love-struck face, Gangmok frowned from behind and scolded, "This jerk Uijin." After finishing their meal, the 4 of them went outside together. Gangmok stood across, smoking, and asked the person next to him, "Do you smoke too?" The gray-brown-haired person nodded, offering a cigarette. "Yeah, got a light?" 2 people, Uijin and the woman with a bun, stood nearby. She cheerfully said to Uijin, "You can go over there and smoke with your friends." Uijin replied, "I don't smoke." Then both of them didn't know what to say to each other, feeling a bit awkward standing there. The bun-haired girl was silent for a moment, then smiled and asked, "By the way, how old are you?" Uijin replied, "I'm 25, the bun-haired girl responded. "Oh, so you're older than me? I'm 20. She kept asking, "What's your name?" I'm Hyunju Seo. Weijin awkwardly nodded. Oh hello, just call me Weijin Park. Hearing him address her by last name, Hyunju said, You can just call me Hyunju. Weijin awkwardly responded. Well, we just met, so I wanted to be a bit formal. Hyunju nodded. Alright if you say so. Gangmok and the girl finished smoking and came back here. We're done, let's go. Weijin nodded. Okay, let's go. Then he scratched his head and turned to Hyunju saying, Thank you for helping us today, to which Hyunju replied, If that's the case, would you mind if I asked for your phone number? The question left the two men stunned. A moment later, the sound of cursing echoed from their apartment. This fool, didn't you say no one approaches others without a reason, yet you fell for it and gave the girl your number without even questioning why she wanted to get close to you? What if she is with the group chasing you? Gangmok asked irritably. Weijin lowered his head hesitantly. I guess I'm confused because I've never encountered this before. Looking back, what you said was somewhat true. How the hell could a girl as attractive as her be interested in me? Gangmok comforted him when he heard that. Maybe her type is losers. Weijin crossed his arms angrily. No girl would ever choose a loser first. Gangmok immediately replied, No way, I just made that up. Weijin sprawled out on the chair, yawning and complaining. Damn it, I heard both my dad and mom used to look pretty good when they were young. Why am I like this? They should have given me their looks instead of that fear of poverty. Gangmok frowned. You shouldn't always like people just for their appearance. Weijin glanced over and asked, Why not? Isn't everyone like that? Gangmok told him that my mother married my father because she thought, who would marry this jerk? Fortunately, both my sister and I take after our mother more than our father. Weijin, curious, asked, So was your father a rich kid or something? Gangmok shook his head. No, my mother's side is richer than my father's. Weijin suddenly jumped up, really. Why does it sound so unreal? Gangmok, slightly annoyed, asked, Are you criticizing my parents now? Weijin quickly shook his head. No, not at all. Gangmok looked tired. Oh man, talking about mom makes me crave home-cooked food, Weijin said. If you put it that way. We can go tomorrow. Gangmok agreed right away. Makes sense, doesn't it? The next day, at a rundown house, oh my god, Weijin and Gangmok, Junyoung's mother came out to greet them. Weijin smiled. Are you still doing well? Have you seen a doctor yet? The doctor said there's no need to worry. Weijin shook the door. And how's the door? Mrs. Go replied. Still working well since you two fixed it. Thanks a lot. It opens and closes so smoothly that sometimes I'm worried some thieves might sneak in. Have you eaten yet? Let me make something for you too. Weijin and Gangmok immediately looked delighted. That's great, thank you. The bowl of rice on the table was quickly emptied. Two people politely thanked Bago. The meal was delicious, ma'am. Bago smiled kindly. I'm glad you liked it. Junyoung, how have you been lately? Weijin quickly made up a story. He told me that he really wants to go home, but he probably hasn't returned yet. She nodded. It must be busy with work. I'm very proud of the boy. Since his father squandered all the money on gambling, our family couldn't do anything for him as parents should. But he's still determined to start his own business and made a lot of money. Never get involved in gambling, you hear me? I've heard about that coin thing. It's no different from gambling. Stay away from it. As she guessed right, they could only give an awkward smile. Haha, I understand. A moment later, the two got back in the car and said, Thank you for the meal, sir. Mrs. Go ran out of the house calling Gangmok. Here's yours. Grandma handed over the bag in her hand. Gangmok happily accepted it. Oh my, almost missed it. Bago laughed. How could I forget to give this to you two? Next time, invite Junhyung to come with the two of us. The woman's words made the two a bit uncomfortable, but Weijin still responded to please her. Yes. The luxury car rolled smoothly on the road. Gangmok, while taking a bite of the cake, suggested, How about we just kill that damn pig already? Seeing the fierce look on his face, Weijin nervously reminded, Calm down, Gangmok. You're scaring me. Gangmok got angry for a while, then asked, Who do you think is to blame? I mean, how did he end up like that? He has a mother who loves him so much. What or who turned him into such a mess? Weijin pressed his lips together, guessing that maybe the language of love for him was the money his parents gave him. What a lucky jerk. Except he doesn't even realize he's surrounded by so much love from the people around him. At that moment, the phone in Weijin's hand suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the name on the screen, Hyunju Seo. He urgently shouted, It's a call from that girl. Gangmok coldly replied, I don't care. Answer it or reject it, damn it. Weijin picks up the phone, his face clueless, saying, Hello. Gangmok sitting next to him silently despises him, that worthless scumbag. After that, seeing Weijin's strange expression as he hung up, Gangmok curiously asked, What did she say? Weijin immediately replied, She wants to hang out with me. Gangmok couldn't hide his disdain, saying, Oh my god, look at your face. Weijin blushed and stammered, Why would she want to hang out with me? Maybe she's really interested in me. No, it can't be. No girl would ever like a guy like me. Is it because I looked rich? I wasn't even wearing expensive clothes that day, was I? Or did she see the glass of water I was drinking? Why is that? He kept mumbling like that, so Gangmok got annoyed and shouted, My God, just be a loser already, you idiot. All she asked was if you wanted to hang out. Stop with your delusional fantasies, loser. Weijin replied angrily, I'm not a loser. The sky gradually darkens. Hyunju appeared with her ash-brown-haired friend, waving and smiling, saying hello. Weijin stood next to Gangmok, awkwardly scratching his head. Hello. Hyunju said, This is the second time we've met, so just call me Hyunju. Weijin nodded. All right, Hyunju. What do you want to do today? Go to a club. Hyunju shook her head. No, it's too boring there, the brown-gray-haired girl asked Gangmok. Can I call you Gangmok too? Gangmok responded seriously, No, not you. Hyunju reached into his pocket and told Weijin, I know what we should do. Quickly, she held out 2 tickets and smiled. Let's go to the movies. I've got the tickets ready. Weijin gave a forced smile. Oh, that's indeed a great idea. Hyunju blushed slightly as she looked at him, then rushed forward to grab Weijin's hand, too excited. Weijin was a bit surprised, looking at the bold and beautiful girl holding his arm. Oh my. He smiled slyly and thought, what should we name our first child? Gangmok, walking ahead, muttered in a low voice. A lifetime of failure. The ticket counter staff stood smiling sweetly in front of the counter. Hello, sir. Weijin stood up and said, Let me pay for the popcorn. Hyunju smiled. Get the cheese flavor. Ash-brown hair chimed in. Gray-haired person said angrily, I already paid for the tickets. Gangmok pretended not to hear and ignored her. While Weijin stood up, she received bonus points. But now I get it. 4 people quickly split into 2 pairs and sat down. Weijin happily looked at the girl sitting next to him. She also smiled at him, making Weijin even more certain that his ex-girlfriend was a demon. The sky outside gradually darkened, and the streetlights lit up brightly. Hyunju smiled contentedly and said to Weijin, It's really fun. He nodded, right? Hyunju smiled softly, so now we've finished watching the movie. Why don't we split up and hang out separately, just you and me? Weijin immediately agreed. That's a great idea. Gangmok next to Hyunju smiled and replied, I have something important to discuss with Weijin. Gangmok said coldly, Just say it here, I'll cover my ears. Hyunju looked embarrassed. It's really embarrassing to talk about that here. Weijin blushed and stepped forward to shield her, saying, Gangmoka. He handed over the card and said, This is my credit card. Why don't you two go out and have some fun? I'll meet you at home later, then turned and left with Hyunju. Gangmok held the card in his hand and thought to himself, I won't refuse, but he's too careless. Whatever, at least a girl can't knock him down. At a nearby river, Hyunju cheerfully stretched. The scenery here is truly beautiful. Weijin smiled and agreed. Hyunju, by the way, what did you want to discuss? Hyunju smiled and replied, You really are an impatient person. Are you sure you want to talk about it right here, right now? Weijin nodded slightly. Of course. Hyunju gave a faint smile and sat down next to him. Fine then. She blushed and said, Weijin. Weijin nervously replied with a yes. Hyunju continued, You have... After a moment, Gangmok looked surprised and asked, You're officially dating her? After Weijin recounted everything to Gangmok, he sat on the chair with a silly grin. Haha, seems like it. Gangmok couldn't help but smack him on the head, you idiot. Weijin, with tears in his eyes from the pain, looked up and asked, Why did you hit me? Gangmok angrily asked, Take a break, Walnut Brain. Don't you find this really strange? Weijin blankly replied, What's strange? Gangmok spoke in a low voice. I asked her friend about it yesterday. Gray-brown hair sat on the bed and said, I don't know. She's always been a strange person, so I'm not sure what she's thinking. Gangmok frowned. You find it strange too, right? How could a solid girl like her chase after a loser like him? The gray-brown-haired guy said while texting, It's really weird. But only because she's never been that passionate about anyone before. Gangmok, annoyed, took off his cloak. She never really cared about anything. I'm sure she was born with the ability to captivate men. Gray-brown hair, red face, looking at Gangmok's six-pack body, pouting, Let's see who has the natural charm to speak. Weijin was annoyed upon hearing that. Wait, are you telling the whole world about my shortcomings? Gangmok responded with arms akimbo, I'm just telling the truth. Weijin spoke up again, maybe it was. Fate, don't you think so? Gangmok gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, You cheesy bastard. What I mean is everything is happening too fast. Even Webtoon will get criticized for having unrelated spontaneous events, let alone real life. It has to develop reasonably enough for everyone to accept. Weijin frowned and leaned back in his chair. What? Can't even handle real life, so why worry? I was born into a dirt-poor family, not by choice, just like appearance. I'm sure no one who's unattractive can accept the fact they were born that way. If from the moment of birth one cannot accept reality, then what's the point of hoping for reasonable growth? And you know sometimes reality is even more deceptive than a webtoon. Letting people doubt for a while doesn't hurt. Wee-jin stood up and said seriously, "Who knows? Maybe she's like your mother and thinks, who would marry this man, and decides to show me a little love." Gangmok frowned and retorted, "Except my dad didn't fail like you did." Wee-jin recalled and asked, "Oh, by the way, I thought you and that friend wouldn't be close, because she was quite quiet when we hung out together, but it seems like you two get along after all." Gangmok asked with a cold face. "What do you mean by quiet?" "She's really loud in bed," Wee-jin replied irritably. "You don't need to tell me about that. Anyway, I'm going to date Hyunju, so don't worry if you don't see me tomorrow morning." Gangmok frowned and sneered, "You're really hopeless." At this moment, Wee-jin suddenly let out a soft laugh, "Foo foo foo." Suddenly he burst into loud laughter. Gangmok frowned and asked, "What's so funny?" Wee-jin wiped his mouth and said, "Gangmok, don't worry too much." Gangmok looked frustrated. "How can I not worry about this jerk? You've only met her for less than 3 days, and now you're acting like you found the love of your life or something." Wee-jin slowly walked toward him, smiling. "You really think I'm such a hopeless fool that any girl can toy with me and spin me around just because they show me a little affection?" Gangmok replied without hesitation. "That's right," Wee-jin continued. "That night, she asked if I could stay over at her place. But I didn't make it, you know why? What if she makes me lose control and then takes advantage of me for her own gain? She really could be one of those crazy people like you said. Don't worry too much. I was just kidding when I said it might be fate or that it's okay for people to have doubts." Gangmok sighed in confusion. "Then why are you dating her?" Wee-jin didn't turn around and said in a low voice, "Because I'm lonely. She's not taking advantage of me. She's beautiful, she's young, and she says she likes me. Who wouldn't want to date a girl like that? If things don't go well, just break up." He walked into the room, said the last sentence, "Thoina, I won't be home tomorrow, Gangmok. Good night." And that's how it goes. Wee-jin and Hyunju started dating. Even so, now the two are holding hands walking down the street. Hyunju asked softly, "Wee-jin, are you going home tonight too?" Wee-jin nodded. "Yeah, I find it hard to sleep in someone else's bed." Wee-jin didn't ask much, simply saying, "If that's what you say, then fine." They were a bit different from normal couples. Time passed without any issues arising. Until that day, the sky remained as clear as ever. Hyunju smiled brightly and called Wee-jin. He happily walked over. Hyunju asked with concern, "Have you eaten yet?" Wee-jin shook his head. "Not yet, because I want to eat with you," Hyunju suggested. "I know a great place. Do you want to try that restaurant?" Wee-jin nodded, "Sure." A few minutes later, at a small kimbap shop, Korean-style seaweed rolls. Hyunju excitedly said, "This place makes super delicious jeokbokkeum." Wee-jin smiled. "Oh really? How did you know I like jeokbokkeum?" Two people walked in and saw a woman cleaning a table. She smiled at them. "Welcome, guests." What the heck? Wee-jin was stunned to realize she was his mother. His mother was also stunned when she saw him arrive. Wee-jin chuckled softly, mocking himself, just like he had said before. Hyunju, standing next to him, was a bit surprised. "Huh, you know that person?" The mother, upon seeing her son, was moved to tears and softly called out, "Wee-jin." Wee-jin gave her a faint smile, perhaps even more deceitful than reality itself. Just translated text. As soon as he saw his mother, Wee-jin quickly turned away and said, "Let's go somewhere else, Hyunju." Hyunju, surprised, replied, "But this place is pretty nice." Suddenly, Wee-jin's mother spoke up. "Wee-jin," a call that made even Hyunju turn around in surprise. Parents happily said, "Stay and eat something before you leave, son." Hyunju was very surprised and replied, "Oh, you are Wee-jin's mother?" Hyunju cheerfully greeted, "Hi, nice to meet you. So you're his girlfriend?" As soon as she finished speaking, Wee-jin beside her immediately shouted, "Let's go, Hyunju." Finally, the two of them left, but before leaving, Hyunju turned back to look at the woman who claimed to be Wee-jin's mother. She looked incredibly sad as she gazed towards Hyunju and Wee-jin. Wee-jin. On the way out of the store, Hyunju asked, "Wee-jin, are you okay? Did you have a fight with your mom or something?" Wee-jin stormed forward saying, "She's not my mother." Hyunju frowned and replied, "But she just called you her son, didn't she?" Wee-jin replied, "She doesn't deserve to be anyone's mother." Seeing Wee-jin's expression and attitude suddenly become confusing, Hyunju also fell silent. "I see," Hyunju responded with a phrase full of implications. She immediately followed Wee-jin and said, "Maybe now you know why." Wee-jin, slightly surprised, turned around, "Because I see the sadness in your eyes." Hearing this, Wee-jin immediately felt something was off and responded, What are you talking about?" Hyunju smiled and replied, "Actually, I told my parents the same thing. Maybe that's why I'm naturally drawn to you." Finally, they both reached a bridge to watch the sunset. Along with a can of beer, Hyunju started to share, "My mom, she passed away after giving birth to me." Hearing this immediately caught Wee-jin's attention. Weijin's eyes never left Hyunju for a second as she listened to how her father had raised her alone from then on. She continued, "But he thought that the mother's departure was somehow your fault and just abandoned you, so your grandfather raised you. After some time he passed away due to old age, and Dad took you back," Hyunju said while looking off into the distance. "Chaeyeon!" a voice called out, and little Hyunju appeared. "Chaeyeon, why did you leave me like that?" Little Hyun. Ju always had to see her father constantly grieving in front of the last picture of her mother. "I told you that you were more important to me than the child." If only just because of that statement, the girl gradually realized something. The father then moved closer to Hyunju, looked down at her and said, "I wish you had never been born. It's all your fault." Then he reached out his hands toward Hyunju. After growing up a bit, the image of a broken picture appeared. She left the house because she couldn't endure the abuse anymore, and the image of the girl Hyunju at that time was much older, with wounds and bruises on her face as she sat on a bench in the park. "When I grew up, I took on many low-paying jobs to support myself. But for some strange reason, there are nights when Hyunju lies in bed looking at her phone and she said, 'I can't stop thinking about Dad.' Looking at the blocked number of her father in the phone contacts, Hyunju said, 'What he did to me was completely wrong, but is it really okay to deny him when he's still my father? They say blood is thicker than water, and I find it true.' At that moment, Hyunju was deeply troubled, staring at that phone number belonging to her father. Hyunju continued, 'So I did some searching and found out Dad was still in touch with him.' And the image of the father appeared, his face weary but still showing surprise upon seeing Hyunju. Hyunju. He tried to hold back his emotions and pretended to be cheerful while talking to Hyunju. 'You've grown into a beautiful young woman, my dear.' As if, he said while reaching his hand toward Hyunju's hand. Chaeyeon was once again sitting in front of her father, and now his face began to reveal his true colors, with words and expressions so lewd they were disgusting. He continued saying thank you for coming back to me, and his hand kept rubbing Hyunju's hand. At that moment, Hyunju thought, that's when I realized. Rejecting him was the best decision ever made. Her eyes at that moment were incredibly indifferent, affirming that I wasn't wrong to escape from him and live my own life. Back to reality, Hyunju said. Since then I've stopped thinking about him. I don't care about that person anymore. Hearing this, Weijin replied, You don't know. I've always been optimistic about everything, so you had no idea how tough my journey to adulthood was. Hyunju replied, Yeah, it was really hard, but that's all in the past now. Hyunju turned to Weijin, clenched her hand and said, You need to move on and find your own happiness. Sinking into the painful past will only make you feel worse, right? You can't let the past hold you back from living your life. Time only moves forward, and it's pointless to keep dwelling on the past when there's a bright future ahead. I don't mean that we should all act as if nothing ever happened. Seeing Weijin's expression at that moment, Hyunju continued, I just want to say we shouldn't let past events haunt us anymore. I feel like it's been bothering you for a while. Honestly, everything is written all over your face. Why don't you try talking to your mom and resolving all the conflicts like I did with my dad and completely cut him off? Without another word, Hyunju handed the beer can to Lin for a sip. Might end something. She raised her hand to wipe away the beer foam from her lips. It's a good thing we're talking about this now. Hyunju might be a bit tipsy from the beer, so she sat closer to Weijin and wrapped her arm around him, making him feel a bit embarrassed. At least it might help us understand each other's sadness a little. Maybe that's a good sign, don't you think? Hyunju looked up at Weijin and said. Instead, Weijin showed no reaction, just turned away and remained pensive. That evening at the apartment complex in Weijin District, he finally returned to his apartment, kicked off his shoes by the door and said, I'm back. Welcome back. Hey, how are you? In front of Weijin is the couple Gangmok and Brown Gray Hair, both deeply focused on their game. Weijin looked at the two of them having fun and thought, what's going on here? Are they newlyweds or something? Gangmok, want to visit Junyoung's mother for a bit? Right now Gangmok looked up at Weijin and said, as long as he's not asleep it's fine. Gangmok stood up and put on his coat. Seeing this, Brown Gray Hair grumbled, but I just got here. Gangmok replied, wait here for us, it won't be long. Finally the two arrived at Junyoung's mother's house. After hearing the story she said, have you met your mother? Isn't that a good thing? When you were little you were always looking for your mom, Weijin replied. That's true. You immediately looked up at Junyoung's mother and said, why do you think she came looking for me after all these years? Junyoung's mom cheerfully replied, maybe she just wanted to know how her son has been and have a chat, just like how the aunts always want to meet and talk with their Junyoung. Now Weijin thinks, after seeing the smile on Junyoung's mother's face, I started hoping that my mom wasn't looking for me because of money, but simply because she wanted to know how her son was doing. At that moment, Weijin suddenly stopped smiling. He thought again. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was just a hopeless fool. Finally, the two of them returned to the apartment, Gangmok carrying a plastic bag with something in it. Gangmok looked at the plastic bag and said, "This is at least enough Nurungji for 3 days." "Gangmok!" Weijin suddenly called out, making Gangmok instinctively turn around. Weijin continued, "Could you do me a favor and accompany me to another place?" She was right. In the end, Weijin finally decided to do something that should have been done a long time ago. "Are you sure you can do it?" Gangmok asked. Weijin stood in front of the store and replied, "Yeah. At least I should listen to what she wants to say." Weijin boldly stepped into the store. Inside, Weijin's mother saw someone step in and instinctively turned around, saying, "Sincerely sorry, but I'm about to close up." Weijin thought for a moment before deciding what to do with her. Oh, Weijin's mother was a bit surprised because it was her son. "Are you free?" Weijin looked at her mother and asked, surprising her a bit. He continued with a cold look in his eyes, "I want to talk." And in the end, the shop still couldn't close, its lights shining against the night sky. Inside, Weijin and Gangmok are sitting across from Weijin's mother. At the beginning of the story, she immediately asked Weijin, "Have you eaten yet?" Weijin, feeling a bit annoyed, said, "Listen, I didn't come here to eat." Seeing this, Weijin's mother fell silent, deep in thought. Looking at the cup of coffee, Weijin continued, "Let's get straight to the point. You looked directly at your mother like an assassin and asked why. She went to find me and that's it." Hearing this, Weijin's mother frowned, looking a bit sad. Mom just wants to see you again," she said hesitantly. Weijin replied, "You want to see me again?" You frowned and questioned, "Nonsense, if that's the case, you should have found me sooner." "Because of money, right?" Weijin bluntly said. He slammed the table and stood up, yelling, "You heard rumors that I made a fortune from cryptocurrency, so you show up claiming to be my mother? Am I wrong, Weijin?" Thang Weijin was gradually losing his calm. Gangmok said, "Calm down, Weijin. You said you wanted to hear what she had to say about the past," Gangmok replied calmly, looking seriously at Weijin. "At least give me a chance to explain." Hearing this, Weijin finally calmed down and regained composure. Weijin takes a deep breath. "You're right," he replied, looking at his mother with eyes full of resentment. "Explain to me why you abandoned me after that day," Weijin asked directly about the matter he had always wanted to find an answer to. Suddenly, Weijin's mother lowered her head with a very sad expression and said, "All right." Looking at the steaming cup of coffee, Weijin's mother began the story. She was adopted by a woman who took her in as a child. Mom was always scolded, looked down on, and never received any love. My mom was once deeply hopeless, always yearning for love until she met my dad. He gave her the first feelings of her life. Weijin always attentively listened to every word his mother said. But Mom was too naive. Her face grew sadder by the minute. Suddenly, Weijin angrily shouted, "I don't give a damn about your life story. What does that have to do with you abandoning me? Should I forgive her just because she had an unhappy childhood? Is that what she's trying to imply?" Weijin keeps attacking his mother. You continued, "That day she said she would come back to get the money, and then she ran away by herself." "Weijin," your mother said. "Mom tried to bring you along." Her hands holding the coffee cup were gradually trembling. Hearing this, Weijin smirked and said, "If you had planned to escape with me, why didn't you bring that money when we went to the park?" The mother replied, "Your father is the only one who knows the pin, so I must get it at all costs." Thinking back to the past before leaving, she continued, "Mom knew there would be arguments and conflicts, so she couldn't leave you at home." Father and son returned home. His image appeared with the words, "What the hell are you saying, you bitch?" "I want a divorce as expected," Weijin's mother said firmly at that moment. "I'm the only one making money in this house, so give me the pin now." But instead, the father responded, "You must be out of your mind, you devil. Keep your mouth shut and go see the billiards owner. I owe him some money. He said he wants to meet you." Hearing this, Weijin's mother was really helpless at that moment, but she still insisted either you give me the pin or I'll sue you. At that moment, Weijin's father was furious and shouted, "Are you threatening to sue your husband, you disobedient, shameless wench?" Then he looked around and asked, "Where's the kid?" The mother replied, "I'll bring Weijin along." Hearing that, he got angry and said, "I'm getting irritated now." He continued, "Do you think you'll be happy if you leave me?" In the room where no happiness remained, the mother replied, "I don't know, but I'm sure," she firmly said with determined eyes. "Weijin will definitely be happier without a terrible father like you." When he heard this, he immediately said, "What are you talking about? Stop pretending to be the kind-hearted mother, you hypocrite." He raised the bottle and looked mockingly at Weijin's mother. "You make me laugh too much, and you're using that boy as a substitute to avoid being beaten, aren't you?" The mother shouted loudly, "That's exactly the reason. I decided to be a good mother to the boy from now on. This nonsense has to stop. I don't want him to suffer for another moment." Instead of saying anything serious, the old man gulped down the bottle of liquor in his hand. After finishing a gulp of liquor, he immediately put on a terrifying look and challenged, "Okay, then run away. I will find you, and you'll regret it." "Every child needs a father," the mother replied. "I dare you." And don't even dream of spending a penny from the bank account. As he said, the bottle of liquor flew towards Weijin's mother's face. A loud crash followed by drops of blood. This time, unlike before, she was seriously injured and bleeding, and in front of her was still a terrible drunk husband spewing curses. Damn whore. He immediately frowned, rushed over to beat and curse her. What the hell did you eat, damn you? As always, the woman couldn't fight back and just lay there, enduring the blows of a monster. Run? Where do you think you're going? I'm too lenient with you, so you're rebelling, huh? He keeps beating nonstop. Until I felt tired and stopped, saying, Where the hell is that kid? It's outside. He turned his gaze toward the door. Then he intended to leave the house to find Wu Jin, while Wu Jin's mother was trying to reach for the bottle of liquor lying on the floor. Hide and seek happiness, trying to stand up from behind the old husband, he kept talking. You've been leeching off me like a parasite, and now you dare to speak to me like that? I will beat you, so you'll remember next time. Suddenly from behind, the mother used all her strength to grab a bottle of wine and charged forward. Because the person was already exhausted from being beaten, her latest blow didn't have enough strength. Find a wife, who else would it be this time? In front of her was her old husband, raising his hands to hold his head. But picking him up didn't bother him at all. He turned around angrily and said, You're crazy. But before she could resist, Weijin's mother had already grabbed the remaining half of the bottle along with the small book covers she had smashed earlier. By now, she must have turned into a demon herself, because otherwise, she wouldn't be able to escape from a demon. At the same time, the boy Weijin had also finished his last bite. Fate has just decided, and the sky is finally dimming into night. Looking at his empty plate, the boy thought, I'm so full. When will my mom come here? The boy started thinking about his mother. The room suddenly became eerily quiet. The image of Weijin's mother appeared. She was collapsing on the floor, gasping for breath. Finally, she defeated the monster that had been destroying her happiness for so long. Despite his body nearing exhaustion, he still tried to keep a last bit of clarity for himself. The mother then held her head and looked toward the door. In her subconscious, she said, I have to go back to pick up Weijin. Looking toward the door, their consciousness is gradually fading away. The mother tries to stand up. Weijin, wait for me. Mom will come, she promised, her eyes dull and her steps unsteady. She's reaching for the doorknob, Mom promised. And finally, the mother, exhausted, collapsed right in front of the room's door. Weijin. Weijin waited for her mother. The sky has now become darker and the streetlights have turned on. Inside the park now, only the sobbing of a child remains. And no one else but Weijin. The boy, now with tears and a runny nose, was still trying to sit huddled in his thoughts, waiting for his mom to take him home. And still in that spot until the next day, Weijin kept trying to wait, but Mom never came. Weijin angrily shouted nonsense. Stop lying, Mom, Weijin said softly with pain in her voice. Mom is just telling the truth, Weijin. Look here, Mom even had to get stitches because the wound was too deep. When she woke up, her mother found herself in the hospital. And after that time, Mida faingoitu? Weijin calmly asked when she was released, and Weijin's mother slowly replied, Last year. Weijin was angry when hearing this and questioned, Then why didn't you come to find me at that time? Weijin's mom was a bit tense and replied, I can't because, not daring to tell my child the truth, I had planned to take my own life. During her time in prison, Mother always wondered, Am I worthy of living? I once swore I would never abandon my child like my parents did to me, but I didn't expect to repeat something I once deeply despised. Abandoning the very child they gave birth to. I will never forgive myself for that. Even if I get out of prison and find Weijin, I'll only be a burden to him. Look at the small fragment under your feet. She couldn't help but feel dazed. Slowly sit down and pick up that shard. This is the only way. But here they have taken away all my rights, even the right to die. After multiple failed suicide attempts, the doctor sitting across from her praised, It seems you've moved past your suicidal thoughts, a commendable improvement. She smiled and replied, Yes, I have decided to die after being released. However, after being released from prison, it cost her 3,701. Do you need a bag while checking out at the convenience store? She heard laughter and conversation behind her. Cannot help but turn to look. Store staff noticed her standing still and gently reminded her, Ma'am. I saw a mother playing with her son, and started hoping for a new life. Moreover, more than anything in the world, Mom misses her Weijin so much. Weijin's mother wiped her tears, deeply moved, knowing that her child was still alive and living well. So my mother started with a small eatery using the money she saved while in prison. She wanted to work hard, earn money, and open a real restaurant. She told herself that if she lived a good life, maybe she could meet her child again. A year passed and Mom finally opened a restaurant. That was when she thought about finding you and accidentally read an article about you online. Weijin, Mom always wants to say this when she sees you. Mother's son, I am very sorry. When having a terrible mother like Mom, Weijin sighed and ran his hand through his hair. I'm feeling down. I need to take a walk, I'll be back soon. The cigarette is lit. Gangmok silently smoked while standing next to Weijin, who sat there in a daze. Gangmok spoke up to break the suffocating atmosphere and said that injury really was from being hit. You can believe me. Weijin replied softly. Yes, I know, Yujin responded, and Gangmok continued. She seems to be telling you the truth, which could be a problem if you think about it carefully. Gangmok didn't understand what Weijin meant and softly said, huh. Weijin curled up, feeling lonely, and said, because I also tried to commit suicide not long ago and because the reason was just like hers. You couldn't help but laugh at yourself. Damn it. I still can't believe this nonsense, but I understand how she feels. Gangmok asked softly after hearing what you said, so what do you plan to do? Weijin calmly replied, I still can't forgive her. Gangmok asked in confusion, so what? Weijin slowly walked into his mother's house. Seeing him tense, Weijin called out softly. Weijin walked in and asked his mother if the shop was closed today, and she nodded in agreement. You asked again, would it be a bother if I wanted to eat something? Your mom was a bit surprised but still replied, no, not at all. Weijin heard that and said, okay, then can you make me a portion of stir-fried pork with vegetables? Gangmok, or are you talking about 2 parts? A moment later, a full meal was laid out on the table, rich in flavor. Weijin stared blankly at the food in front of him. Pick up the chopsticks and take a piece. Put it in your mouth and enjoy. Let's eat and not say anything. After finishing his meal, he put down his chopsticks, sighed, and said, hey, Mom. Mom thinks she's the only one who went through that terrible time. For me, it was even worse. Damn it. Did you know what I've been through since that day, Mom? Weijin, hearing this, felt a deep pain in her heart and could only say, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Weijin, with tears and a runny nose, asked sadly, Mom, will you promise me that you won't disappear like that again? Gangmok, despite being moved, chimed in. You normally look bad, but crying makes it worse. Weijin angrily shouted, shut your mouth. Yujin's mother, hearing this, was moved to tears and said, of course, I'll always be here to cook your favorite dishes, but I still can't forgive her. Anyway, a wound this deep can't heal overnight. But I will try to understand you. Eat more, my son. Gangmok glanced at Weijin, who was messy like a calico cat, and smiled slightly. Looks like there's another spot to enjoy homemade food. Then he scooped up some soup with a spoon and ate it. Because that's what family means. Gangmok tried it and praised it for being delicious. Hyunju listened to Weijin's story, laughed cheerfully and said, well, that's truly a happy ending. See, I told you that at the very least you should have talked to her before deciding to cut off contact, Weijin replied firmly, saying it's not like he had completely forgiven her. Hyunju smiled softly and said, I think you're almost there. Weijin heard her and responded with a gentle smile in his eyes. To be honest, I hope so too. Hyunju also thanks to you. Hyunju blushed and whispered, if you really think so. So can we go somewhere to hang out overnight? Weijin looked puzzled and asked, overnight? Do you mean booking a hotel room or something? Hyunju blushed and said, Weijin chuckled softly and said, okay. Let's go somewhere for a change of scenery. Hyunju smiled contentedly and said, I feel relieved. I thought you were purposely avoiding spending the night with me. Weijin heard her say that and curiously asked An-a why he had to do that. Hyunju blushed and replied, I thought you were avoiding me because you found out about my strange hobby. Weijin, hearing this, became even more curious. What on earth are you talking about? Hyunju the mysterious, it's Weijin. Do you like being tied up or handcuffed? Are you interested in those kinds of things? Weijin heard that and was stunned for a moment, quickly regained composure and replied, oh, absolutely. At the apartment Woojin is living in, Gangmok leaned against the door and asked, are you going on a trip? Where is this? Jeju Island or somewhere else? Weijin replied while packing. No, I just want to find a nice place to enjoy the view. Gangmok walked in and asked, how long will you be gone? Weijin replied, I guess I'll stay overnight. Gangmok asked again, when are you leaving? Weijin replied, we're meeting tonight and heading out right after. Gangmok nodded slightly as if saying okay, then with grayish-brown sleepy eyes, appeared at Weijin's door, mumbling, good morning. Gangmok saw her like that and got an attitude, damn it, try getting up early just once. Weijin greeted back. Gray noticed Weijin packing and asked, are you going somewhere, Weijin? Weijin found it strange and asked her again, didn't Hyunju tell you we were going out? Brown Gray also thought for a moment and then replied, oh, actually, I'm not that close to him, so Weijin understood after she explained. Gray sighed softly, I really want to travel too. Gangmok reminded her, oh, I'll be going out with Weijin, so just order food yourself. Weijin still thinks about what Nuzam said, are they not that close? Another moment later, around noon, past 12. Mom Weijin happily greeted, you're here. Weijin went with Gangmok, he hesitated a bit. Yes, sir. Gangmok spoke up. The restaurant is really crowded, isn't it, sir? Weijin's mom wiped her sweat and said, I haven't had a moment's rest. Also glad it turned out that way. Weijin just coughed lightly. Feeling awkward, he asked, Mom, do you need, any help? Seeing her son like that, she happily said, That's a relief, thank you so much. So another 2 hours passed in Weijin's mother's small restaurant. Gangmok was serving when some girls flirted with him, asking if he had a girlfriend. Known for his temper, Gangmok replied, Shut up, finish eating and get lost. Weijin's mother carried out a tray of food and said to the two people, You should eat too. Weijin immediately replied to his mother. After work, homemade meals taste so much better, everyone finishes their plates. Both changed clothes to go home. Gangmok cheerfully said, Thanks for the meal, madam. She called Weijin back. Thanks for helping out at the shop today. Feel free to drop by any time. Weijin shyly responded, yes. Then the two went outside again. Gangmok was driving and asked, Hey buddy, are you feeling any better lately? Weijin replied calmly, Well, at least I don't feel depressed anymore, making peace with my mom. It's better now. I got a cute girlfriend, along with some other things. Not to mention, I have another good friend by my side. Gangmok looked at the road and said, Good. Let's go get some dessert, and with that, he hit the gas and sped off. Then went to visit Ms. Ko's house. She heard Weijin's story and felt happy for him. Money, fame, or anything else is great, but without family, all of that means nothing. Weijin slowly replied, Yes, ma'am. Gangmok took a bite and asked her, Are you troubled by something? Mrs. Go said no, nothing at all, then followed by a bout of coughing. Weijin asked, Are you okay? Mrs. Go sat up and said, I'm fine. Just choked on a piece of apple for a bit, by the way. I made sikye, a traditional sweet drink made from rice. Do any of you want to drink it? Gangmok happily replied, Oh, I really like sikye. Grandma Go asked further, How's Junyoung? Is he still very busy? Weijin also hesitated and replied, Yes. There are some tasks that only he can handle, so it might be a few more days before he can come home. Go still stood by the fridge and replied to him, Is that so? She then quietly looked at the red liquid she had just coughed up onto her hand. Well, I guess you'll have to wait a bit longer to meet it then. After visiting relatives, the two brought sikye for Naozam to drink together. Gangmok was practicing the question, Is it good? Naoksam drank and happily replied, Wow, it's really good. Weijin grabbed the luggage and walked out saying, See you guys later. Gangmok reminded Weijin, If anything happens, remember to call me right away. Weijin smiled and replied, Don't worry, I'm just going out with my girlfriend. What could possibly happen? Gangmok still felt uneasy, while Nuksam also greeted Weijin. Have fun. Weijin feels like, My life has recently been filled with nothing but happiness. Truly a complete turnaround from the life I had before. Although I feel a bit anxious about the whole thing. Is it really me? Weijin's train of thought paused for a moment upon sensing a presence. Of a girl with shiny black hair flowing in the wind. When Hyunju smiled and greeted him once again, Weijin wondered if he deserved this happiness. Then they both walked into the hotel. After putting away their things, Weijin asked, Shall we go for a walk in the park now? Hyunju replied, No. Then she pushed him hard. Both of them fell onto the bed. Weijin lay beneath, utterly confused, while Hyunju gently said, We can. Arriving later, she said as she pulled out a roll of pink tape with a wild look in her eyes. Hyunjin's mind darkened a bit, making his blood flow faster. He stammered, Hi Hyunju. Hyunju just kept smiling and continued with her actions. The waiting sound of Weijin mixes with the ripping tape echoing throughout the room. The result is that Weijin's limbs were glued and fixed to the four corners of the bed. Once again, Weijin spoke up in confusion, calling out the name of the person who tied him up, Hyunju. Weijin asked again, No, aren't you rushing a bit? Hyunju's gaze darkened and she asked him, Have you put it in yet? Now of Weijin dimmed the lights again and asked, What? You are still wearing pants? Hyunju with her madness asked, No, I mean, at the same time at Gangmok and Naogam, the two were playing darts. Gangmok turned around and asked, You said you're not close to that sly fox. What do you mean? Noxam responded, Sly fox. Are you talking about Hyunju? Gangmok confirmed, Yeah. Gray-Brown kept throwing darts while telling him, Yes, we were in the same class in college, that's it. We didn't even talk the whole semester. But after it ended, she suddenly reached out to me. Even so, I don't have any friends, so I was like, Sure, why not, and we've hung out a few times. Gangmok nodded. Oh, really? Noxam continued, Yes, I was surprised that she would do that, especially since we haven't been talking to each other much lately. But Weijin also plays cryptocurrency, right? Gangmok frowned slightly and asked, How do you know? Noxam replied, Last time when I was playing a game on your computer. I see a notification that some online posts have been deleted at your request, so I checked them out. Gangmok got angry. What the hell? You want to get beaten up? That's how you get beaten up. Gray pulled out his phone to reply, Just this once. Besides, what's wrong with virtual money anyway, really? I also trade cryptocurrency. Gangmok raised his eyebrows and asked, "What?" She glanced at the board and said, "So Weijin made around 3 billion won, about 55 billion Vietnamese dong. I was surprised to find out that he's quite a good investor, though not as good as me." Gangmok asked again, "You play crypto too?" Nasum happily bragged, "Want to see how much I've made?" She held out her phone excitedly and said, "Here, see, I'm only showing you. Not everyone gets this special privilege, so don't go thinking about other girls when the one who deserves your appreciation is right here." Then he pinned her against the wall, making No Siam completely lose her nerve. Gangmok seriously asked, "Do your college friends know you make money from cryptocurrency?" Gray Brown still felt a bit shy but answered him, I think they found out near the end of the semester. I had to work really hard to convince them it was just a baseless rumor." Gangmok asked again, "And when did that girl start approaching you?" Noxum tried to remember and answered him, "Near the end of the semester, I guess. She asked me if I traded cryptocurrencies, but I lied and said I didn't." Gangmok but realized something. Eugen faced the question, "Did you put it in yet?" Gangmok put on his coat. Noxum asked, "What's up? Where are you going all of a sudden?" Gangmok replied gruffly, "Where else can I go?" "Weijin is still tied up here?" asked Hyunju. "What do you mean I'm on top?" Hyunju replied. "No." Gangmok cracked his knuckles and said, "Of course, we're going to hunt that fox." "Hyunju, now let's get to the main point. Which cryptocurrency have you invested in?" "What?" Weijin asked again, surprised. Hyunju feels that he's really annoying now. She said he made her question her sexual orientation because he always refused to sleep with her. Weijin was a bit scared by those words. "What are you saying, Hyunju? You left me and now you want to come back? Which cryptocurrency have you invested in?" Weijin struggled to break free from the restraints, but it seemed hopeless. "You tried your hardest, but it had no effect, making Hyunju mock you." Weijin lay exhausted, feeling something was off because life couldn't be this happy. He asked Hyunju to spare him because he had a lot of money. Weijin looked at Hyunju and asked if her friend was joining as well. "Huiju, to be honest, we aren't really friends." Actually, she knew Huiju because she had already invested in cryptocurrency. More than anything, when she mentioned this, Huiju pretended not to know and changed the subject. Moreover, Huiju has started seeing some guy and doesn't bother to reply to her messages anymore. "So, are you going to ignore my question just like she did?" "Hyunju Baoan, tell me and I will let you go," Weijin answered honestly. "Dong loser." "I invested in Dong loser, satisfied now? Now untie me and leave." Hyunju appeared after hearing that you had invested in this currency. Both stared silently at each other. Hyunju asked if it was the coin with a celebrity's face on it. "Yes, I invested in that." Pause for about 3 seconds. Hyunju suddenly grabbed his collar and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Who in their right mind would go and buy something so ridiculous?" "Weijin, don't be so confusing, I'm serious." Hyunju turned away. "Bow, you think I'm a fool or something." "I can't believe you're still in the mood to tease," she said, opening the suitcase. "Why do people with experience in crypto investments never want to share the secrets of their strategies? Why can't we share experiences and make money together?" "Don't you think so?" Hyunju took out a whip from the suitcase. "I asked one last time, which cryptocurrency are you trading?" Who? Weijin desperately shouted. "I told you we're both losers. I'm serious." Hyunju became even more agitated. She was about to charge at this guy and knock the color out of him. Weijin quickly tilted his head back. If she didn't believe it, she could check this transaction history. Seeing Hyunju approaching with a whip in hand, Weijin grew increasingly desperate, handed over the phone, then I opened it for him. Looking at the Super VIP Pro coin in front of me, Hyunju stared at it, completely dumbfounded. She insisted this was not his account, which made Weijin angry. "Why would I lie?" I said. "Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. The important thing must be repeated 3 times. Please tell me how you bought cryptocurrency. God, set me free first." Hyunju knelt down, "Please. I even borrowed 100,000 won privately to invest in cryptocurrency. Please, I just need to double my profits, just enough to pay off my debts." Weijin looked at her and felt she was pushing it too far. Weijin seemed unconvinced, leaving Hyunju with no choice but to carry out a ruthless act. She grabbed the lamp beside her. His face darkened as he said, "If you don't talk, I'll kill you." "Oh my God," Weijin looked fearfully at the woman in front of him. It's not the gentle girl he once liked. About to explain further, throwing in another. "I told you already. If you lie, you will die instantly. Hold on. Let me speak first. The most absurd thing will generate the most profit." Seeing that she seemed unconvinced, Weijin began using the persuasion technique. She started looking for tips from many places. Of course, I wanted a ton of time to analyze this damn thing. Weijin suddenly shouted and insisted it was wrong. He explained that investors who do not care about actual profits often make a lot of money. No matter how much time you spend researching ways to earn cryptocurrency, the neighbor lady will still make more. Based on that logic, just invest in some stupid cryptocurrency like loser. Hyunju heard that and said nothing. She left the bed and turned away. "I will temporarily trust you, Huijin didn't expect this girl to believe those words. Hyunju turned with a bit of hope and said, "But if I lose money because of your way, I swear I'll take your life." Ha, Huijin doesn't care much now. He asked her about the past she mentioned. Hyunju didn't respond and walked out of the room. No, that's the truth. You heard it, but not only did it not make sense. Feeling extremely angry, that bastard, let them go already. After a period of unconscious reflection on life, Gangmok and Huiju have arrived here. Seeing Huijin blinded in such a twisted way, after freeing him, Gangmok quietly asked if he was hurt anywhere, not physically in pain. Pain in a wounded heart. Gangmok smacked him on the head and said, "Shut up and go home immediately." Huiju asked beside him, "Did you suggest cryptocurrency to her?" Right, but to say I suggested it isn't exactly true." Huiju became worried after hearing the whole story from him, wondering what if she really comes looking for him. Huiju didn't think that way. He knew she had borrowed money from private sources, probably from the mafia. Whatever it was, she had to worry about keeping herself alive first. Since then, Gangmok has always gone to school with Huiju whenever there was a class. But there were no traces of Hyunju. During that time, Huijin kept himself busy. You know how to help others and work hard to enjoy life. Huijin wants to use these things to forget what happened. But then one day, Hyunju showed up at his door. She happily waved, saying hello, hello. Oh ho! Huijin and Gangmok stood stunned, staring at the girl in front of them. Gangmok swiftly pinned her against the wall. He demanded, "What are you doing here, you bitch? I'm just here to thank Huijin." What? Huijin felt surprised. Hyunju thanked him for successfully investing in cryptocurrency. He thought she had invested in loser coin. But no, she invested in another worthless coin. It is named Toby coin. Huijin found it strange, wondering who on earth came up with such a currency. Then the two of them started tying her up tightly. Grab the phone and start searching. Seeing that the company's revenue, which I once criticized, has skyrocketed like that, it makes you feel a bit embarrassed, not expecting this field to be as trippy as the loser field. This coin is named after some dog. Huijin is surfing the Toby coin exchange. Gangmok stood in front and asked, "How much has it increased?" Huijin replied, "About 70%. Toby, it looks like a good deal." He listened, then turned and asked, "Hey Crypto Master, why did this silly thing spike in price?" Huiju replied, "I have no idea, maybe because it's cute." Suddenly a different sound was heard, Hyunju smiled and asked, "Could you please let me go? I was in deep despair at the time, which made me lose my composure. Please accept my apology and let me go." Gangmok immediately replied, "Ayo," while Huiju rubbed her neck and said, "Let her go, Gangmok. Didn't she say she would come and kill Huijin if that cryptocurrency went bankrupt? She made money and is in a good mood, so let her take it and leave. Smart people don't waste time with those kinds of people." He silently walked closer to Hyunju. Hyunju smiled and said, "I really came to say thank you. You don't need to worry." Before finishing his sentence, he was slapped in the face by Gangmok. After slapping him, he turned to Huiju and said, "Untie her. Then untie the ropes." Hyunju stood up and rubbed her wrist. Gangmok said, "Get lost," while Huijin quietly turned away. Hyunju walked to the door, waved, and said, "I'm leaving. Goodbye, Huijin." Huijin looked out but said nothing. Huiju stood by the door and said, "Hey, sell that thing and take the money out right away." Hyunju replied, got it, then walks out the door. Hyunju smiled. She crossed her arms and replied, "Are you crazy? Why would I sell my precious Toby, especially when its value just keeps going up?" The screen in the room is displaying cryptocurrency. Huijin is sitting at the computer, resting her chin on her hand. Gangmok walked in and asked, "What are you thinking? Considering buying some Toby coins or what?" He looked up and replied, "Well, no, I'm just curious why a meme coin like that could actually go up in value." At this moment, Huiju also walked in and said, "Thanks to that loser coin. Remember, it was the first meme cryptocurrency, and everyone thought it was funny for the same reason. Now that Toby's value is rising, some brainless apes are going to invest in it for a while." Different comments are flashing on the screen. "Toby is such a good boy. What the hell is my puppy doing? It should have been a cryptocurrency. How the hell is this thing going up? Just like a monkey holding a gold coin. All I did was buy this puppy coin and I'll be as rich as if I hacked infinite money." Huijin asked, "Is that how you invest too, Huiju?" Huiju laughed and said, "Haha, don't lump me with those ape men." Huijin glanced over and asked, "Then how?" Huiju made a shady gesture and said, "That's a trade secret." Gangmok looked at her and said, "Don't be so stingy, just tell us." Huiju replied, "No way." Gangmok grabbed her by the neck and shouted, "Oh, so you want to play like this, huh?" Huiju shouted back, "If I tell you, you'll kick me out and go find another girl." Then Huiju lowered her voice. "Now that I think about it, it feels a bit strange," Gangmok asked. "What are you talking about?" Huiju said. "I mean, every time I hang out with Hyunju, she keeps trying to force me to drink, constantly bringing up cryptocurrency and other random things. And when she saw Weijin at the bar, she quickly checked something on her phone. Then she asked me if she could film tonight's outing, and she also insisted that Weijin must be in the entire video. Now I understand. I mean, I'm a loser, and so is Weijin. Why would a cute girl like her want to hang out with losers like us? She must have some sort of plan. Gangmok glanced at Weijin and said, "Hey, watch your mouth." Huiju also looked at him and said, "Oh, sorry." Weijin replied, "Haha, it's okay." Gangmok frowned and said, "Don't call him a loser. Only I get to call him that." Huiju calmly replied, "Whatever you say." Then Gangmok said, "Let it go, Weijin. Forget her and find another girl." Weijin leaned on the table and replied, "I'm fine, Gangmok. Don't worry about me because I'll never fall for another girl again." Gangmok stared at Weijin, then asked, "Why don't you set him up with your friends?" Huiju shouted. "I told you I don't have friends," Weijin interrupted. Okay. Weijin stopped them and said, "I've learned a valuable life lesson from her, and I'm not hurt by what happened, so calm down." Then he said, "And the new rule is no more talking about cryptocurrency in my house." Gangmok raised his hand and said, "Understood." Huiju also agreed, "Understood." After that, Weijin covered his face with a book. Lying down on the chair, Gangmok looked at him, slowly walked into the room. Seeing Huiju lying on the bed, he said, "Hey, move over," Huiju asked in confusion. "Huh?" Gangmok sat by the bed. He asked, "What do you think about Toby Coin? Do you think it will keep going up?" Huiju replied, "I told you I don't share trading secrets with anyone." Gangmok continued, "I didn't mean that, idiot. Remember what that bitch said? She said she would cling to Weijin if that cryptocurrency goes bankrupt. We should be prepared." Huiju remained firm, saying she would withdraw the money if she made double the amount. Gangmok said, "No way. Did you really think that kid would just stop there and take the money?" Huiju looked firmly and said, "I guarantee you she will." Ujin suddenly burst through the door, shouting, "Gangmok! Gangmok!" Gangmok looked over and said, "Hey man, knock before you come in, you idiot. What if we were having sex?" As he was speaking, Weijin interrupted, "I just got a call from the hospital. They said your sister woke up." Arrived at the hospital, my sister Gangmok opened her eyes. Gangmok stood next to her and asked, "Seoyun, do you recognize me?" Seoyun. Then he sat outside covering his face. Gangmok cried and said, "They said it would take some time for her to recover." Weijin looked over and said, "But I'm sure it's just a matter of time." Gangmok said, "I'm glad she finally woke up." Weijin watched as Gangmok cried and thought, "I never imagined Gangmok would shed tears like this." Seeing that, he also shed tears, thinking, "Damn, these are truly a man's tears. He'll tease me again if he sees me crying." Suddenly, there was a notification sound. Weijin took out his phone to see who was calling. He thought, who could be calling now? He picked up the phone and said, "Hello? What did you say?" Then Weijin and Gangmok appeared in another hospital room. Junyoung's mother is lying on a hospital bed with a ventilator. The doctor said, "Because we couldn't reach her son," Weijin replied, "Yes, I understand." Gangmok said, "So she didn't get treated?" He replied, "Seems like it." Then they both heard her call, "Junhyung, Junhyung." Outside the lobby, Gangmok said, "Weijin, you ask why?" Gangmok said, "We have to find and bring that fat bastard back, dead or alive." Weijin asked, "How the hell do you plan on doing that?" He replied, "I have an idea," Weijin said. "From you. It's probably not a good idea or anything." He said, "Trust me." The next morning outside the building, Gangmok stood in the office and said, "I need you to find someone for me." The leader frowned and asked, "What did you say?" Weijin stood behind thinking, "Oh, that's right. I just remembered that he was the craziest guy I ever met." Gangmok twisted his hand, smiled threateningly, and said, "Help me with that, and I won't kick your ass." The leader asked, "Who are you looking for?" Gangmok said, "I'm looking for a fat bastard." The leader asked again to confirm, "That fat bastard, you mean the blonde guy, right?" Gangmok replied, "Who else could it be?" After hearing the name, the leader closed his eyes, and Weijin anxiously observed the atmosphere ahead. Gangmok also stared down. Then the leader opened his eyes and said, "I won't do it." Gangmok heard that and asked, "Why not? Or have you already found him and buried him somewhere, huh?" The leader lit a cigarette and asked, "Why should I do that? What good would it do me to find that fat guy?" "You bastard! You still have the guts to come back here, huh? You must not value your life anymore." Gangmok raised his fist and asked, "Didn't I already tell you to stop acting like a thug, unless you want to get beaten up again?" Then he angrily said, "You half-baked stinking thugs, all you do is deceive and try to act tough. If that's the case, I'm pretty sure your boss must have tried really hard to hunt down that fat bastard, but failed miserably, and then tried to justify it by saying he wasn't interested in finding that guy because he was too embarrassed." The leader got angry after hearing that and said, "Who do you think you're talking to?" Gangmok replied, "Some half-baked gangster." Suddenly Weijin spoke up, "Then go find him for me." The leader glanced over and asked, "What is it?" Weijin said, I will pay you, so go find that bastard for me. Then the two left Gangmok. The driver asked, what the heck is this Weijin? We almost scared him to death. Why did you decide to give them the money when you could have given it to me? Weijin glanced over and replied, because you're busy now since your sister just woke up. Besides, you're already comfortably using my credit card, so don't be too greedy. I need to give them a reason to find him faster, Gangmok sighed. Highs. After a moment, Gangmok angrily cursed, that fat guy really pissed me off. How could you be friends with him in the first place? He closed his eyes and replied, I wonder the same thing. Then he opened his eyes, looked outside and thought, except for one thing. I used to be like him, so I really can't criticize him. The next day at the hospital, Seo Yun, Gangmok's sister, remained motionless. The doctor standing nearby said, the patient probably won't be able to speak clearly for a while. Gangmok asked, so when do you think she will be able to speak? The doctor replied, I can't predict exactly because we also suspect the patient might have temporary amnesia. What we're doing now is focusing on the patient's recovery and doing our best. After the doctor left, Weijin said, Gangmok, today I'll visit Junyoung's mother. He agreed and said, sure, I'll probably stay here tonight. Weijin walked by and said, got it, let me know if anything happens. Gangmok replied, sure, take good care of her. Weijin opens the door and walks into the hospital room. Entering the room, it was unusually quiet. Looking at Junyoung's mother lying silently on the hospital bed, eyes closed. Weijin remembers the doctor saying that Junyoung's mother wasn't too old, so her illness wasn't terminal and could still be treated. However, he said there is no guarantee of anything because she has not received treatment for too long. Then he wondered why wasn't she treated. Looking back when he was a child, he thought, just remembered. She often panics as if the world is ending whenever Junyoung gets hurt. But she has never been to the hospital even once for herself, even when she hit her head on the stairs and bled. He then muttered to himself, she should have used the money I gave her, thinking to himself, I really don't understand why because this time she actually had the money. A moment later, someone brought some tonic and said, this is terrible. Weijin took it and said, now I have to cover her hospital bills. Weijin's mother said, that's good. I've been meaning to thank her for taking care of you while I was away. He continued, but it was strange because I had already given her money for treatment. I also mentioned it was from Junyoung, but it seemed like she didn't spend a penny, Weijin's mother said. She didn't know what kind of life Junyoung's mother had lived, but if it were her, she probably wouldn't have used that money because of the guilt. Parents, when they feel that they have not provided their children with a sufficient life, will never use the money that their children have worked hard to earn, Weijin calmly said. But I think Junyoung's mother has given him a fulfilling life. She said that any mother would always feel that what she does for her child is never enough. She is a better mother than me. I hope everything will turn out well. Suddenly he hesitantly spoke up. Meoba. Never get sick, he said, turning his face away. Hearing that, his mother smiled and replied, thank you. Suddenly there was a phone notification. Weijin answered the phone. Hello? The other side responded, we've found the fat bastard. He asked again to confirm, what, you found it already? The other side said, what's the address? After listening, Weijin hung up the phone. His mother saw that and asked, what's wrong? While dialing the number, Weijin said, no, they found him and told me where he is. His mother said, really? Then you should hurry up. He replied, got it, wait a moment. Call the other side, Gangmok. Gangmok shouted from the other side, Weijin, she's talking about this. Weijin asked, huh? Gangmok shouted again, my sister just spoke up despite all the difficulties. Truly someone who shares the same blood as the great Choi. After that, Gangmok asked, but what happened? Weijin smiled and replied, it's just that I was home alone, so I saw her, he said, sissy. Then he said, spend more time with my sister. I think she needs you there. Gangmok replied, yeah, thanks. You too. Enjoy your time alone. Then the call ended. Weijin's eyes grew determined as he looked out. To a certain neighborhood, Weijin is slowly climbing the stairs. Just arrived at the gate of the house. The sound came from inside the house. Please, why are you doing this to me? Please, anything, just let me live, I'm sorry. Weijin slowly walked in. Inside there is still the sound of pleading, please. The leader looked out and said, you're here. Junyoung saw you ask, huh? What the heck? User? Weijin looked down and said, long time no see. Junyoung widened his eyes and asked, how the hell did you? He also asked him, how's it going lately, you fat jerk? Junyoung knelt on the floor, seeing Weijin. He shouted angrily, damn! That bastard, so you finally come to kill me, right? Weijin ignored him and pulled out his phone to tell the person across from him. I just sent the money. Junyoung raised his voice. I've returned all the money you asked for, so what now? Thugs confirmed they had received the money with Weijin, then started walking. Junyoung was startled and quickly stood up. I'm sorry, Weijin. I shouldn't have yelled at you. We're friends. right? Friends don't do things like this to each other. So please just spare my life. Finally, he stopped speaking when he saw the gangsters streaming out of his house. Weijin finally called his name, Jun-hyung. He saw the pile of trash left scattered in the corner of the room, along with various liquor bottles, soda cans, paper, and cigarette butts on the desk. Glancing back and forth for a while, Weijin asked in a low voice, "Look at yourself. What the hell are you doing?" The coat was put on again. Jun-hyung turned away and said to Weijin, "None of your business, mind your own." Weijin spoke up, "Jun-hyung, your mother is sick. Please wake up, man." As soon as you finished your sentence, Jun-hyung interrupted. "So what?" Weijin was startled and asked, "Huh?" Jun-hyung turned around with a cold expression and asked, "What does that have to do with me?" Weijin quickly succumbed to anger. He rushed forward, shouting, "What do you mean it's not related, you jerk? She's your mother, you're her son. Go visit her once." Jun-hyung gave a cold laugh and replied, "You sound ridiculous, like you're always grateful to your mom for everything she's done for you. You were the one who taught me to disrespect my parents, Weijin. Don't you remember?" Weijin stood still for a few seconds, then sighed. He calmed down and said, "Listen here, Jun-hyung. I recently met my mother again, and we made peace with each other. I spent time talking to her and listening to her share her thoughts, and as you were speaking, suddenly Jun-hyung grabbed his head and screamed, 'I don't care. What does making up with your mom have to do with me? Get out of my house before I kill you.' 'Get out,' he growled, while Weijin was focused on something else. The computer screen is glowing on the desk. Weijin said in a low voice, 'Wait a moment. Hey, what the heck is this?' On the screen, the chart shows the fluctuations of cryptocurrency. Weijin leaned closer to the screen and gritted his teeth, asking, 'You're playing with crypto again, and not just that. You are an incurable idiot.' Weijin saw him investing in dog-shaped coins that Hyunju also bought the other day. Jun-hyung's eyes revealed clear excitement. He lunged at Weijin, slammed him against the wall, and yelled, 'I told you to get out!' Weijin, suppressing the pain, pressed on, 'How much have you invested in it already? That cryptocurrency is incredibly—' Jun-hyung gritted his teeth in anger. 'Don't you dare call my precious Toby unstable,' raising his hand to hit Weijin. Weijin tried to pull away from him, frowning and scolding. 'Are you out of your mind? Do you really think it will go up?' Jun-hyung angrily pulled his hand away from Weijin and asserted, 'Of course. Toby Dong is following Loser Dong, many celebrities find it cute, and it's trending on social media. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Its value will skyrocket.' He gave a sly, slightly crazed smile. 'Only idiots hesitate when investing in it.' Weijin hesitated and asked, 'Where did you get the money to invest in it? Did you borrow it?' Jun-hyung scoffed. 'Are you stupid? I'm not as dumb as you.' Weijin asked again, 'So where does the money come from?' Jun-hyung had no intention of answering, smirking sarcastically, 'That's none of your business.' Weijin, frustrated, shouted, 'You trash, at least go visit her, she's your mother.' Jun-hyung, hearing that, stomped his feet and shouted, 'Stop telling me what to do with my life.' Weijin coldly declared, 'If you don't do it, I'll have to take you there by force.' Jun-hyung, without showing any fear, smirked provocatively, 'Oh, so you're going to call those dogs to do your dirty work again, right? Recently, I went to see that old lady,' Weijin asked in surprise. 'You mean you went to see your mom?' Jun-hyung stroked his chin and recounted, 'About 3 days ago, so I guess she fell ill after meeting me. I don't care anyway, it's almost time.' 'Why should I meet her now? She hasn't done anything for me, and I won't pay for her funeral,' Weijin angrily shouted. 'You brat.' Jun-hyung continued, 'Now I remember in my entire life she did one thing for me. I came and told her to sell the house and give me the money from the sale. But it turns out she had saved a large sum of money.' Hearing this, Weijin felt a bit suspicious. Jun-hyung continued, 'So I just took that money and left, even though it wasn't enough to make up for the miserable childhood I had to endure.' Weijin widened his eyes, asking a question to confirm his suspicion. 'Jun-hyung, how much money did you take from your mom?' Jun-hyung answered frankly, 'I think it's about 30 million won.' Weijin couldn't stay calm any longer and lunged forward, grabbing his collar. 'You trash dog!' Jun-hyung angrily retorted, 'You little turd, let me go.' Weijin clenched his teeth. 'That damn amount of money. That was the money I gave your mom so she could get treatment. Worthless trash.' Jun-hyung turned pale, unable to believe what he heard. 'Whatever, let her treat the illness later.' Weijin replied sharply, 'Yes, that's the money I gave her when she wasn't feeling well. I told her it was the money you earned, and I was just the one delivering it.' Jun-hyung tried to deny it, scolded Weijin, talking nonsense. 'Stop talking nonsense, you bastard!' He angrily shoved Weijin's hand away. Weijin shouted, 'I'm not lying, you bastard.' To his surprise, Jun-hyung replied, 'Yeah, I know, so what?' Weijin was almost stunned by his indifferent attitude. 'What?' Jun-hyung laughed like a madman and asked him, 'So what do you want me to do?' Weijin was incredibly frustrated, this hopeless guy. He pointed at the computer screen and said, 'Withdraw everything you have in the crypto account and give it back to her.' Jun-hyung didn't hesitate to refuse. 'No, I'm just taking the money I deserve from her. Look at others. They were born into wealthy families and live luxurious lives without worrying about money. At least that's what she could do. Weijin didn't say much and moved forward to land a heavy blow on his face. Junyong painfully crawled up from the floor, while Woojin stood behind him cursing, "You fat dog. Get up and watch, bastard." Junyong is still trying to deny it. "It's not my fault. It never was my fault. All because of my mom." Weijin was almost out of patience, said sternly, "Listen here, shit for brains. Do you really believe that your mom did nothing for you when she even risked her life to give you that money?" Junyong held his head and defended himself. "I didn't do anything wrong," Weijin shouted. "Don't you remember how much she cared for and loved you when we were kids?" Junyong is still trying to justify himself. "I didn't do anything wrong." At this moment, the phone in Weijin's hand vibrated. He quickly picked up the phone. "Yeah, Gangmok." The other end immediately asked, "Weijin, I heard that you found that hopeless fat guy already? Why did you go there by yourself? I told you not to go out alone because it's very dangerous, you idiot." Weijin calmly replied, "You need to spend time with your sister now that she's just woken up." Gangmok. Gangmok leaned against the wall and sighed. "Hi's, Weijin, the condition of his mother is gradually worsening." Behind the wall where he stands, many nurses and doctors have gathered around Junyong's mother to check on her. Weijin asked anxiously, "Is she still conscious?" Gangmok glanced inside. "She is, but she keeps calling that fat guy's name." "I'll pass the phone to her." Woojin on this side nodded. He bent down and handed the phone to Junhyung, who was dazed. "Listen to her, Junhyung." The phone was quickly put on speaker. A faint voice came from the other side. "My beloved Junhyung. Mom apologizes for making you endure so much hardship, because Mom is a poor mother. It is not your fault that your life isn't filled with happiness, my son, so please don't blame yourself for what's happening anymore. Mom, I'm sorry for being a terrible mother." Junhyung hung his head, listening to his mother's words. Gangmok quickly spoke up. "Weijin, bring that bastard here as soon as possible. I'll talk to you later." It seems like something urgent happened in the hospital room. Gangmok hung up the phone. Weijin angrily scolded the fat kid in front of him. "Damn it." Junhyung sat down on the ground holding his head. I really didn't do anything wrong." The more he spoke, the lower his voice became. It could be wrong somewhere, though. Weijin lost patience, pointed at the computer screen and said, "Stop crying. Take the money and follow me, you idiot." Junhyung disagreed. "But it will only go up. Now is not the time." Weijin clenched his teeth, grabbed Han's shirt. "You bastard, what the hell are you investing in crypto for? Cash out and follow me." "Hey." Weijin ignored his struggles and dragged him to the computer. He frowned and said, "Hurry up. Withdraw the money." But suddenly both of them simultaneously widened their eyes at the screen. That Toby guy who was just soaring high a moment ago is now plummeting, about to hit rock bottom. "What, Toby?" Junhyung said in disbelief. "Why is he so desperate and frantic right now?" Then his face turned pale as he rummaged through his jacket pocket for his phone. "Where is it? My phone." He stared blankly at the latest comment online. "I knew right away that Dong Toby was a scam. Lucky for me, I didn't follow the crowd. Honestly, I would do the same if I were the developer. Grab that pile of money and say, sayonara. Never to be seen again. Can't believe there are still people who have faith in things like this. Ugh, you can't blame anyone but yourself if you bought this crap. If you end up taking your own life over this, it could be considered part of natural selection." Junhyung was pale as a sheet. "Toby." "No, Toby." Weijin irritably scratched his head. "Damn, why is this dog so important when your mother is on the brink of death? Hurry up and follow me." No one expected the fat guy to say, "No, I'm fine." Weijin was surprised. "What?" Junhyung turned his back to him and calmly said, "I told you I'm fine." Weijin felt strange. "You've lost your mind." Junhyung said hoarsely, "Everything will be fine." A sharp pencil tip emerges. Junhyung laughed maniacally, pointing the sharp tip at his own neck. "Everything will be fine if I die." Each drop of blood dripped onto the floor. Weijin tried to push his head away and scolded. "Are you out of your mind, you filthy pig?" Junhyung gritted his teeth. "Let go of my bra, you bastard. Leave me alone, just let me die." Weijin replied irritably, "Like I care so much about your life." He quickly stretched out his leg. Then, taking advantage of his lack of caution, knocked him down to the floor. The blood-stained pencil dropped as well. Weijin immediately kicked it away before the fat guy could react. The pen fell out of his reach. He angrily said, "If you plan to die, at least go home and see your mom first." Junhyung sat on the ground, lifeless, saying, "Damn it, I'm too tired of everything already. I hate myself and this life. You're not much help either, just pushing me to the edge and now this." Weijin looked serious. "Junhyung, just accept it. You know better than anyone. No matter how many times you blame others or complain about the situation, nothing will change. We're just making excuses for a failed mindset. But deep inside, I'm sure both of us know, it's like this because of me. I'm not the one who figured out my own problems, fixed them, and moved on. But I'm sure of one thing, that your mother, has always loved you unconditionally, no matter who you are. And that person really needs you by their side right now. Get your lazy butt up, you damn pig, he said while reaching out his hand. I don't care if you kill yourself afterward. Right now, be strong and do what any decent person would do before they die. Don't die like a wild animal. Once you've visited her, I won't stop you anymore. Finish up so you can comfortably end it. Hurry up. I don't know how long it took before Weijin opened the door of the hospital room. Gangmok was sitting by Mrs. Go's hospital bed speaking softly. Too slow. Where's that fat jerk? Weijin slowly looked toward the door. Sao pointed behind him right here, seeing Junyong still standing outside. Gangmok angrily shouted, What the hell are you still doing there? He turned his head and said to Bago, Hey you fat jerk, I mean Junyong is here already, Bago weakly exclaimed. What? She turned to face her child. Really you, my child. You didn't have to come all the way here, you have so much to do. Junyong remained silent and Mrs. Go continued anyway. She weakly smiled a gentle smile. It's great to see you, son. Junyong stood by and said, Satisfied now? You wanted to see me, and now you've got what you wanted. I'm done here. Goodbye. Gangmok angrily rushed forward, shouting, You brat! But Weijin raised his hand to stop him. He irritably asked, Now what? Weijin advised him. Just ignore him. He said he was going to end himself. Gangmok agreed. Really? Then the world will be a better place. When Junyong was almost at the door, Mrs. Go's voice rang out again. Junyong, don't worry about Mom. If you miss work because of her, Mom will feel much worse than not seeing you often, so focus on your work. Enjoy your life to the fullest while you still can, my son. Junyong pressed his lips together and snorted. He turned his head and cursed, looking at his mother, tears of regret streaming down his cheeks. Junyong placed his hands on the ground. He knelt in front of Weijin and begged, Weijin, please lend me some money. I swear I'll pay it back at any cost, even if I have to sell my organs or whatever. Gangmok stood aside, scoffing. Who would want to buy your organs? Junyong bowed his head and pleaded, Please, just this once, save my mother. Weijin said in a low voice, I've already paid it all. Junyong was incredibly surprised. What? He asked in disbelief. How much money was that? Weijin coldly replied. None of your business anyway. You probably can't pay it back. Now that everything's done, go kill yourself. At this moment, the person lying on the bed behind moved. She weakly asked them, What are you talking about? Junyong was stunned, not knowing how to respond. Then he said softly, Mom, don't worry. I will visit you later. He quickly stood up. Gangmok teased, What the heck? I thought he was going to commit suicide. Weijin didn't know what to say, so he just sighed. Then we spent 3 days at the hospital so that Gangmok could take care of his sister, and I could look after Junhyung's mother. The positive outcome of all this is that I have seen signs of change for the better. Junhyung really visited his mother time and again, and I was there to witness everything. Moreover, Junhyung always thanks me every time he visits. I'm also puzzled by how she can still love her child, despite the terrible things he's done. Mothers are truly hard to understand. Inside, the net cafe echoed with angry shouts. Duh-muh, duh-muh, the girl sitting in front of the screen kept mumbling. Hyunju raised her voice. Toby, wake up, don't die like this, please. The waitress, seeing her so agitated, fearfully reminded her, Please don't shake the screen anymore. Hyunju was furious. Where the hell was Weijin when she needed him? The house was empty. Maybe they've moved. How am I supposed to find this bastard now? Looking around absent-mindedly, she noticed someone else's plate of rice on the table. Hyunju's eyes suddenly sparkled. Looking at the plate of rice for a long time, she suddenly broke into a sinister smile. Oh, that's right. The door was opened by someone. Weijin's mother turned around to look at the person who just walked in and asked a familiar question. Hello, how may I assist you? She was slightly surprised to see the person wearing a hat and a fully covered mask. The girl pulled her hat down and said, 1 serving of jayuk, please. She realized earlier when she saw the plate of rice next to her that she knew exactly where to go. What the heck? Looking at the glass of water on the table, Hyunju thought irritably. Where is Weijin? I thought he had already made peace with his mother. At that moment, Weijin's mother looked at her and asked again, A portion of jayuk, right? Would you like any additional drinks? Hyunju said, Give me some water. The mother walked by to get it. Yes. Hyunju sat with her chin in her hand, thinking wearily, When will that jerk finally get here? At this moment, the glass of water was placed on the table by Weijin's mother. She smiled warmly and asked, You're Weijin's ex-girlfriend, right? Hyunju didn't expect to be recognized. She instinctively pulled her hat lower, not daring to look at her, and replied, No, I don't know what you're talking about. No one expected that before she could finish her sentence. Weijin's mother already confirmed, Yes, it's you. I'm the ex-girlfriend of Weijin. Hyunju suddenly felt scared. The mother of Weijin was no longer gentle like she was a moment ago. Her cold eyes stared closely at her and asked, What are you doing here? Hyunju was terrified. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with this old lady? At the same time, at the medical center hospital, Weijin and Junyoung are standing in front of Go's hospital bed. Weijin knew that her condition had improved a lot, scratched his head, turned away and said, "I have to go home early today." Junyoung stayed silent, not speaking or turning to look at Weijin. Who would have thought that as Weijin was nearing the door, he heard him call his name? Weijin, thank you. Maybe Junyoung tried to set aside his pride to speak to the person who saved his mother. The elevator door opens. Weijin absent-mindedly left the hospital, lost in thought. Thank you. When was the last time he said that to me? Has it really turned over a new leaf? Can I really do that? Walking along, he suddenly stopped, looked up at the sky and thought to himself, maybe it's time to go see Mom. Very quickly, Weijin looked surprised at the situation in front of him. A staff member is holding back the mother with a knife in her hand, shouting loudly, "Please calm down." In front of her is a girl kneeling and crying, begging, "Don't kill me." Mother Weijin angrily said, "Calm down. Are you out of your mind? This bitch has a knife in her bag." She confronted Hyunju. "What the hell are you trying to do with my son? You came to bother him, didn't you?" Hyunju fearfully defended herself. "No, that's not it. No." Mother Weijin naturally didn't believe her words, not a chance. She raised the knife and said, "Die, you cursed bitch. You really are a match for this sharp-witted, crazy ex-girlfriend being restrained by a desperate mother." Hyunju covered her face in fear. She had lost. Just at that moment, Woojin rushed in to stop his mother and called out, "Mom," startling her back to reality. "All right, Mom, you shouldn't do that. Didn't we promise never to part again?" The mother was visibly surprised by her son's words. The midwife said, "Mom, I'm sorry." Hyunju narrowly escaped a disaster, sitting on the ground cursing, "Damn, damn." Seeing Weijin arrive, she angrily asked, "Why did Tung's shares go up while mine dropped significantly?" "Why? You're not better than me, so why? Why did my investment turn out like this while you made money?" Weijin glanced at the girl he once loved with disdain, thinking she must believe she's the only one with a miserable life. Turns out I used to be just like her, always blaming others. Perhaps in the eyes of others, I am as pitiful as she is. Some time later, Hyunju sued my mother for attempted murder. The solemn knock of the court echoed. "My mother is afraid she might go to jail," the judge declared. "The trial is adjourned here." Gangmok and Woojin were both present at the trial that day. Woojin's mother was sitting in the defendant's seat next to her professional lawyer. But her biggest fear didn't come true. Hyunju on the other side was screaming like crazy. "What, she isn't guilty?" Woojin smiled faintly. "Anyway, we have enough money to hire the best lawyer. Turns out money is actually useful." And after that event, Hyunju never came to find me again. The condition of Junyoung's mother is gradually improving day by day. Now that Junyoung visits her daily, I don't need to check on her as often anymore. Last but not least, Gangmok's sister could speak again. Gangmok pushed her wheelchair towards Weijin and introduced her. "Seodun, this is my good friend Weijin. Say hello to him." Seodun wasn't too keen on greeting. "Hey, how are you?" Weijin smiled. "Hi there." Gangmok smirked boastfully. She recovered quickly in just a few weeks. If she isn't a genius, I don't know who is. My family must have good genes. Seodun, standing next to Gangmok, didn't disappoint us by asking like a robot, "How are you? How are you? How are you?" Weijin was at a loss for words and forced an awkward smile. Not wanting to embarrass Gangmok, he pretended not to notice. At the same time, Weijin began studying to qualify for a government job. Gangmok asked in surprise, "A government job?" His girlfriend, who had gray-brown hair, also wondered, "Isn't it very difficult to get hired there? If you work for the government, I wonder if you even qualify for certification." Weijin glanced at the two. "That's why I have to study harder than others," Gangmok sneered. "Oh dear. Poor government. Good luck anyway. So what are you planning to do for the government?" Weijin asked sincerely. "Police?" Gangmok couldn't help but sigh. "We're doomed." Weijin asked him what he planned to do. Gangmok replied sternly, "Ah, I guess I have to start preparing too." The brown-gray-haired one behind him looked puzzled. "What? I'm not ready to get married yet." Gangmok glanced at her. "Are you crazy?" A long time later, one day at the hospital, someone asked, "Hey Weijin, why don't you have a girlfriend? Seon-dun has recovered and can even tease Weijin like that." Weijin replied coldly, "No idea." Seodun laughed mockingly. "Of course you don't know, idiot." Weijin was furious but could only curse silently, this bitch. At this point, Seodun said, "Oh, maybe it's because you spend too much time visiting me every day, don't you think so, you fool?" Weijin was so angry that he clenched his teeth. Is this the genetic trait of these two brothers? Without saying anything more, the girl changed the subject. "Oh, what has Gangmok been up to lately? I haven't seen him in a while." Weijin replied, "Ah, Gangmok is very busy with work and stuff. He sends his apologies to you." Seodun looked displeased. "Oh, in that case, I guess I have to accept you as his replacement." Weijin looked away, thinking to himself, I said that to keep the girl from worrying, but it's really pathetic. The sky quickly turned dark. Weijin opened the door to his house and said, I'm back. Gangmok is practicing push-ups, saying hi, taking a bath, going up. Weijin watched him practicing diligently, wondering to herself, recently Gangmok has been a bit unusual. It felt like he was about to leave and never come back. Gangmok, drenched in sweat, urged Weijin, take a shower and let's grab something to eat. The next day, Weijin opened Gangmok's room and called out, Gangmok! Gangmok stood with his back turned, complaining, hey man, I told you to knock before entering the room. Get out now. Gangmok is standing near the wall plastered with photos of the former mayor and some related people, as if investigating. Weijin asked about the situation with brown-gray hair. Huiju, how is she doing? I haven't seen her since you told her to move out. Gangmok said sternly, she'll be fine. Now that you've said your piece, leave. Weijin said in a low voice, I haven't. I still have a lot to say. Want to go out for a drink with me? Weijin then raised the liquor bag he just bought outside. The glass was slowly filled with soju. Weijin asked bluntly, are you planning to leave? Gangmok replied, I can't keep living off you. Besides, I've quit drinking. Weijin felt puzzled. Huiju was mad, and she loved him too. So why didn't he make it official? Gangmok closed his eyes and interrupted him. Weijin, just say what you want. You already know what I've been planning for months. Weijin hesitated. Well, what I mean is, you should reconsider your plan because I find it ridiculous. Your sister is recovering and recently hasn't faced any threats, so why don't you? Weijin didn't get to finish before Gangmok spoke up. That's why I should go now. I have no one left to worry about or take care of. Weijin said. No, Gangmok. But Gangmok said, you know I have to avenge my parents. Yeah, it's really cliché, unofficial and unclear, but actually it's pretty simple. I just need to focus on finding and killing that guy. It's simpler than anything in my life. Weijin knew he couldn't stop him, so he just asked, where are you going, and when? Gangmok replied, 3 months from now, to Southeast Asia. Weijin was surprised, Southeast Asia? Gangmok nodded. That's where he was hiding. All of that bastard's corrupt activities had been exposed, so he had to flee there to save himself. From what I've gathered, he has been connected with the local mafia since he started in politics. I'm sure he fled there for protection while spending that dirty money. Hearing that, Weijin became even more worried. The mob, isn't that too dangerous? Gangmok, while chewing loudly, scolded, are you crazy? Of course it's dangerous. Weijin looked serious. Wait, do you know the language over there? How will you communicate with them? Gangmok confidently replied, of course I know it. Weijin asked incredulously, so how do you say it's a pleasure to meet you in their language? Hello aso this, Tango Hamde. He just spoke Spanish and is planning to stay in SE Asia. Hello, how are you? Weijin was so excited that he jumped up. Fabric. Are you crazy? You didn't prepare anything at all because clearly you have no idea what you're doing. Gangmok wasn't too worried about it and laughed. Relax, idiot. Weijin looked pale with fear. I'm serious. Gangmok angrily grabbed Weijin by the neck and shouted, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. After calming down, he relaxed his grip and called out, Weijin, please take good care of my sister while I'm away. Weijin didn't hesitate and refused right away. No. You're not going anywhere. Do you even know what language they speak there? Gangmok gritted his teeth in a threatening tone. I told you to shut up already. 1 month later, at the Korean International Airport, Gangmok was being grabbed by the collar and scolded, are you kidding me? At first you pushed me out of the house and now where are you going? Why do you have to do this when I'm already here? Ash-gray hair couldn't control the anger and asked, while Gangmok didn't resist but avoided her gaze. However, you still have a conscience to remind me, if you don't come back, just assume that I've been cheated on. Go find another man. Gray-haired guy rolled his eyes. My dear, where can I find someone like you? Gangmok nodded. Reasonable. Gray-haired man frowned and asked, do you have enough money? Gangmok said honestly. Weijin gave me 1 million won already. Gray-haired man scoffed. That's it. I'll give you 10 million. Gangmok smiled. Okay, thanks. Weijin was speechless enduring their conversation. A moment later, they went further in, reaching the boarding area. Brown hair, Gangmok, if you run out of money, just call me. Weijin was a bit distracted when hearing Gangmok call his name. Weijin, do whatever you do, but always stay happy. Two men looked at each other for a moment. Then Gangmok turned his head forward, put his hands in his pockets, and walked away. Weijin shouted in anger, Gangmok Choi, you're terrible. Gangmok was angered by that attitude and turned around sharply. What did you just say? Weijin pointed at his face, trying to appear fine, but deep inside, tears were like a vast ocean. Gangmok fumed, I'm already fine, you jerk. Two people, frustrated, started arguing. You hit me when I lost the game because you played too badly. He punches me whenever he's bored. When did I ever do that? Punches me because I'm ugly. And punches me for never washing the dishes. But that's your house. Gang Mok frowned. Now what do you want, to punch me? Weijin lowered his voice. What I want to say is, if you dare come back here, I'll get my revenge, you idiot. As he said this, he couldn't hold back and started sniffling. Gang Mok laughed and scolded. You brat, how many times have I told you not to call me that? At that moment, the flight attendant in the back reminded Gang Mok. Sir, it's time to board the plane. Gang Mok said his final goodbye to Weijin. If I come back, you're dead. Weijin, you're braver than usual to take on this challenge. Take care of yourself first, you idiot. Gang Mok pointed his finger at Weijin Park. You are my next target. Once this is over, I will take the next bridgehead. You have to return after that. The plane quickly took off to a distant place. Two people stayed behind, watching the plane for a long time, carrying away a stubborn person who didn't know when they'd return. Both of them said, you have to come back, Gang Mok, and a year later. The wall is covered with sticky notes. On the table are also many books. Weijin sat at the table, resting his chin on his hand, looking bored as he did his work. Right at that moment, the sound of a password being entered from outside startled him. He jumped out of his chair, ran outside to check, Gang Mok? But what he heard was a girl's voice. Hello, Weijin. Congratulations, Seodun waved and said. Weijin realized it wasn't the person he was expecting, so he was a bit disappointed, but still asked her, congratulating for what? Seodun replied, for failing the test. Weijin glanced over. Why would you celebrate that? Seodun calmly said, because my GPA this semester is high. While he slipped like a fool, she covered her mouth, mocking him with a laugh. Weijin, annoyed, snapped, shut up and get lost. Right at that moment, someone called from behind. Seodun. Eunjin's mom stood outside the door, looking at Seoyun with a cold gaze. She reminded, I told you not to be rude to my child. Seoyun smiled faintly. Hi, ma'am. How's the restaurant? Weijin's mother replied, I just stopped by to drop off some food for him. As soon as Seoyun saw her, she became obedient again. I'm sorry for teasing Weijin. Weijin smiled as he listened to the two talking, then glanced over. Looking at the door that has always been closed, he wondered when he would return. This room has a lot of weightlifting equipment on the floor. Weijin silently looked at the pile of things that Gang Mok left behind. Seoyun quietly asked from behind, Has your mother left yet? Weijin replied, Yes, now it's your turn. Seodun clicked his tongue, sighing, wondering when his brother would return. Huiju said she was thinking of following him to Southeast Asia. Maybe you should go too, but I'll die of loneliness if you leave me, so you can't go. See how considerate I am. Seodun sat on the bed, smiling as he asked. Weijin frowned. Go hang out with your boyfriend or something, Seoyun said. I don't have a boyfriend. Weijin was a bit surprised. I bet there are a lot of guys at school who like you. Isn't there anyone who catches your eye? Little Seoyun proudly puffed up her chest. I guess I really am a superstar at school, Weijin nodded. See? Weijin looked puzzled as he poked his head in and asked her, Who are you talking about? Seoyun didn't answer the question and said, I'm excited. Weijin couldn't stand that arrogant attitude. Tisk, I know siblings look alike, but he looks too much like him. At this moment, the phone in Weijin's pocket vibrated. It's a notification of a bank transfer, so it turns out that meanwhile, Junyoung, currently working as a licensed fisherman on a commercial vessel, after his mother's treatment ended, paid off the hospital bills and other debts to Weijin since then. Weijin teased himself, thinking that guy was definitely smarter than him, passing the exam on the first try. He should have studied harder back in school. Maybe he should help his mom at the restaurant. He quickly arrived at his mother's restaurant as the sunset gradually fell. The mother smiled when she saw him coming, greeted him, and the little girl Seoyun stood beside her mother, lips pressed together. Weijin was surprised and asked, Why are you here? Seoyun, looking angry, asked, Are you against it? Weijin hesitated, Not exactly. Today is a beautiful day as usual. The sunset falls, it gets darker, and the street lights up quickly. Weijin, after helping his mother for a while, went outside the store and sat on a chair to check his phone. A moment later, Seoyun opened the door from inside and looked at him. Weijin smiled and said, Thanks for the help. Seodun sat down next to him with a serious expression. She called out, Hang Gao Op! Weijin angrily scolded, Don't call me that. Seoyun turned to him and asked, You don't hate me, do you? Because I kind of like you. The girl blushed, waiting for Weijin's reaction. Weijin was stunned for a few seconds and asked in surprise, What are you talking about? A man in sandals stepped forward, interrupting the two, seriously. The two fools are talking about something. Weijin and Seoyun are simultaneously surprised. Wait, what? They shouted in unison, Gang Mok. Gang Mok's face now had a few more cool scars, and he said, I'm here. Weijin widened his eyes and approached, asking, What's wrong with your face? Gang Mok replied, I cut myself while shaving. Great to see you again after all these years, Weijin. Weijin nodded. Yes, me too. Gang Mok reached into his pocket and said, Enough with the greetings. Now die! He pointed the gun at Weijin's face. Weijin screamed in fear. What the hell are you doing? Gangmok pointed the gun closer and coldly asked, any last words? Weijin asked a random question, and what about Huiju? Gangmok coldly replied, too bad, such a lousy farewell, my friend. Huiju went to check out the new apartment they just bought. They'll be here soon. Weijin was surprised at how rich she is and let out a wow. Then she asked, so where do you plan to live? Your room is still vacant. Gangmok replied, actually Huiju stopped by my apartment, I'll be there. Weijin was completely shocked. What did you just say? Gangmok glanced at his sister, Seo-yun. Why don't you come live with us? There's enough space. Seo-yun instantly refused, no way. The girl rushed to hug Weijin and said, you said you have your own place now, right? Then I'll live with you and take your old room. Weijin was left bewildered by the siblings. What just happened? Gangmok frowned at the two of them. Then he let out a sigh. Hey. Gangmok smirked coldly as he pulled out another rifle. Looks like I'll have to kill both of you. A voice interrupted them. Gone too long and gone mad, huh? Gangmok, hearing someone call his name, paused and looked over. Weijin, still tense and hesitant, said, please tell me this is just a toy gun. Gray-brown hair angrily walked over to them and said to Gangmok, stop it, you're scaring them. What if the gun accidentally goes off? Gangmok replied calmly, nothing was unintentional. It was all on purpose. The ash-brown hair irritated. It's loaded, you idiot. Gangmok silently glanced over. Then he spoke up. Okay, you two take care. He said, I'll go shoot something else. Then turned and wrapped his arms around Tao Sam now, leaving her utterly flustered. What are you talking about? She asked. Gangmok turned around and said to the two bewildered people behind him, come by for the housewarming, Weijin. Weijin spoke up. Yes, sir, Gangmok continued. But before I go, how have you been lately, happy? Weijin sprayed the glue, looking at the person in front of him. The man who had disappeared for over a year has reappeared and is waiting for your response. The beautiful image of little Seo-yun and the warm smile of her mother appeared in Weijin's mind. Junhyung's whole family, too. The once unfortunate child Weijin is now grown up. Weijin smiled warmly and replied, probably so. I think I'm at the peak of my life, gray-brown hair in hand. Gangmok spoke up. In crypto terms, it's a bit low, really. It's real crypto now, Gangmok chimed in with his wife. I bet it's going to crash anyway. Two people were about to leave when they heard Weijin call out, wait, what about you? Gangmok asked again, me? Once again, just like before, he smugly said, I'm not like someone else. Once they name a cryptocurrency after you, it takes off immediately. Weijin frowned. No, that's not what I'm asking. Are you happy too? Gangmok silently looked at him, then nodded and said, yes. Happiness is almost killing me, you idiot. The two smiled at each other. Weijin suggested that you grab some jayukbakium before heading out. Gangmok nodded in approval. Sounds good. The lively chatter echoed through the small eatery. Oh hey Gangmok, long time no see. Hi there, how have you been? When are you planning to be as polite to me as you are to him? Keep dreaming, you fool.